Asuma Sarutobi was killed when the Akatsuki struck again. It was time to grieve the dead after eliminating the two immortals, and making sure neither would come back. Asuma received a spot on the monument in the middle of the cemetery, an honor that all Konoha shinobi aspired to, the highest accolade for losing their lives while serving the village. Naruto was present when Asuma's name was engraved on the stone. Shikamaru wept with Ino and Choji, but Naruto was most troubled by the Nara heir's smoking. It seemed that Shikamaru had adopted his sensei's habit as part of his legacy, and he recalled how long it had taken Kurenai to get Asuma to quit. Despite the serious situation, Naruto couldn't help but smile when he spoke of Kurenai and her child. That child would inherit the best aspects of Asuma's legacy and grow up with incredible people. Shikamaru offered Naruto a drink after the ceremony, but Naruto graciously declined and instead found a peaceful place to look up at the sky. Naruto had been forced to face an unpleasant reality during the fight against the Akatsuki. He was still weak. He was ashamed to acknowledge that he had squandered too much time attempting to take advantage of the Kyuubi's, no, Kurama's, power with Jiraiya. Paradoxically, regular trips to his mindscape to see the enormous fox had resulted in surprising discussions. At least they could agree on a few things, even though they didn't exactly get along. To begin with, the Akatsuki posed a serious danger. Naruto was determined to stop Kurama from ever being used as a weapon again because he had no desire to do so. However, they had few choices. One option was to completely free Kurama, but if they could even break the seal without the key, it might kill Naruto in the process. The alternative, Kurama would regenerate as a result of the chakra explosion caused by Naruto's death. Each scenario included the possibility of Naruto's death. Second, Kurama and his siblings were deeply indebted to the world. Naruto's perspective had shifted after hearing the entire tale. Even without a chakra-stealing tree, discovering the origin of everything was daunting. Kurama had yelled, "You think I just poofed into existence, you brat." During the recounting, Naruto received a week of silent treatment for his sly response, "Didn't you?" It was obvious that Kurama was not good at humor. Third, at least in some cases, Jiraiya had been a fool. Making the seal weaker, what did he think would occur? Given that the masked Uchiha was still at large, Kurama had no intention of fleeing. The fox even attributed Naruto's partial transformations to Jiraiya. Kurama's enormous chakra reserves had flooded Naruto's body due to the weakened seal, almost overwhelming him. There was just too much chance that Naruto would blow up before Kurama could get away. In spite of everything, Naruto did pick up some knowledge over those 3 years. He developed his taijutsu, learned to communicate through shadow clones, and became proficient in managing his vast chakra reserves. However, Jiraiya was actually less of a teacher and more of a parent figure. Although he assisted Naruto in developing emotionally, his training techniques were inadequate. Naruto felt incredibly unprepared now that Asuma had passed away. Not only were the Akatsuki powerful, but they were also experts with specialized, lethal abilities. The battle against Kakuzu would have taken hours if not for the Rasenshuriken. Even when the technique was finished, it was risky and used too much chakra to be practical in most circumstances. Kurama, however, declined to assist. No matter where he was, Jiraiya had the key, and the seal was an issue even if he wanted to. Naruto thought bitterly, probably spying on the women's baths in the land of tea. He required time and appropriate direction. When Kurama said, "Ask the hag to promote you to Chunin, with a captain's rank, you can pick your own missions and avoid being tied to a permanent team." Naruto didn't wonder how Kurama understood the complexities of the shinobi system in Konoha. It would probably be offensive to the fox. Rather, he consented. Naruto's dream was still to become Hokage. Nobody was going to take that away from him. He should already be a Jonin based on his skill level. Kiba was on the verge of being promoted as well. Naruto was undoubtedly at least Chunin material. When Tsunade said, "No, you're not ready," her response was stern and direct. She continued to work on her paperwork without even looking up. Stunned, Naruto stared. This was unexpected. "Why not?" he questioned, trying to maintain composure. At last, Tsunade put down her pen and looked him in the eye. "You're immature. You don't fully understand the responsibilities of a Chunin. You question orders and act recklessly, endangering others. Reports of your actions against Deidara and, more recently, Hidan and Kakuzu support this." Before speaking, Naruto considered his words carefully and bit his tongue. "So, you don't trust me, and the shinobi I work with don't trust me to have their backs. Tell me, Are you judging me based on the Naruto from 3 years ago or the Naruto standing in front of you now? With a sigh, Tsunade's stern face wavered. It's not about trust. It's about leadership skills and ensuring the success of a... Her words were interrupted by Naruto's piercing glare. She was even aware of how weak her argument sounded. Fine, she said, I don't trust you, and neither would the council. Naruto insisted, what does the council have to do with this? She clarified, promotions aren't arbitrary, every profile is reviewed. Power isn't gifted, it's earned. That's how the system works. So you'd let a group of biased people decide my future? Naruto, those same people might one day decide if you're fit to be Hokage. Naruto was struck in the stomach by the weight of her words. Years of derision and hatred reappeared, but he would not allow her to see how hurt he was. How can I prove myself if no one gives me a chance? Asked the man. I've been trying since I joined the academy. And now you're telling me to wait and hope people who've ignored me my whole life suddenly notice my worth. How am I supposed to enter the Chunin exams without a team? I haven't had one for 3 years. The room shook as Tsunade slammed her fist against the desk. My decision is final, Naruto. If you can't find teammates, it just proves how lacking your teamwork skills are. That's unfair, Naruto muttered. At least clear my schedule so I can train. I have too much to catch up on. Tsunade sneered, now you want a vacation. Fine, 3 weeks of wall duty. Naruto started to object, but she interrupted him. Make it a month. Any problems with that, Uzumaki? No, Hokage-sama. More than his words, Naruto's formal tone startled her. Tsunade heard the door click shut and felt a twinge of regret, but he walked out without turning around. Naruto had never before spoken to her in such a formal manner. She questioned whether she had been too severe for the first time. Naruto whispered to himself and Kurama, it's my fault. I should have been dark, broody, and mysterious. That's how people seem to identify prodigies in this world. It's a family thing. Uzumakis and Senjus are all hyperactive, loudmouthed chakra-ticking bombs, the fox thought. I was sealed in Mito Uzumaki, Hashirama's wife. Naruto remarked, I did listen in class, you know. Sure, Kurama sarcastically replied. Your Tsunade was the most spoiled, egocentric hellspawn I have ever seen. The fox said nothing. Quote. You mean in the past or even now? I'll take that as a yes. It wasn't a yes or no question, Kurama said. Exactly. There were very few times when neither the fox nor the human harbored animosity toward the other. Naruto was relieved that these discussions took place immediately following the denial of his promotion request because it aided in his healing. He even had a gut feeling that Kurama was being compassionate, but he would never dare say it aloud. Winter was returning early. In Konoha, there was always a few weeks of snowfall, but there was never a real storm, just soft, powdered snow falling from the sky in a dense fog. Naruto ironically acknowledged that Konoha was the hidden leaf during this infrequent time of year, when he was unable to even see the Hokage monument. Naruto said, I'm hungry, ramen. To Kurama, the fox could still feel things, including food, even though he was imprisoned inside his body. Warm, of course, and please ask for extra meat with soy, the beast replied. Naruto then headed over to Ichiraku. You humans never think about the future. Take your monument. In 4 or 5 generations, there won't be enough space to add another face to the cliff. What will you do then? Naruto remarked reflectively, well, maybe the village won't need a Hokage by then. Humanity does learn, you know. Just at a slower rhythm, I guess. If humanity had remembered its past lessons, I wouldn't be sealed inside you. This village wouldn't be so resentful, your parents wouldn't be dead. Naruto paused for a moment. He silently waited for the fox to continue, but he received no response. You know something. It's obvious. There are things you aren't telling me. I can't tell if it's a way to keep my attention or to have some sort of leverage against me, but, at the very least, if you aren't going to speak about it, even if it's the truth, try to keep the subject buried. Naruto continued to march. Kurama clarified, consider this, are you happy now? Before Naruto could respond, this time, the blonde didn't even start to think of a response when he asked, in fact, are you fulfilled? Are you afraid the truth will create a bigger void in your life than there already is? Or perhaps you fear it will leave you with more questions? Naruto raised his gaze to the heavens. He could hardly feel the cold as snowflakes fell on his face. Both. I'm scared of seeing the world differently. It's hard to keep a specific point of view. I wish I could always do what I feel is the right thing and never have regrets. The fox snorted, but Naruto was not annoyed by the answer. He did, in fact, agree. As long as they had no regrets. Fine, I'll keep the truth to myself. But not this part, I'll be selfish and share it with you anyway. Your parents loved you, your mother would have sacrificed the world for you, and your father would have done the same. But he had obligations, and by trying to fulfill both, he made a mistake. He wished for you to be seen as a hero, but promises weren't kept, and what he believed in betrayed his trust. I've met selfless people in my life, but your family truly is an exception. Be careful it doesn't ruin you. Naruto couldn't help but smile. Thank you for taking care of me, Kurama. Don't push it, the fox complained. Naruto's eyes fell on Hinata just as he was getting close to Ichiraku. The heiress from Hyuga quickly averted her gaze, her cheeks flushed. Naruto may have inquired about her health a few years ago. However, he had learned a few things about people, particularly the responses of women, from traveling with Jiraiya. In retrospect, Naruto couldn't help but feel foolish for being unaware. Before Naruto even acknowledged it, Kurama muttered, "Guess food will have to wait," anticipating Naruto's change of heart. Naruto called out to her, "Hinata," as he got closer. Her lavender eyes flitted to him anxiously. "If you have a moment, could we talk?" Naruto rearranged his winter shinobi cloak, a practical item that was unfashionable but a pleasant diversion from his typical orange attire. In contrast, Hinata had a deep blue scarf securely fastened around her neck and was wearing a heavy brown coat with long sleeves that covered her hands. She stumbled, stopping to gather herself. Of course, Naruto. Before long, they were strolling through a park they knew well. The location brought back memories for Naruto, including his first encounter with Hinata and his pathetic attempts to repel some bullies before an older Hyuga intervened. Naruto was left unconscious on the ground after that same guardian quickly pulled her away. "I still have your scarf," Naruto abruptly declared. Hinata asked, her eyes widening in recognition, "The one I lost?" With his cheeks flushed from more than just the cold, Naruto scratched the back of his head and said, "Yeah. I guess I forgot to give it back to you, a lot." To be honest, he didn't know Hinata's reaction. He had kept it, almost like a trophy, because he had been afraid of being rejected. Naruto paused before answering, "I've been meaning to ask. And please don't think I'm annoyed or anything. I'm just curious. Honestly, I feel like an idiot. You've always given me so much attention. No one else has ever done that. Why?" After taking a deep breath to regain her courage, Hinata gestured to a location behind him. Naturally, Naruto turned and saw it right away. Hinata started, "I've been scared my whole life," in a quiet but firm voice. "I always knew I lacked the confidence and strength to meet my clan's expectations. But the day you saved me, I looked back as they escorted me to the clan district." Naruto scowled a little because he had little memory of that day. Most likely, he had been too preoccupied with sobbing. Hinata went on, "You were smiling," her voice growing softer. "Even though you were hurt and had been beaten, you still smiled. I couldn't understand it, but it showed me your strength, even in defeat. That smile gave me hope. It gave me the will to keep fighting against my own fears and doubts. And from that moment, I wanted to protect it." Her lavender eyes, full of passion, met his. "But I was afraid I'd never be strong enough to reach you. There was my clan, the academy, and Sakura." Her words struck a deeper chord than Naruto had anticipated, and he froze. Hinata had shown him the portion of the image he had never seen in its entirety in those few syllables. Yes, he had pursued Sakura. He believed she was the only person he could contact at the time. He had assumed that both of them were born into civilian families. Sakura, however, had always had a thing for Sasuke. Hinata had been there the entire time, observing him and trying to find his smile. "Naruto, I love you." Heavy and raw with emotion, the words lingered in the chilly air. Her confession struck Naruto as desperate for some reason, and it broke his heart. He looked down and said, "I'm sorry," in a quiet voice. "You deserve so much, and I can only give so little." Abruptly, Hinata's fragile hand encircled his own. Naruto went on, "We barely know each other," in a guilty tone. "I don't even know your birthday, your favorite food, your favorite flower. Do you think it's too late?" "I sincerely hope it's not," Hinata said without hesitation. "I can't imagine a world without you. We can always learn about each other, and share." As Naruto gently clasped her hands in his, a sincere smile formed on his lips. Then, how about I treat you to some ramen? All he needed to know was Hinata's bashful smile. It was unusually quiet in Kurama as they walked to Ichiraku. Naruto had anticipated at least one playful remark regarding his recent romance with the Hyuga heiress, but the fox appeared happy to remain silent. In order to give their two guests privacy, Chuki and Ayame were discreet. That night, business was slow, and the little ramen stand had a warm, welcoming atmosphere. Even though it was awkward at times, Naruto and Hinata did their best to catch up. Hinata once acknowledged that she had always been aware of Kurama. Softly, I couldn't miss it, she said. No one else has a chakra point like yours, glowing and orange. She swiftly added that it didn't bother her, which surprised but relieved Naruto. If anything, she was more concerned about the impact of the fox on his life. Naruto laughed and clarified, don't worry. He's letting us have some privacy right now, so that's something. It had been a calm evening, even reassuring, until Hinata asked a pointed question. Since I've become a Jonin, my father has been suggesting that I resign from the shinobi ranks and take a seat on the Konoha Council. What do you think? Naruto said, you sound conflicted, in a kind but incisive tone. Are you asking what I'd do in your place? Or do you want to know how I feel about you taking a political position? He suspected Hinata was leaning toward the latter, but he didn't want to sway her decision. I haven't been on missions with Kiba or Shino for a while, Hinata said, looking off into the distance. Most teams split up over time. I've surpassed Hanabi and even Neji in our clan spars, and I've developed my own style of taijutsu. Naruto nodded, remembering Hinata's lion palms and their terrifying combination with the Juken techniques of the Hyuga clan. I don't think I can grow much stronger than I am now, Hinata said. And I don't feel the need to. But I'm also a prime target for enemy forces. Every time I leave Konoha, it's a risk. Naruto furrowed his brow. Are they pressuring you with that caged bird seal? Thankfully not, Hinata promptly reassured him. The Uchiha didn't have our seal, and it didn't stop them from going on missions. This isn't about the elders. It's about me. I worry about my clan's future. There are people who don't even see us as human beings, just walking trinkets. Naruto balled his fist. That's absurd. The seal's only purpose should have been to prevent the theft of the Byakugan, not to enslave its bearers. Whoever designed it failed on purpose. As Hinata acknowledged, I don't know much about seals, but you spent a lot of time with Jiraiya-sama. Did he teach you? Naruto rolled his eyes and shook his head. He snorted at the idea, saying, self-taught. Jiraiya's great, but he's distracted. Always chasing after something, or someone. Naruto stopped when he realized they had gotten off topic. He showed me the basics, but I had to practice on my own. I get by when I need to create something specific. Sorry, I think we got carried away. Hinata gave a quiet laugh. She paused, her tone becoming serious once more. It's okay, Naruto. I found it interesting, I promise. Anyway, I meant to say that the elders won't let me go on missions unless I agree to take the seal. And to be honest, I'm starting to think they might be right. Naruto gave her a disbelieving look. Hinata, the seal isn't about protection, it's a brand. A brand that says you're a slave. Even if they're not forcing it on you now, what's stopping one of them from abusing it later? You've seen it happen, haven't you? Reluctantly, Hinata looked away and nodded. She said, at least once, in a voice that was hardly audible. Naruto changed the subject by asking, if you joined the council instead. Then I'd be made matriarch of the clan in 2 years, Hinata clarified. Isn't that what you've always wanted? To change your clan, to reunite both branches? Yes, Hinata said, her voice faltering. But I'd have to meet certain expectations. Naruto hesitated at the intensity with which her lavender eyes stared at him. As the weight of her words began to sink in, he attempted to piece together her meaning. I'm seen as a nuisance, Naruto said in closing. Or I will be. We can fix this. Hinata stumbled and leaned forward. Right now, people still see you as a troublemaker who's stuck as a genin, but if you went to Tsunade-sama and asked for a promotion, I'm sure. Hinata noticed Naruto's reaction as soon as he glanced down at his tea. Her voice was hardly audible above a whisper as she asked, you already asked her. She didn't refuse, did she? Not outright, Naruto remarked in a resentful tone. She said I wasn't mature enough. That people didn't trust me. Her exact words. I tried to argue, and now I'm stuck on wall watch duty for a month. All I wanted was more autonomy, more freedom to grow, and this is how it turned out." He went on, his fists clenched. He paused, the weight of his admission evident in his voice, and said, "She expects me to get promoted through the Chunin exams. Basically, the council will decide. And Hinata, I've been told, indirectly, that a Jinchuriki could never become Hokage." But Gaara, he's the son of the fourth Kazekage, Naruto said. "They had to follow the lineage, Jinchuriki or not. I thought about him too, but it's different. You can't give up," Hinata cried, her voice shaking. "It's always been your dream, your drive. I'm sure you misunderstood Tsunade-sama." With a silent resolve, Naruto covered her hand with his own while looking into her eyes. "I don't want to believe it either," he replied. "But, how can you tolerate it?" Hinata gave a headshake. "Why you can't give up, Naruto? I believe in you, I always have." Naruto shrugged, a small, melancholy smile flickering at the corners of his lips. But there was a sense of sorrow all around him, as though he were carrying a burden he was unable to let go of. "I think a part of me always knew," he acknowledged. "Deep down, I've always felt that nobody would support me in reaching my goal. When she told me, it felt more like she was just saying what everyone else was already thinking." He averted his gaze and spoke softly. "And I acknowledged it." Hinata placed her head on his shoulder and leaned in. "So what now?" With a slow breath, Naruto tilted his head to rest on hers. He paused, his voice becoming more steady, and said, "I'll find another way. Becoming Hokage was just a means to an end, a way to earn people's approval. But now, I don't think I need everyone's approval. Not anymore. I just need time to figure out what's next." He took a small step back and met Hinata's eyes. "But Hinata, do me a favor. Don't give up, and don't change because of me. Otherwise, who would I look up to?" Hinata gave him a tight hug while speaking firmly and determinedly. "I promise. Take your time, Naruto. I believe in you." Wall watch was just as miserable as Naruto had anticipated. He waited for, while sitting on the wall's edge and gazing off into the distance. All right, nothing. He was just another body occupying a post, not even a sensor ninja. His resentment toward Tsunade increased as he continued to think about this unfair punishment. "You could always just take a nap," Kurama's deep, sluggish voice echoed in his head. "Trust me, it's very healthy." With a sigh, Naruto rubbed his eyes. He was envious of Kurama's easygoing lifestyle. If only he could sleep like the furball, curled up in a comfortable corner of his mindscape. However, his handler, a random Chunin who had obviously been dealt the short straw, made it his goal to make Naruto's experience as bad as possible. From the first time they had met, the man had been hostile, showing his contempt for the blonde in every gesture and word. Like a hawk watching a particularly annoying sparrow, the handler was more concerned with keeping an eye on Naruto's every move than with possible threats outside the wall. The shifts lasted at least 9 hours. Occasionally longer when the shinobi who was supposed to relieve him failed to show up or arrived late. The silence of the forest was broken abruptly by Kurama's question, "Have you thought about your vixen?" "My vixen?" Naruto blinked, startled. "Hinata," the fox explained, in a slightly humorous tone. A slight flush came over Naruto's cheeks, but he dismissed it. Leaning back and gazing up at the infinite sky, he said, "I don't know. It's kind of obvious now that I won't get recognized as a proper shinobi. How does someone even impress a clan as emotionally unstable as the Uchiha?" "Your princess might be the sanest person in this entire village," Kurama joked. "Her clan is ancient, her bloodline strong. It has remained largely untainted over the centuries." Curious, Naruto asked, "Ancient? Is there something I should know about?" "She's a descendant of Kagaya." Naruto straightened his posture. "Oh, but so am I, technically, right? Since I'm an Uzumaki." "Yes," said Kurama, but only distantly. "All humans share a common ancestor. You, however, didn't inherit much of her essence." Naruto scowled. "I guess I got your temper when I get mad, though." Kurama said, "Wrong," with a deep laugh that echoed in his voice. "That temper, all Kushina. When she got angry, her hair would fill with chakra and whip around like tendrils. Who do you think inspired that old toad sage to weaponize his hair techniques?" Naruto blinked. "You're kidding. My mom could do that." Kurama laughed once more. The fox snorted in contempt. "She was a terrifying kunoichi. Your spiky mess of hair, though, completely useless." Naruto chuckled. "What about my dad? I guess I didn't inherit much from him either. Destiny works in strange ways, Kurama remarked. You're using one of his signature techniques. The Rasengan was inspired by us and created by your father. He taught it to Jiraiya, who then passed it on to you. Naruto smiled with pride. It was understandable that even the legendary Jiraiya had been influenced by his parents. After hesitating, Kurama went on, his voice taking on an odd tone. Jiraiya also, tried to have a look when they were conceiving. Never mind. Forget I said anything. Naruto's eyes grew wide. What? He exclaimed. When they tried to do what? His handler said, you're talking to yourself again, freak, which startled him. With a sneer on his face, Naruto turned to see the Chunin standing behind him. With a tone full of contempt, the man went on, you know what? I don't even care. This is going straight to the Hokage. I don't know why she even bothers with a delinquent who can't take anything seriously. Naruto was left to simmer in silence as the man hurried away. Kurama let out a long sigh. I could kill him in less than a second. Though the idea had briefly lingered ominously in his own mind, Naruto shot back, you'd kill someone for being a moron. I'd kill him in response to his hate, Kurama stated coolly. I've lived for centuries. Hatred opposed by hatred eventually cancels itself out. Naruto scowled as his eyes became thoughtful. Humans clash, sure, but if they keep fighting long enough, they can start to understand each other. Kurama gave a low, resentful laugh. He left the thought unfinished as he trailed off, if that were true. Naruto completed the details on his own. He had previously stopped Gaara. In a different setting, they might have died in their battle. However, in Sasuke's instance, the silence was broken by Kurama's suggestion, leave a clone here, your handler won't even notice the difference. Naruto raised an eyebrow and said, and go do what, exactly? Anything but this. A tiny smile began to appear on Naruto's face as he thought about it. Fair enough. My clone can report back if something actually happens, assuming it does. A clone replaced him on the wall, puffing smoke and sealing with a practiced seal. Finally free to do something meaningful, the real Naruto disappeared into the forest. After several minutes, Naruto was lost in the tranquil area of the Nara clan's forest. The quiet hum of life and the gentle rustle of leaves around him stood in sharp contrast to the chaos inside his head. He saw some deer grazing close by, moving with grace but caution. They looked at him warily and appeared tense. Naruto, observing a particularly twitchy doe, inquired, "Did they sense you?" "They might," Kurama answered in a deep, humorous voice. "Animals are more perceptive than humans. They can feel my presence." With a sigh, Naruto kicked a loose pebble into the brush. Gaining strength seemed more and more unattainable. His resolve seemed to erode with every day that went by, making him feel weaker and more powerless. How did people even manage to get strong in the past? Before there were schools or ninja academies. Kurama remarked, they practiced. They thought. They imagined, in an almost nostalgic tone. The second Hokage is a perfect example. He developed countless techniques, many of which are still considered groundbreaking today. His research ran so deep that most of it was sealed away in a scroll you're quite familiar with. Naruto stopped by a river, the soft flow reflecting the undercurrent of his thoughts. Darker thoughts crossed his mind, self-serving but not without good intentions. His voice was hardly audible above a whisper as he abruptly asked, "Do you think I could bring back my parents?" Orochimaru's technique, it was in that scroll. I remember it, I just didn't pay much attention back then. Why would I care? Pivoted Kurama. Are you scared to meet them? Naruto said, terrified, with his shoulders hunched. But at the same time, I feel like I don't really need to. They sound like amazing people, strong people. I wish I could have learned from them. Kurama moved around inside the seal. Straightforwardly, your self-pity is grating, he said. If you're so frustrated, why don't you do something about it? Actually train. I would, Naruto angrily replied, if I knew where to start. The fox rose inside the seal, his enormous body moving in thought. Even though he took pride in his independence, he was tempted to lend a helping hand, for personal gain, of course. But he needed reassurance. If I offer to share my power with you. Naruto's eyes widened as he froze in mid-step. Was Kurama really advocating for collaboration? Focus, snarled the fox. I'm willing to share my power, but only to fight the Akatsuki. Nothing else. Naruto contemplated the offer as he turned toward the riverbank. That's more than fair, he concluded. What do you want in return? Kurama's tone was measured and cautious as he said, "This isn't just a deal, brat. If we're to work together, certain steps are necessary. You'll need the key to your seal." He had been regarded with varied degrees of fear and hatred by his previous hosts. Kushina had been seen as a burden, Mito as a beast. Naruto. He had not yet made up his mind. Naruto closed his eyes and took a seat by the water's edge. He didn't want anyone to overhear and misinterpret what he was saying, so this conversation needed privacy. He stated, "Jiraiya will never give me the key," in a steady voice. "He probably thinks like Tsunade, that I'm not responsible enough." As Kurama noted, Jiraiya isn't the only one with access to it. The toads hold a blood pact with your father. The scroll toad you saw that night is in their realm, protected. You could convince their leader to order it be given to you. Naruto paused, doubtful, and if I had the key, he thought, our chakra could flow together instead of clashing. You really think I could convince them? The simple statement, "You'd be claiming your birthright," came from Kurama. Still suspicious, Naruto arched an eyebrow. Kurama continued, "Look, just tell them you know about your father," in an impatient tone. "You won't even need to elaborate." Naruto gave this some serious thought. Then, silently, he closed his eyes, entered his mindscape, and passed through the seal's gates. Kurama tensed, instincts urging him to take action, to take advantage of the chance to knock the boy out. However, he was held back by a delicate trust that he was unwilling to betray. With a determined look on his face, Naruto stood in front of the enormous fox. His words were, "I agree to your plan, but we need ground rules. If I get the key and unlock the seal, I want us to train seriously. Together. As you requested, I'll only use your power against the Akatsuki." Kurama listened and nodded slowly. "And if I fail to protect us," Naruto said in a lower voice, "I want you to escape. Leave the seal, survive." Kurama scowled. "You realize that would kill you." Naruto said, "I know," with a fixed gaze. "But if it comes to that, I'd already be dead. You're a giant fox. You could cross an entire country in an hour if you wanted to. They'd never catch you." Though Kurama hesitated, the reasoning was sound. Death itself was not the only thing he feared. "Then I have one more condition," he muttered. "And you won't like it." "Go on." "The Sharingan is my bane," Kurama acknowledged. "There are only 3 people who can use it to subdue me. Itachi Uchiha, the one who orchestrated my last release, assuming he's still alive, and you want me to kill Sasuke," Naruto concluded in a flat tone. "If you encounter him again," said Kurama, "I'll grant you access to my power. But you must end him. It's the only way to ensure the Akatsuki can't enslave me." Naruto shut his eyes and remained silent for a considerable amount of time. Kurama pressed, "You still plan to keep your promise to him?" At last, Naruto said, "No," letting out a hollow laugh. "I'm done trying to win people's hearts. Honestly, I think Sasuke only left me alive back then because he thought he'd already killed me." He raised his arms. "I had a hole in my body, remember? You're the one who filled it." The boy threw his fist in the fox's direction. After giving him a long look, Kurama lifted his enormous paw and lightly tapped Naruto's hand. "The loud brat who wanted to become Hokage has come a long way," Kurama growled. Naruto gave a small smile. "And he's not done yet." In order to escape the monotony of punishment detail, Naruto left a shadow clone on watch duty the following day. It had been absurdly simple to sneak into the academy's library. All it took was a quick trick and a hinge transformation to get a scroll on summoning seals. Eager to try new things, he withdrew to a remote training area with his prize in hand. As Naruto unfolded the scroll and looked through its contents, he muttered, "Couldn't they have made a specific chapter on reverse summoning? Unless you've forgotten, this scroll wasn't meant for Genin, or even Chunin. That's why it's not lying around in plain sight. It's also the reason you stole it," Kurama joked. "A good performance, by the way." Naruto blinked. "Was that a compliment from you? I should check for genjutsu." "Don't get used to it, brat. I enjoy winning, and you're my Jinchuriki. I expect nothing less than total domination. Now, how's that reverse summoning attempt going?" Whispering, "Space-time travel isn't exactly on page 1, Naruto examined a specific seal formation. He made the series of signs without thinking. "But if this setup sends you one way..." Naruto disappeared from the training area before he had a chance to question his actions. He reappeared in midair, landing gently on something green and enormous. As he prodded the spongy surface, he muttered, "Huh, giant lily pad. Kurama let out a sigh. Congratulations on figuring out reverse summoning. But next time, don't perform a dangerous technique without paying attention to your hands. Counterpoint, Naruto responded, you didn't stop me, so you weren't paying attention either. The fox didn't say anything, probably because it was stubborn. Good, Naruto grinned. Next step is to find the boss summon, right? Kurama yelled, do not call their elder that. The toads don't have a leader, in the traditional sense. Their elder is more of a prophet, an ancient being who even aided the sage of six paths. He's older than I am. Naruto's mouth fell open. What? How has he lived that long? That was, like, a millennium ago. Now completely awake, the blonde scrambled off the lily pad. In the distance, he saw a number of strange buildings clinging to the mountainside. That's what natural chakra does, Kurama clarified. Toads and other animal summons manipulate it as humans mold their inner chakra. Naruto leapt onto solid ground and moved in the direction of the far-off buildings. Wait, go back to the natural chakra thing. What is it exactly? My chakra isn't natural. Kurama hesitated, trying to think of a comparison the boy could relate to. More like, pick up a rock. Naruto picked up a stone nearby. Okay, now what? That's your chakra. You give it direct commands, and it manifests. Naruto scowled. Not getting it. Fine, huffed Kurama. Picture this. You buy noodles, you cook them, you add other ingredients, and then you get ramen. That's your chakra. Naruto considered it, his eyes narrowing. So, my chakra is artificial. My body has to process it, cook it, basically. And when I mold it, it's like turning fruit into jelly. It loses flavor and nutrients, so I need sugar or something else to make it work. Kurama said, close enough, with a hint of approval in his voice. Natural chakra is the third element. You already have physical and mental energy, but nature acts as a catalyst. Your comparison isn't far off. However, he paused. Let me guess, said Naruto. If I screw up, it'll destroy me. Kurama gave a dark laugh. Correct. Imagine making caramel. You need just the right amount of heat. Too little, and the sugar won't melt. Too much, and it burns. If you can't keep the balance when drawing on natural chakra, it'll overwhelm your body and tear it apart. The mental image made Naruto wince. Yikes. So, where does your chakra fit into all this? Somewhere in the middle, Kurama acknowledged. Even I can't say for sure. My chakra is compatible with all kinds, but only if my will aligns with the user's. Introspectively, Naruto hummed. Still, sounds like something worth learning. If it's that powerful. I agree, but take one step at a time, brat, Kurama snarled. First, focus on meeting the Toad Elder. As he got closer to a steep staircase carved into the mountainside, Naruto nodded. Now he was close. He would try to aim his reverse summoning a bit more precisely the next time, but for now, he was just happy he had succeeded at all. The fact that Naruto was the only person walking among frogs, toads, and even tadpoles felt odd, but the amphibians didn't appear to mind. I'm tempted to move here, he remarked, and looked around. The fox complained, you don't seem like the type of person who'd be attracted to frogs. Keep in mind, you didn't find your affinity naturally, Jiraiya made you sign the contract. You didn't even read the fine print, while Naruto looked for familiar faces. Ignoring Kurama's tirade about how dangerous Naruto was to himself, Naruto shot back, and you did. Rather, he went up to a big toad that was carrying a trident. Hey, I'm Naruto Uzumaki. I signed your summoning contract, and I'm looking for your elder. The toad held out its hand for Naruto to shake, but it was much too big. Oh, you must be the kid who traveled with Jiraiya. Welcome to our valley. We get some visitors from time to time, mostly lost travelers, but we weren't expecting one of our contractors. It said, the name's Gameiken. I train the younger toads. I wish I'd heard more about you all. I never got the chance to talk with Gamabunta or the others, Naruto said with a grin. Ha ha ha, you must be our least active summoner. Some of us even wonder why you signed the contract in the first place. I didn't know I was signing a summoning contract back then. Gameiken appeared surprised. You aren't here to nullify your contract, are you? Naruto gave himself a head rub. No, that's a thing. Gameiken lifted his weapon and gestured to a bigger building perched on a cliff, saying, well, yes, it is possible. Though I can't recall it ever happening. But since you were looking for the elder, I assumed it was related to your contract. The elder lives there. I'll escort you. Thank you, Gameken. Naruto recalled to inquire about reverse summoning as they were walking. It was my first attempt, and I ended up a couple of kilometers away from the village. Isn't there a more precise way? They arrived at the top, and Naruto experienced an unearthly awareness, as if every breath was bringing something alien inside him. Nah, it's just about how attuned you are. For a first-timer, you're pretty lucky. If I remember correctly, Jiraiya ended up in the swamp to the south. Bunta almost swallowed him by mistake, ha ha ha. Poor Jiraiya arrived right in the middle of a fight against a snake. They live under a mountain further down south. Oh, if you feel funny, that's because of the oil fountain nearby. It concentrates natural chakra, but you probably don't know what that is. I've been briefed about it, actually. And no worries, I won't go diving in there. Haha, quite right, you wouldn't want to get turned into stone, right? Gameken said as he entered the temple, leaving Naruto in disbelief. Kurama gave his host a chakra shock. Wake up, you can worry about the aftereffects later. Naruto grumbled, you didn't tell me about it. Over his shoulder. It's different for everyone, and it depends on their affinity. You could burst into flames or liquefy, for all I know, and don't you dare complain that I wasn't more specific. At that moment, Naruto's attention was primarily on the interior of the temple. It appeared old, perhaps older than Konoha itself, but not as old as some of the village's buildings, which were likely even older than the third Hokage. I don't mean to be rude, but how is the elder? Gamamaru is our patriarch. I don't think he even knows his own age anymore, but according to Fukasaku-sama and Shima-sama, our two elders, he's over a millennium old. Gameken paused for a moment. He witnessed the birth of the shinobi world and has been obsessed with visions for centuries. He dreams of someone who will one day end this system, a world of peace. Personally, I don't think such a world is possible, and if it does happen, it won't last. First, he picked Jiraiya, then he picked Minato, and neither of them achieved his vision. Naruto raised his gaze to the warrior toad. Who is Minato? Another toad summoner. I don't think Jiraiya mentioned them at all, though, I saw their name on the contract. They were right before me. Gameken gasped and gazed at the young shinobi before laughing uncontrollably. Ha ha ha, you have such a stoic composure, kid, I almost believed you. However, Naruto was not amused, and the toad soon recognized that this was true perplexity. Seriously, you don't know about Minato Namikaze. The yellow flash. Naruto recognized Minato right away thanks to the title. The fourth Hokage was a toad summoner. No way. Yes way, the toad exclaimed, giving Naruto a back slap that almost knocked him to the ground. How come you don't know about your late Hokage? Well, I'll let you know. However, Gameken brought up an intriguing point. The village barely spoke of the Yondaime. Naruto didn't know anything about him unless someone mentioned his involvement in the conflict or his battle against Kurama. It appeared to be a taboo topic. Since nearly everything about Kurama, or himself, for that matter, had been kept secret from him since birth, that wouldn't be shocking. Nay, never mind, I just haven't learned much about him. I guess it's still a sensitive subject in the village. He was the summoner before me. Then Jiraiya also made him sign the contract. Yes, I'm starting to believe he has a thing for people with blonde hair. You look almost like him, spiky, flashy, just a bit shorter, though. Your face is less sharp, and you have those whisker marks on your cheeks. That's odd. Let's continue. Gameken looked uneasy. Say, Jiraiya didn't actually make me sign the contract just because I look a lot like the Yondaime, right? He did push me down into a chasm right after I did, though. I literally met him by accident. I'm going to assume that he was close to public baths, Naruto shrugged. Because of course, he would. Jiraiya is special. I'm not sure what Gamamaru told him, but the rumor is that it's related to his books. As for Minato, I can't even imagine. The kid wasn't born into a clan. He fought his way to the position of Hokage with hard work, and it paid off. Naruto wanted to avoid giving it too much thought. He was discovering things that adults had concealed from him once more. How should I address Gamamaru? No worries, he likes it when people act natural, just don't be too loud or too quick. He isn't senile, but, well, you can imagine what centuries can do to someone. I'll be standing by the door if you want to keep things private. The warrior toad saluted and motioned for Naruto to enter the great hall. That would be great. Thank you, Gameken. He discovered a massive toad dozing off on a stone chair inside. Kurama, should I wake him up? Chances are he might not wake up at all, the fox sneered. Naruto paused. He approached the older toad and called out, unsure of how to proceed. The ancient creature woke up from its slumber and glanced down at the human. Gamamaru, can you wake up? I'm Naruto Uzumaki. I need your help. Oh, Minato, does this mean I've finally reached the great beyond? Ah, it's so good to see you again, my boy. Naruto was grinning. I might even be able to meet again with some very old friends. Oh, how time has passed since the parasitic tree. The Uzumaki clarified, you are mistaken. You are still alive, and I'm not Minato. I am Naruto. I apologize, my eyesight isn't what it used to be, and it takes hours for me to wake up properly. I had such a nice dream. I saw a young girl dancing upon a lake. She was like the rabbit goddess, but her soul was filled with love and hope. A very nice dream, yes. Kurama, are you sure this is the right toad? I wish it wasn't. You have his attention, keep going. Naruto inhaled deeply. The toad abruptly moved, straightening up and glancing down at the young human. I know about my father, and I want the key to the seal that holds the nine-tailed fox inside me. I know that Jinchuriki like me are being hunted down. These people searching for the Bijus have to be stopped. There's no shortcut to power, yet I realize I'm clearly not ready to fight against them. I need guidance. The elder gave a faint smile. The blonde did not have all the pieces of the puzzle. I'm surprised, it's a good surprise, really. So you learned the truth and came to claim your heritage. He nodded despite the fact that lying felt bad. They needed to stick to their plan. Gamamaru clapped his hands together and said, I must trust you. You're an adult now, and it was never our role to decide your fate. Garotora. A tiny toad with rings around its stomach materialized immediately after the elder's call. Both the blonde and the small toad recognized Naruto as they looked around. When it said, oh, this sounds like bad news. The elder said, Garotora, don't be so negative. The time has come. Jiraiya said something very similar, and they almost died the very moment they tried to tamper with the seal, Garotora said. Well, it's not your place to refuse. Naruto came here to claim the key. None of us has the right to prevent him from doing so, the older man said quietly. Garotora, please, I hate having to patronize people. Show him. A very large scroll emerged from the toad's body as it reluctantly extended itself. Your father had prepared a new seal in case the one made for Kushina weakened. He never expected to use it this way. Naruto's eyes swept over the scroll. The structure made sense, and the more he studied it, the more he appreciated his father's craftsmanship, even though he knew very little about seals. It was an artistic creation. He saw no faults. He finally came to a stop in a square. Gamamaru gently said, I think you know what to do. Blood, concluded Naruto. He reached into his pouch for a kunai, cut his palm, and then covered the container with his hand. The key's writings shifted from Garotora's skin to Naruto's body as he did so. He felt as though something had filled a void inside of him, even though the experience was awkward. The key has been collected. I pray it will help you accomplish your destiny. Gamamaru-sama, I won't disappoint. I promise. The elder clapped his hands together once more, reprimanding Garotora. Naruto, I appreciate your devotion, but beware it doesn't shackle you. Let the flow of the world guide you. Shape your own destiny. I entrusted a lot to Jiraiya and Minato. You carry their legacy. Let this flame glow ever brighter. Now, if you don't mind, I'll go back to sleep. I wonder if I can catch that dream again. Naruto had no choice but to leave the temple since the elder was now sound asleep. Gameken prepared to take him back. He saw how late it was when he was outside. I have to return to Konoha now, or else I'll get in trouble. Fortunately, no one noticed his clone. Even his handler was unable to identify him after a full day of observation. Naruto was nearly impressed after he vanquished the clone. For whatever reason, they returned 8 times to scold him, but Kami was only able to laugh it off. They must be as bored as I am. Naruto didn't need to be told to do anything. For once, he felt like he had accomplished something worthwhile. He made his way back to his home. The streets of the Toad Village were not like those of Konoha. It felt hundreds of times more active than the usual animosity. You humans can't stand still. You're always so alive. Perhaps that's why you lack awareness. You never take the time to look around you. Not everyone is like that, added Naruto. Take Shikamaru, for example. He likes to spend hours laying down, watching the clouds, though I guess his mind is much more active than it seems. Kurama pondered what each of them might be looking for in this world of war and strife. Nature stands still, but humans do not. They move, they think, they build, they destroy. Naruto obeyed, already ready for what was about to happen. Make a detour by the cliff. We need to talk. Naruto made the decision to see if he understood everything after leaving the populated areas. So, my dad was a cage. I guess I didn't reach his expectations. Kurama let out a sigh and glanced up at his sealed cage's darkness. He would be proud anyway. Unlike a certain someone, you weren't bothered by perfection, and you aren't a complete idiot. Naruto stopped and looked down at the village for a moment. One by one, the streetlights flickered on. You aren't as bad as everyone says you are either. What about my mother? Stubborn as I am, I guess. Unbearable, and yet I could only admire her determination. All the times some idiots angered her, ha ha ha, she was fierce. Kushina would return their insults and injuries 100 times over. He kicked a pebble on the path and said, people kept me in the dark for years, or maybe they assumed I knew. Unless, I have to blame the elders again. They meant to do their job, anyway. At your expense, noted the fox. Should I hate them? I guess that's only fair. I could embrace my pain and be done with it, but I feel like I wouldn't really be whole. Now that I think about it, it would be funny if my parents were still alive, and I never got to live with you. I'd probably be a spoiled brat. And I'd still be full of hate, Kurama acknowledged. Naruto nodded, leaned against a tree, and entered his mindscape. But don't you dare think it's all gone. I guess we can skip the big reveal about your origins. I expected you might figure it out, but there are more pressing matters. I have the key. Should I open the seal now? No. Now that freedom was within reach, the blonde didn't think the fox would refuse it. I changed my mind. I need you to prove to me that you are worthy. I thought you agreed to give me a boost only against members of the Akatsuki. What's this all about now? The great fox turned to face the Uzumaki on the other side of the gate and said, you will open the seal only when you believe you are ready to face me. I am a mass of chakra and emotions. To share our power means to share our thoughts. It will take a toll on your mind. It isn't without risk. I could consume your spirit against my will. Naruto could barely control his annoyance as he said, you want us to fight, you even expect me to defeat you. Assuming I even managed to reach that level, what would be the point of fighting against the Akatsuki if I don't need your power? In response, Kurama said, I never said you wouldn't need it, but the reality is that even I could be left defenseless in certain situations. Besides, you wouldn't have to fear opening the seal. Naruto said, I am not scared, without hesitation. Then are you ready to face me? He asked, but his self-assurance soon wavered. Both people regained consciousness after saying, I thought so. Go rest. We can talk about the next step later. For a while, Naruto stood on the precipice, considering Kurama's challenge. He might as well be as strong as his father if he could defeat him. With the thought ingrained in his mind, Naruto got to his feet, stretched, and gazed up at the orange horizon the sun had left behind. I will make you proud. Believe it. Although Hinata frequently wished she could just discard the inaccurate or pointless documents, she neither liked nor disliked paperwork. If only people could simplify her work a bit. Positively, they were able to spend a lot more time together because she didn't have to go on missions and Naruto was also staying in the village. It was mostly in the evenings. At the wall, Naruto was having a difficult time. Tsunade consistently refused to talk to him despite her insistence. Hinata was unable to support Naruto's strategy because no one should have to put up with such treatment. She had personal experience and knew that better than most. Naruto appeared one day without his typical orange jumpsuit. Rather, he wore black pants and a long black jacket with an orange spiral. I thought it was about time I found proper clothes, he declared. I woke up one night, stared at myself in the mirror, and saw Lee. Hinata was forced to concur. He looked fantastic. A week or so after they had formally begun. Well, the word, dating, was appropriate. Hinata had the guts to ask Naruto to join her family for dinner one evening during one of their private dinners at Ichiraku. Naruto paused. He questioned whether the moment was appropriate. Hinata retorted that it would be easier for him to make a good impression if he introduced himself to her clan sooner. He was most concerned about that final point. He had never had the opportunity to make an impression, much less a positive one. Hinata was the closest thing he knew to nobility, though he didn't want to assume anything about her clan. How could I, A clanless orphan, be worthy of a princess? He couldn't figure out the answer, or maybe there wasn't one. I don't want them to hurt you. I am not afraid of my own clan, she firmly declared. Not anymore. And if they cannot accept you, then so be it. I am an adult now. They cannot decide my fate. Would you at least try? A small smile flickered across Naruto's lips. He pushed it aside and placed his chopsticks back in his bowl. I can't tell you no. You wouldn't accept that as an answer anyway. Say, are you free tomorrow? Tomorrow night, of course. There was a playful look on his face as he said, no, I meant the whole day. Naruto was meant to be on watch duty early in the morning until the sun was halfway across the horizon, but Hinata didn't understand. He questioned, can you keep a secret? The Hyuga chuckled. She could, of course. The act of disclosing private information was exciting. The only thing Hinata regretted was that if Tsunade found out about Naruto's deceit, he might end up in trouble. The wall was guarded by a single clone, but it could be destroyed at any time with a powerful blow. It would still cause suspicion, particularly in Naruto's case, even if its memory alerted the original. Nevertheless, she tried her hardest to have faith in him. A clone? Nah, just a substitution, he reiterated his justification. Though it was plausible enough, Hinata couldn't help but wonder what he would use in its place. To the best of her knowledge, such an accomplishment was unprecedented. Naruto claims that he had been using this trick for a whole week and that nobody had noticed. The Hyuga heiress trusted him in that regard. She was invited to join Naruto, who said he was training. She must have misheard him tell her to bring some human food and a change of clothes, but he did not specify what he was training for or where. Hinata made a little bag as he instructed. She only packed what the blonde had requested. She discovered Naruto waiting for her in a remote area of the Nara clan's forest after leaving her clan's district early in the morning. Naruto took her by the wrists and drew her in before she could tell him that she was trespassing on clan property. We're taking a shortcut to the actual training place, he explained. Hinata was taken to a vast field of enormous flowers following a brief series of hand signals. They appeared to have been teleported by Naruto. The blonde was standing close by, smeared with pollen. I'm sorry, he said, scratching his head. He extended a hand and assisted her in standing up, saying, it's still hard to get the mindset right. Something about not being fully attuned to the place yet. Welcome to Mount Myoboku, home of the Toad Summons. It was a surreal place. Hinata repeatedly used her Byakugan to check for genjutsu, but she was unable to find any evidence of deceit. But what she did see were powerful clouds of concentrated chakra. Chakra was typically invisible unless it was concentrated in a body or weapon. She questioned, how is that possible? Natural chakra, Naruto clarified. He went into more detail as they strolled together. Originally, he had come here to get his seal key. He had begun training to become an expert in senjutsu, the practice of controlling natural chakra, after coming to an understanding with the Nine Tails. Two of his relatives, whom the older Toad had introduced to him, had been mentoring him for the previous 7 days. I thought you might be interested in working with natural chakra, he replied. Your control is already perfect. It should be a walk in the park for you. Curious, Hinata questioned, but isn't this training reserved for Toad summoners like you? I don't think so, and even if they refuse, nothing's stopping me from teaching you. They reached a smaller home close to the temple. Naruto rapped on the door. Fukasaku-sensei, Shima-san, it's me, Naruto, and I brought a friend. An old female toad emerged from the tiny door, which creaked open. Ah, Naruto, my husband was worried you'd run into trouble on your way here. Shima gasped. Before noticing Hinata, she cupped Naruto's face in her hands and gave him a brief hug. Oh, you brought a friend. Please, come in and introduce her to us. Shima guided them inside. There are some leftovers from breakfast. Help yourselves, she said in a friendly manner. Naruto frantically motioned to Hinata to stay away from the food as Shima turned away. The sight of raw insects arranged as if they were a delicacy in the living room was rather shocking. Shima said her husband would be back soon and invited them to sit at the table. Hinata paused. She reached for a skewer of oversized larvae dried in flour because she had been taught that it was impolite to refuse food as a guest. She took a tiny bite, chewed thoughtfully, and swallowed. She uttered the words, it tastes like pork, with genuine surprise. It was an odd flavor, but it wasn't bad. In fact, she might even say she liked it. With delight, Shima clapped her hands. Ah, see, Naruto, You've just got to try it. Your friend here is much more well-mannered than you. As Naruto looked dejectedly at his bowl of worms, Hinata smiled sympathetically at him. He started to eat, but reluctantly. Shima excused herself and walked out of the room to see how her husband was doing. Naruto fell to the ground as soon as she was gone. I do not want to eat insects. Please, never again, he murmured. Hinata made the observation, you didn't have to finish the whole bowl. Her eyes strayed to a roasted cricket on the table and she said, but I'm very proud of you for respecting Shima's hospitality. She smiled playfully as she picked it up and gave it to Naruto. Naruto sprang to his feet and begged for forgiveness, saying, surely, you'll have another bite. About 30 minutes later, Fukasaku came back with Shima. I apologize, said the old bearded toad. He started to say, Gamamaru-sama had a vision yesterday. Something about a rabbit princess, but stopped when he saw Naruto's friend. He appeared to have seen a ghost for a brief moment. Shima gave him a hard elbow nudge. Stop daydreaming. Naruto brought a guest. Let's not bore them with our elders' dreams. Lunch is getting cold because of you. A tiny smile tugged at Hinata's lips as she observed the two toads arguing. She pondered whether, as they grew older, she and Naruto might start to resemble them. There was a degree of familiarity that Hinata had never thought she and Naruto could share, but the two toads didn't appear to dislike one another. In fact, the opposite was true. As the elders carried on their back and forth, Hinata and Naruto looked at each other and had their own private conversation. The kind of unspoken understanding that naturally existed between them was almost innocent. In a way, Hinata wished things could remain this way indefinitely, uncomplicated and leisurely. However, a part of her yearned to proceed, to delve deeper into their relationship's uncharted territory. She was afraid of that longing, and it hurt to acknowledge the doubts she had, even to herself. Naruto cleared his throat and spoke after the elderly couple had finally finished arguing. Fukasaku-sensei, I was wondering if you'd let Hinata join me in my senjutsu training. Shima raised his eyebrows in surprise, but Fukasaku just nodded while thoughtfully caressing his beard. There's no need for convincing, he declared. You're a toad summoner, Naruto. If you believe your friend can be trusted with our arts, then I see no reason to deny your request. The old toad agreed so easily that even Naruto appeared dubious. The answer seemed strangely lacking in genuine explanation, as if Fukasaku had more considerations than he disclosed. Nevertheless, Hinata experienced a rush of excitement and relief. Above all, she was thankful to spend this time with Naruto and happy to be included. They followed Fukasaku to the toad oil fountain by the temple. He asked Naruto to perform a demonstration after a series of clear warnings about the perils of senjutsu. The Uzumaki approached the fountain and dabbed his arm with a tiny bit of the oil. Naruto clarified, this oil works like a focus for natural chakra. It helps you figure out what you're looking for. As they observed, Naruto's arm started to slightly lengthen, with red fur covering its surface. His claws formed as his fingernails grew longer, giving him distinctly fox-like features. Personally, he continued, I like to think it's like eating bread. You can enjoy it endlessly without knowing how it's made, but the moment you start wondering about the process, you'll get lost. With concern in her voice, Hinata questioned, is it painful? Naruto reassured her, I wouldn't say that, just uncomfortable. This small amount of oil isn't enough to cross into any danger zone. Naruto volunteered to smear Hinata's arm with the oil. For the training, she had taken off her coat because she preferred the freedom of bare sleeves. She sensed an alien chakra entering her body and blending with her own as soon as the oil touched her skin. Her arm was covered with a soft layer of white fur. Her fingertips sharpened, but her nails did not grow longer like Naruto's did. Startled by the weight she now perceived, Hinata touched her forehead and asked, horns. Her heart skipped a beat as her fingers touched something unfamiliar. These horns felt like an extension of who she was, they weren't merely outgrowths. She said, I need to see, and went to the fountain's edge to look into the water. She was startled by her reflection. The horns were clearly visible on her forehead, and her already pale skin had turned completely white. It was a disconcerting sight. Given the 9 tails encased in him, Naruto's transformation into a fox made sense, but what about her? She was attuned to what kind of creature? It goes away, right? She questioned anxiously. Of course it does, Naruto shot back. Believe me, this isn't the first time I've done this. And, you look cute with those. Hinata's chest began to warm up quickly. She would have fainted when she heard those words years ago. She may have blushed more recently and excused herself to cover up her shame. However, the surreal aspect of her metamorphosis now overshadowed the emotions, making them seem distant. Hinata, Fukasaku cut them off, clapping his hands to get their attention. You can work on your relationship later, young people, he said. Now that you've been introduced to natural chakra, we'll start with the basics. First lesson. The art of not moving. Hinata was a natural at meditation. She had a big advantage because of her almost flawless chakra control. Fukasaku had to constantly watch over Naruto, but Hinata soon caught up. By the end of the day, she was able to sustain a steady flow of natural chakra in her body, having only lost control 3 times during the entire session. Most of her bestial features faded as her control improved. To her relief, the fur vanished, but the white skin and horns persisted. When she asked Fukasaku if this was typical, the elderly toad reassured her that she wasn't taking in too much natural chakra. Hinata still wished that her metamorphosis had been as straightforward as Naruto's, with only a little coloration around his eyes. Hinata proposed ending the day's session as the temperature dropped and the sky grew darker. Both of you did great, Fukasaku said. Naruto, you're improving. With your chakra reserves, fine control will be the hardest part. And Hinata, you have the potential to become a master if you continue on this path. Naruto teleported them back to Konoha after talking about the plans for the following day. Hinata recommended that they treat themselves to ramen at Ichiraku since she wasn't supposed to eat dinner with her family. She kept thinking about Fukasaku's earlier cautions about the difficulties of fine control, but once her training advanced, she was excited to put natural chakra to use. Naruto remarked, "You're amazing, Hinata," while they were eating. "It took me a week to get to where I'm barely stable, and you caught up in just a few hours. I can't wait for us to move on to the practical part." Hinata grinned at his zeal. "I'll have to ask my father for permission to clear my schedule tomorrow. But if we're going to extend our training, I'll need to explain what we're doing. He'll expect results." She paused. "It's getting late. I should head home." Naruto dismissed her worries. "Nothing to worry about. I already dispelled my clone and checked its memories, nothing to report today. On that front, nobody's going to bother us." But Hinata's uneasiness persisted. She reached into her pocket to pay Ryo, but Naruto was faster. "My treat," he said with a smile. "You shouldn't." Hinata chose not to dispute Naruto's payment, saying, "Well, I want to. Isn't that what matters?" Hinata was both excited and nervous as they parted ways. There was hope for tomorrow, but there was also uncertainty. As soon as Hinata got back to the Hyuga clan home, her father called for her. There had been notice of her absence. Fortunately, neither the Anbu nor the village as a whole had been alerted to her disappearance. She was escorted by a servant to Hiyashi, who was sitting in his study and appeared exhausted. Maybe he'd sparred with Neji earlier, or maybe there had been a clan meeting. "Hinata," he said in a firm yet even voice. "You were gone the entire day. No one could account for your whereabouts. In fact, I had reason to believe you might have left the village. I chose not to bother the Hokage by dispatching Anbu, but, just where have you been?" Hinata sucked in a calming breath. She was aware that she had to be truthful. It would only be easier to deal with his disappointment later. "I was with Naruto Uzumaki," she acknowledged. "We were training together outside the village to avoid distractions." Hiyashi's face was still unreadable. He pondered her explanation for a moment. "And yet, you told no one," he said at last. "I wasn't aware myself that Naruto intended to leave the village," she responded. "But it was necessary. He took us to Mount Myoboku, the home of the Toad Summons. He's been training there to master the art of senjutsu." Hinata described what she and Naruto had been doing as she spoke. Hiyashi motioned for her to accompany him to his office so they could have a private conversation, and the conversation continued. When she was done describing her day, she said, "We returned about an hour ago." Hiyashi gave a contemplative nod. "And what did you do after returning to the village?" "I ate with Naruto. He treated me to dinner at a ramen stand called Ichiraku. It's a small place, but it offers privacy." Hiyashi arched an eyebrow at the words she used. "Privacy, you say?" As if she hadn't noticed the hint in his tone, Hinata went on. "We discussed tomorrow's schedule. Speaking of which, I'd like to request your permission to continue my training." The Hyuga clan leader closely examined his daughter. Hinata prepared herself, hoping he wouldn't flatly reject her request. He said slowly, "Hinata, are you thinking about staying in the shinobi ranks?" Hinata gave a headshake. She clenched her fists at her sides, but her father was unable to see it. No, I want to work in the council, I truly enjoy it. But it's clear I lack the power that comes with the position. Even you must admit there are certain standards I must meet. I need to prove my worth, especially to our clan. Tell me honestly, father, am I ready as I stand now? Hiashi averted his gaze and remained silent for a while. He bore the burden of being both father and clan leader, and Hinata knew why. When her time came, she hoped to be different because the balance was delicate. At last, he said something. Hiashi stood up and walked to sit next to her on her side of the table, his eyes briefly resting on the chair he had just left. I haven't heard you stutter since you walked into this house. In fact, even during council meetings, I can't recall a single instance. You're beginning to sound like your mother. I should apologize, but it wouldn't fix anything, he said in a somber tone. I used to think that separating us would motivate you to get closer and find the will you lacked. You were imprisoned in an invisible shell, and my attempts to break it only made things worse. However, I was foolish and was taken aback by a surprising development. You looked up to Naruto of all people. At first, I hesitated. I was afraid he would pull you down. However, he went on to defeat Neji. He was able to level the playing field and win the battle whether or not he used the Nine Tails chakra. As she listened in silence, Hinata's mind drifted back to that fateful day, regretting that she had been unable to witness Naruto's battle with Neji. At the time, Neji had almost killed her, and the months that followed were a haze of suffering and recuperation, and she vowed never to be in such a desperate situation again. She acknowledged, I couldn't follow Naruto's path, nor did I want to, but when I saw what he accomplished, I thought, if he could do it, then surely I wasn't as weak as everyone believed. Naruto is a good man, father. And he's not stupid, despite what some might think. Conversely, he is wise in his own right. Hinata thought Hiyashi's faint smile was tinged with sadness. Do you care for that boy? If I did, would you give him a chance? Hinata asked, meeting his gaze. I've always trusted your judgment, but I may not think you're ready to become matriarch, Hiyashi said after a pause. Naruto will get his chance if you think he can make you whole. You are welcome to keep training with him. Before she had a chance to think, Hinata threw her arms around her father and, to her delight, felt his hands lightly rest on her back, a rare act of affection, giving her a brief sense of genuine understanding and support. So, you spoke with your father, huh? As he processed the information, Naruto scratched the back of his head and said, he's okay with giving me a chance to prove I'm not the village idiot. And I'm invited to dinner tonight. His voice wavered slightly, revealing the nerves he was trying to hide. I don't even own a kimono. That's already being taken care of, Hinata said with a faint smile, anticipating his response and displaying a hint of pride. With a look of surprise and bewilderment, Naruto cocked his head and said, taken care of. How? I went to Tenten's family shop before meeting you, she said. I told them it was urgent, so they agreed to help immediately. Wait a second, Naruto said, raising an eyebrow with furrowed brows. They sell ninja weapons and tools, don't they? How does that relate to clothing? I asked them to make a special haori to wear over your new jacket, Hinata said with a light, comforting laugh. Glancing at Naruto's typical bright clothing, she added sharply, it'll be red, not orange. And, she paused, her cheeks flushed. I also requested that they add your clan's sigil to the back. Before he could finish speaking, Naruto opened his mouth a little and blinked in surprise. The Uzumaki spiral, do you know about it? It's part of Konoha's history, Hinata said in a calm but passionate tone. I have to know, and everyone should. Technically, one of the founders of the village was your clan. For as long as he could remember, the Uzumaki name had meant little more than a footnote in his own life. Few people recognized its significance, and he had learned to live without giving it much thought. However, here was Hinata, not only acknowledging its significance but treating it as something to be treasured. Naruto fell silent as he processed her words. Though she had long suspected that Naruto's legacy went far beyond being an orphan without a clan, Hinata's eyes softened as she watched him. As a Hyuga, she was trained to notice even the smallest details, and over the years, the pieces began to fit together, but she kept her theories to herself. I'm not even sure how I can repay you for all this, Naruto finally said in a low-pitched, unusually unsure voice. You can think about it after the lessons on etiquette, Hinata said, smiling gently and shaking her head, teasing just enough to lighten the mood. Lessons on etiquette. Naruto froze, his shoulders going limp as if his life had been drained. with a hint of dread in his voice, he repeated. It's not that you have to change who you are, Hinata assured him promptly, but if you can be just a little less loud and expressive, she added tactfully, it might help you earn their trust more easily. Hinata, you're killing me here. Naruto moaned as he ran a hand down his face. His dramatics made Hinata laugh softly. Naruto-kun, you'll live, Hinata said. I'll be by your side the entire time. Okay, he said with a determined nod, though there was still a hint of nervousness in his face. If you believe in me, I'll do my best. Naruto straightened slightly at that point, her words providing a sense of comfort he hadn't realized he needed. His determination warmed Hinata's heart. She knew that tonight would be difficult for him, but she was confident that Naruto would succeed, as he always did. We're going to step things up today, especially for you, Naruto, the elder toad said firmly, because you still move too much. The two were met with stone plates arranged in a circle at Mount Myoboku, their surfaces uneven and cracked. Fukasaku jumped into view, his small frame commanding authority as he surveyed the humans. This lack of control might be hazardous. Hinata nodded as her determination hardened, and Naruto scratched the back of his head sheepishly. You'll meditate on top of those spires, Fukasaku said, pointing to the tall rock spires that rose from the valley like sharp teeth. Both mentally and physically, balance is essential. No shortcuts. Hinata was back in familiar territory, but this time the stakes felt unreasonably high. The narrow tips of the spires provided just enough space for her to perch precariously, and their uneven surfaces constantly threatened to throw her off balance. Even the smallest slip felt like it could send her plummeting into the abyss below. She could focus on a flat surface and absorb natural chakra at a respectable pace, but when it came to this new challenge, it was a whole different story. Her feet wobbled, her body swayed, and her focus broke like glass, reminding her too much of her first attempts at walking on water, where each step was an effort to defy gravity. Naruto wasn't faring much better, though balance seemed less of a problem for him. His concentration, however, was another matter. His energy ebbed and flowed chaotically, making him wobble despite his natural athleticism. We're going nowhere with this. Fukasaku said with a low croak of frustration after closely observing them. Change of plan. With a sound that reverberated throughout the valley, he clapped his webbed hands together and said, grab a larger plate. You'll sit together on it. The two humans looked at each other in confusion. What do you mean, together? With hesitation in his voice, Naruto inquired. With a sly smile, Fukasaku ascended one of the spires and said, just like I said. For now, forget about natural chakra. Just concentrate on maintaining equilibrium. That is your new assignment. Hinata. Well, Naruto said, turning to face Hinata while clumsily scratching his head. Hinata stumbled and blushed. I should be the one to ask if you feel comfortable about it, she said. Naruto said, we could always just stand back to back, with a hint of nervousness in his voice. All right, yeah, Hinata said hastily, her words stumbling over each other. Back to back sounds good. It was a comedy of mistakes to get onto the stone plate itself. They teetered, tumbled, and slipped almost 30 times before they finally found their footing, and when they did, the reality of Fukasaku's exercise was revealed. As Naruto's back pressed warm and solid against hers, Hinata became acutely aware of his presence. Instead of being startled by his closeness, she felt reassured by his steadiness, which grounded her in a way she hadn't anticipated and freed her to concentrate solely on counterbalancing their combined weight. Naruto was equally taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that sitting so close to Hinata would soothe his typically restless energy, but in some way it did. Her presence was calming, almost as if they were unconsciously synchronizing. She reasoned that by now the old Hinata would have passed out from anxiety, but here she was, competing with him. After what seemed like an eternity, Fukasaku called out, okay, kids, try it on your own again, this time with natural chakra. Don't rush. Take your time. With his confidence boosted by their previous success, Naruto climbed onto his own plate and didn't fall once. Vibrant and clear orange markings appeared around his eyes, their patterns more acute than when he had used toad oil. Like her, Hinata channeled the natural chakra into her body with renewed resolve, and her transformation was subtle but striking. Her pale skin seemed to glow faintly with an ethereal light, and purple markings bloomed around her eyes. In order to conclude the day, Fukasaku called for a practical exercise late in the afternoon. How about we end with a demonstration? I want you to shape a Rasengan and add natural chakra to it, Naruto. Come on, let's do this. As he created the recognizable swirling orb, Naruto smiled, his enthusiasm contagious. The Rasengan was unstable, its surface bubbling as if it were about to explode, and Naruto appeared to notice as well, his expression changing from one of confidence to one of alarm as he swiftly aimed for a nearby statue. Hinata's keen eyes saw the difference instantly. The stone monument was reduced to a cloud of dust and debris by the spectacular explosion that followed. Naruto scratched his head sheepishly and said, sorry about that. No harm done, Fukasaku said, dismissing the apology. Everyone must try new things. How about you now, Hinata? Hinata paused, staring at the broken statue's remnants. I don't know any jutsu that would be appropriate, she said. That's the secret. You can't just mold chakra like a regular shinobi would in Sage mode, Fukasaku clarified. It's too erratic. It must be used in its unadulterated form. Use your imagination. Hinata inhaled deeply, her Byakugan activating on its own, and for the first time, she could see the ambient streams of natural chakra moving through the air like rivers of light. This clarified a lot of things, including why this location had made her senses tense ever since they arrived. With a precise chakra burst directed at another statue, she channeled the energy into her right hand and jabbed at the air, causing the stone to crack and spread like spiderwebs. Outstanding. You've directed the energy to follow your will, Fukasaku said, his eyes wide with admiration. You're talented, girl. Do you have an affinity for water? As the natural chakra escaped from her body, Hinata nodded but swayed a little, dizziness taking over. Naruto grabbed her before she could fall, his hold firm. She checked for a nosebleed, wondering if this was what people called a chakra hangover, and whispered, it just felt familiar, as a sharp pain throbbed between her eyes. Natural chakra can cause exhaustion like any other, Fukasaku assured her, adding that practice would help her adjust. You both performed remarkably well. When was the last time we had students with such promise? How about we celebrate that with some sweets at my house? Naruto dismissively waved his hands after the brief compliment, saying, sorry, Fukasaku-sensei, but I've got dinner with Hinata's family tonight. All in all, he had a good excuse to stay away from more insects after meeting Hinata's family. The older toad's face changed to one of mischief. Oh, getting to meet her family, huh? Make the most of it. He croaked and hopped off, laughing slyly. We should go back, Naruto said, turning to Hinata and letting her go once he was certain she could stand by herself. I have to go take a shower, pick up the Haori, and see how my clone is doing. I'll fetch the Haori for you after I clean up, Hinata hurriedly offered. I'll go to your apartment after that. You know where I live. Naruto blinked. I do. I've never been inside, but I know the location, Hinata said, trying not to blush. When should we get to your clan house? Naruto said with a slow nod. Hinata answered calmly, near sunset, adding, we have plenty of time. Naruto stopped over his bag as he was gathering his supplies and said, I believe I have some tea at home. Before we go, would you like a cup of something? Naruto had subtly offered to show her his apartment, a private window into his life, and Hinata accepted, her heart skipping a beat at the informal intimacy of the invitation. With only 3 rooms, a kitchen that served as a living area, a bedroom so small it could have been mistaken for a storage closet, and a bathroom just large enough to fit a sink, toilet, and shower, the apartment was small, almost modest to the point of being modest, but it exuded a certain warmth despite its diminutive size. This was how the village treated its Jinchuriki, Hinata realized, and she felt a twinge of sadness at the injustice of it all, but Naruto, ever resourceful and tenacious, had made the place uniquely his own. A few potted plants lined the windowsills, their green leaves vivid against the soft autumn light. A small stack of books and a few scrolls were neatly arranged on a shelf, and most charming of all was the kotatsu in the middle of the room, with its bright orange quilted cover. The floors were swept and the walls were clean but a little bare. It's homely, if I may say, said Naruto proudly, crossing his arms as he looked around his territory. It really is, Hinata said with a kind smile. Despite the modest size of the apartment, Naruto's personality was evident in every nook and cranny. You've made it feel so welcoming. She meant every word. Naruto poured tea into mismatched cups, the steam curling into the air like a soft veil, and they settled around the kotatsu, its reassuring warmth seeping into their weary limbs. Outside, the crisp autumn air carried the faint scent of falling leaves, but inside, the kotatsu's gentle heat made everything feel cozy and safe. Hinata took a gentle sip of the tea and said, "Thank you for the tea, Naruto. I really like your home." Leaning back a little, Naruto laughed and said, I have to thank the third for this place. Even though he didn't do much, he managed to get by. He left me around 3,000 ryo a month. Back then, that's how I got by. Hinata scowled a little, wondering how Naruto had been able to stretch that meager amount for so long, since 3,000 ryo was hardly enough to cover basic expenses, let alone live comfortably. With a melancholy smile, Naruto went on, he taught me the basics, though. How to count, budget, use the stove, and even fix my furnace when it broke. He smirked playfully as he looked at her. What, I ate at Ichiraku every day, did you think? With a quick wave of her hands, Hinata's eyes widened slightly and she said, ha ha ha, no, no, of course not. However, I am aware that you dislike veggies. Ah, right, well, I don't hate them, okay. Naruto said, grinning broadly and scratching the back of his head. Simply put, I dislike eating them raw. However, I must admit that I probably make Konoha's best soup. In my own experience, at least. Hinata leaned forward a little and arched an eyebrow in curiosity. Really, I'd love to give that a try someday. With a sheepish laugh, he said, don't expect too much. I'm not an expert or anything. However, there was one occasion when I sort of assisted elderly Ichiraku with Sakura and Choji. His daughter was saved by us from this strange cooking shinobi club. Long story. I want to hear about it, Hinata said softly, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as she leaned closer and crossed her arms on the table, resting her chin on them. All right, so it started when Ayame, you know, Ichiraku's daughter, got roped into some cooking contest, Naruto said, his smile turning slightly shy but he still complied. For a moment, the world outside seemed to disappear, leaving only the two of them, a shared warmth, and the kotatsu binding them in quiet companionship. Naruto's speech was lively, his gestures dramatic, and his energy contagious, and Hinata was engrossed in his animated storytelling as he began his story. Do I appear anxious? As they got closer to the Hyuga compound, Naruto tugged at the hem of his jacket and asked. Hinata gave him a quick, playful smile and said, if you think you are, then yes. Her tone carried a hint of irony. Just follow my lead, I'm just having dinner with my family. Only dinner, right, Naruto said with a dry laugh. But I'd rather not pass out in the middle of a conversation. Hinata gently nudged his arm in response, saying, you'll be fine. With a firm but playful tone, Naruto vowed, I promise not to do anything to earn your family's wrath. No being loud, no political talk, no criticism of clan affairs, just small, everyday talk. Though she secretly worried more about her family than Naruto, Hinata nodded in agreement. Hinata surprised Naruto by putting her arm around his as they got closer to the Hyuga district. His wide eyes flicked down to hers as if he was silently asking if this was appropriate, and she gave him a gentle smile that calmed him. They were both familiar faces in the village, though not as widely celebrated as more well-known individuals, and the civilians they passed gave them curious looks. Two guards bowed courteously to them as they arrived at the gates and said, welcome back, Hinata-sama. But Naruto got no such recognition. Hinata sighed and led Naruto into the compound, her brow furrowed as she gave the guards a pointed glare that seemed to be lost on them. Don't blame them, Naruto remarked as they continued inside. At least they didn't glare at me. It doesn't seem fair, refuted Hinata. Bringing her closer, Naruto grinned and said, if life were fair, I wouldn't get to call you Hinata-hime. Hinata responded calmly despite a slight flush in her cheeks. You don't mind if I call you something in return, do you? Well, does that mean I have to stop if I can't think of a nickname? You can call me Hime as much as you want, but not in public, Hinata said, chuckling lightly. I'd hate for my ego to be overestimated. On the contrary, Naruto grinned, I think you're perfectly balanced in that regard. The Hyuga family was seated around a square table in the middle of the room, with Hiashi, Neji, and Hanabi staring at the newcomers. The room seemed much larger than Naruto's tiny apartment. Hiashi-sama, Neji-san, Hanabi-san, thank you for inviting me, Naruto said with a deep bow. Being here is an honor. As my daughter's guest, you are welcome under our roof, Hiashi said, grinning slightly and motioning for Naruto to take a seat across from him. Despite the fact that our paths have frequently crossed, I don't think we've had the opportunity to talk before. I sincerely hope I didn't leave a bad impression during those times, Naruto said after assisting Hinata into her seat and then taking his own. Hiyashi's mouth curled upward as he said, so far, I am not disappointed. To Naruto's surprise, The dinner went well, and the Hyuga family, although formal, was not antagonistic. Naruto watched their interactions during the meal, and while they were not aloof or cold, they did exhibit a clear respect for personal space, which is a defining characteristic of their clan culture. Given their special abilities, Naruto reasoned that such boundaries made sense. The Byakugan's ability to observe everything around them probably led to an unspoken need for respect and distance. Naruto once turned to face Hanabi and said, "Ah, Hanabi-san, I believe you graduated this year as a genin." "Please, just Hanabi is fine," the younger Hyuga said with a courteous nod. "Indeed, I did. Although I was unable to match Konohamaru in ninjutsu, I came very close to winning Rookie of the Year." His shadow clones impressed the teachers. "You have nothing to be ashamed of," Naruto said with a smile. "Actually, this is probably the better option. It could have seemed like you had reached your pinnacle if you had graduated at the top. Knowing your areas for growth is like having a constant reality check." He paused before adding with a chuckle, "Also, I guess I'm partially to blame. Konohamaru learned shadow clones from me." With a sly smile on her lips, Hanabi arched an eyebrow and said, "Are you also the one who taught him the harem technique?" Hinata stared at her sister with wide, naive eyes, and both of them were afraid of Hiyashi's reaction. Naruto stiffened, a shiver running through him. His past had caught up to him. "Well, Naruto," Hiyashi said calmly, his face unreadable, "I'm interested now. What is the method that Hanabi described?" "It's a derivative of the henge," Naruto said, nervously scratching the back of his neck. "I discovered that when opponents are unexpectedly exposed to nudity, they may be taken by surprise." Neji suppressed a chuckle, his shoulders trembling, while Hiyashi closed his eyes, as if lost in contemplation, and then, to everyone's surprise, burst out laughing. Hiyashi Hyuga, the calm and stoic head of the clan, was laughing, a rare and sincere sound that soon had everyone at the table joining in. The entire room froze in shock. By the end of the evening, the Hyuga family had decided that it would be pleasant to host Naruto once more, and Neji even offered to spar with him and Hinata to enhance their taijutsu when they needed a respite from their senjutsu training. Hanabi, on the other hand, left Naruto with a firm warning to take good care of her sister, or else, she said with a mischievous glint. After leaving the compound, Hinata and Naruto strolled until they arrived at the district's edge. Naruto stopped and wiped his eyes about 20 meters from the gates. His voice shaken with emotion, he muttered, "You have an amazing family," tears running down his cheeks as he expressed gratitude and admiration. Hinata sympathized with him, and she knew the anguish behind those words. When she had no courage, Naruto had given it to her. Neji's delusions about fate had been dashed by him. He had even sparked a rivalry between Hanabi and Konohamaru. He didn't realize how much the Hyuga family owed him. And that debt was incalculable for Hinata. As Naruto and Hinata persevered through the last stages of their senjutsu training, the weeks passed quickly. Naruto had grown tremendously, not just in strength but also in spirit. Spending time with Hinata, bonding with her family, and training with Neji had shaped him in ways he hadn't expected. Even the Hyuga elders, who were known for their skepticism, had warmed to him, a feat that Hinata considered nothing short of miraculous. The topic came up during one of their discussions about seals. Hiyashi had complimented Naruto's commitment, praising both his independent forays into Fuinjutsu and his apprenticeship under Jiraiya. Then, almost by accident, the caged bird seal was brought up. Hinata couldn't remember precisely how the conversation had changed, but Naruto's determination was evident when he made an offer that astounded everyone in the room: to examine the seal and look for a method to turn it from a symbol of servitude into a genuine seal of protection. Hiyashi responded right away, setting up an extraordinary meeting with the clan elders, and Hinata was shocked that they agreed given how deeply ingrained tradition is in the clan. Naruto stood in front of them during the event with a calm assurance, his words piercing years of deeply held convictions. His voice was steady but passionate as he said, "I'm not here to judge the actions of your ancestors, but something meant to protect what's precious should never create distance from what truly matters. I've witnessed and battled the hatred that breeds when people are split apart, when family members turn against one another. Look around you," he said, sweeping the room as his intense gaze met theirs. "Can you picture your own family members sitting here with a weight on their shoulders? Knowing that someone considers their chains to be their birthright every day. It's not jealousy, it's not greed, that kind of pain. It's sorrow, the worst kind of grief." After a lengthy period of silence, the elders nodded one by one, moved by the sincerity of what he had to say. When the clan gave Naruto access to the seal's original design, he didn't think twice. 30 shadow clones got to work right away, experimenting and refining endlessly in a room that the Hyuga had provided. His obsession caused day and night to blend together. One morning, while Hinata was bringing him tea, she discovered him lying on the floor, pale and shaking from exhaustion. She gasped and hurried to his side, carrying him to a nearby sofa. "You fool, Naruto, how could you be so careless?" she reprimanded, her voice shaking. "Did you forget to go to sleep again?" His eyes widened, his gaze distracted, and his voice sounded raw and soft, as if he was dreaming. He whispered, "I used Jiraiya's words from his first book. I persuaded your elders by using them. I feel like I'm a fake. Does it really matter? Surely I won. I completed the seal." He dozed off with his head in Hinata's lap before she could react. That night, Hinata remained by his side, silently in awe of the boy who had given her clan so much hope. Her heart was filled with emotion as she caressed his hair, tears of happiness streaming down her cheeks. It was midday when Naruto awoke, and the first thing he noticed was Hinata's kind gaze keeping watch over him. He said, groggily, "Morning," with a slight smile tugging at his lips. "Afternoon," she clarified, her voice unable to contain its warmth. Slowly sitting up, Naruto grabbed the scroll next to him and said, "I want to show you something." He unfolded the parchment to reveal the updated seal design, which was elegant but uncomplicated and intended to rest over the torso rather than the forehead. "It's different," Naruto clarified, adding that the user's chakra will link with the seal more easily if it is placed here. "I eliminated every function that wasn't needed. It merely keeps the Byakugan safe from theft, not suppressing it or its power. No more, no less. Because of this, it is almost impossible to abuse or use it as a weapon against the wearer." The old mark on Neji's forehead glowed red when Naruto applied the new seal, and then it appeared to burn away, leaving behind Naruto's design, a beautiful pattern of two curves that resembled a bird spreading its wings. Neji was the first to receive the new seal. His breath caught as the Hyuga prodigy gazed down at his chest in wonder, feeling for the first time in his life that the burden he had carried for so long had been lifted. Soon after, the entire clan came together for a public demonstration to hear Naruto describe his creation. "This doesn't suppress the Byakugan, unlike the cursed seal," he started, speaking to the group. "Rather, it protects it. The Byakugan learns to react solely to the user's chakra, even after death, by linking their chakra with the seal as soon as it is applied. The eyes are unresponsive orbs if someone tries to steal them. It wasn't a perfect solution, it couldn't stop capture or every potential threat, but it was a start, and Naruto's words struck a deep chord. The Hyuga clan's hierarchy started to change in subtle but significant ways, and the ties between the main and branch families strengthened as volunteers lined up excitedly to be rebranded with the new seal. The Hyuga compound was filled with hope for the first time in generations on that day of celebration. Hinata stood next to Naruto as night fell, watching the celebrations take place, and she looked at him with pride and love in her heart. Softly, "You did it," she said. With a warm smile that outshone the lanterns lighting the courtyard, Naruto turned to face her. "We did it," he corrected. It marked the beginning of a new era for the Hyuga clan and another milestone in Hinata and Naruto's journey together. Fukasaku had informed Naruto and Hinata that there wasn't much more he could teach them. Aside from continued practice, they had both mastered Senjutsu. The Toads had thought of giving Naruto a special Haori as a sign of their approval, but Naruto graciously declined, preferring to wear the one Hinata had given him earlier. As the end of the month drew near, December's chill crept through the village, but thankfully, Mount Myoboku remained suspended in a perpetual spring, the warmth of its air. The Toad matriarch, Shima, gave Hinata her Haori as a gift. It was a deep gray with purple trim. The fabric was thick and sturdy but light enough to allow for easy movement. It fit perfectly, and Hinata pledged to take care of it, appreciative of the thoughtfulness that went into making it. After they had finished thanking each other, the timing seemed almost surreal as Gamakichi, who was always full of energy, showed up with a message from Gamamaru, the oldest Toad, who had asked for their presence. Naruto, who had never before introduced Hinata to the great Toad sage, smiled and assured her that there was nothing to be concerned about, as he had always considered Gamamaru to be a distant figure, someone he had never felt the need to bring others to meet. Gamakichi excused himself as they entered the enormous temple of the Elder Toads, leaving the two humans alone to converse with the ancient sage. The temple was magnificent, with walls covered in old scrolls and symbols, but Gamamaru was hunched over a big orb that resembled the one Hinata had seen in the third Hokage's office back in the village. Gamamaru said, "Ah, it's good to finally meet you, Naruto," in a playful yet deep voice. "Why didn't you introduce your friend to me sooner?" Naruto scratched the back of his head, but the toad said, "Bah, it matters little now," before he could reply. "Princess of the Moon, welcome to our modest mountain." Anyo, Gamamaru-sama, I believe you are mistaking me for someone else," Hinata said quietly, but her heart skipped a beat at the seriousness of the toad's statement. Naruto leaned in, whispering softly, "Gamamaru might act senile sometimes, but I'm never sure if it's a facade or the truth." Uncertain of what to think, Hinata straightened her posture and said, "I am Hinata Hyuga, next matriarch of the Hyuga clan," in a steady voice. Gamamaru's deep, resonant laughter echoed, "Young princess, I am aware of that. You may not yet know why I have given you this title, but trust me, you are deserving. Naruto's fate is intricately linked to yours. There will be difficult times ahead, but never forget that there is always light after the rain." Uncertain of the significance of his cryptic remarks, Hinata and Naruto looked at each other, but they both bowed respectfully and thanked the great toad sage. "Now, Naruto, there's still one thing you must do," Gamamaru said in a more somber tone. "So you guessed," Naruto said, his voice containing a mixture of resolve and trepidation, as he tensed up a little. Knowingly, Gamamaru replied, "I knew before you even set foot in this place. Of course, things could have gone differently, but you claimed the key and learned to be one with nature. Are you prepared to confront your roots now?" Naruto nodded solemnly, his gaze steady and unwavering, and Hinata looked at him with a worried expression. He was calm, but there was an obvious tension in his posture. "I believe so," Hinata said. "I will never be able to defend my beloved people if I don't take this action. I have to make one final request of the toads. Can I confront him in a private setting? The sanctum at the back of our temple should suffice," Gamamaru, who had been keeping a close eye on Naruto, said without hesitation. "But be aware that if you don't succeed." With a confident tone, Naruto interrupted, saying, "He won't harm any innocent people. I have faith in him. You know, we're friends." Hinata's heart skipped a beat. "Naruto, please tell me you're not," she trailed off, her voice tinged with fear. The pieces of the puzzle were gradually coming together in her mind. Yes, she trusted him, but facing the world's most powerful being. That was a whole other story. "There are things I haven't told you, there should be no secrets between us, right?" Naruto said, his eyes softening as he turned to face her. "I'll get right to it, then. You must be aware that my father was the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze." To Naruto's surprise, Hinata's response was immediate and sincere, a mixture of amazement and validation summed up by a loud, "I knew it." Her voice reverberated softly in the room. But she was quick to clarify that she had not been privy to any secrets. She meant that the fourth Hokage and her blonde-haired, blue-eyed friend had always resembled each other too much to ignore. Naruto's mouth was slightly open as he blinked. "You knew?" he inquired, still pondering her response. Understanding how her words might have come across, Hinata flushed and gave a firm shake of her head. "And no, not like that," she stumbled, her hands clasped tightly in front of her, as if she were holding the pieces of a puzzle that had finally come together. "I didn't know for certain, but I always had my suspicions. Your appearance, your techniques, the Rasengan, your summoning contract with the toads, even your skills with Fuinjutsu, it all pointed to something extraordinary. It makes sense now." Sheepishly, Naruto rubbed the back of his neck. "I kinda thought I'd need to convince you. Guess not, huh?" With admiration and concern in her lavender eyes, Hinata's expression softened. She lowered her voice slightly and said, "Why would I think you were lying? Besides, it's all connected, isn't it? The fourth Hokage, your mother, the Kyuubi's attack on the village, the Akatsuki, it all fits together." "As weird as it sounds, yeah, it does," Naruto said, chuckling a little. "So, Kurama and I agreed on something, but..." Hinata interrupted, cocking her head slightly in interest, "Who's Kurama?" After a brief pause, Naruto responded, "Oh, that's the Kyuubi's name." Astonished, Hinata blinked. "The Kyuubi has a name?" "Yeah, and he's not just some monster either," Naruto said sincerely. "He's stubborn, grumpy, and full of himself, but he's also helped me more times than I can count." With a curious yet disbelieving expression, Hinata cocked her head in the opposite direction. Unconsciously, Naruto mimicked her gesture and scratched his cheek. Anyway, he said, Kurama and I agreed to a partnership. But there's a catch. He wants to fight me. Says I need to prove I'm strong enough on my own or something. With a flat tone, Hinata said, you want to fight a tailed beast, as if to make sure she understood. Yep, on your own. Can't really bring anyone else inside the seal, so, yeah. Hinata's voice rose a little as her eyes grew wide. And if you lose? Naruto paused. He rubbed the back of his head once more and said, we haven't exactly discussed that part. Well, okay, we did. Kurama said that if I lose, he'd hide somewhere the Akatsuki would never find him. So, it's still kinda a win, right? When Hinata's worry peaked, her voice trembled. Except you die in this scenario. Naruto started to reply, but Hinata wasn't done. Her voice was tremulous but determined, and her hands were balled into fists at her sides. What about? She interrupted herself, gasping for air as she attempted to collect her thoughts. Her voice cracked a little, but her resolve was unwavering. What about me? Could you be selfish for once in your life and choose your own happiness? Because there is no way, she said. No way I'm losing you. Her words made Naruto's heart hurt. He moved closer without thinking, encircling her with his arms and holding her firmly. I know, he muttered. That's why I won't lose. Hinata's breath caught, but she remained motionless. Despite the weight of his words, Naruto's voice remained steady as he continued. I'm going to defeat Kurama. We'll go back to Konoha together, and then I'm asking your father for your hand. In his arms, Hinata's body tensed up. She grounded herself by flattening her trembling hands against his back. Naruto gave a quiet laugh. And if anyone tries to keep us apart, I'll send them straight to hell. At last, Hinata withdrew enough to meet his gaze, her expression unreadable. With a hint of fear and hope in her voice, she asked softly, can you keep your promise? Naruto started to respond, but Hinata stopped him by putting her hand to his lips. No, she firmly stated. And now, I want a kiss, just in case I never get the chance again, she said in a softer tone, her cheeks flushed. I'm not asking you to promise. I'm ordering you to win. Naruto nodded, his face softening. He grinned slightly and said, if I can't win against Kurama, then I never deserved you in the first place. When their lips first touched, a gentle yet strong bond appeared to reverberate in the temple's silence. Gamamaru observed from a distance, his ancient face lighting up with a smile. Once more, destiny was being set in motion, but not in the way even he had fully anticipated. As they arrived at the sanctum, the air was thick with the concentrated natural chakra that filled the toad oil pools strewn throughout the room. As though the mountain itself were alive and watching, the air hummed with vitality. With his resolve grounded by the cool surface beneath him, Naruto sat cross-legged among the pools. With her hands lightly resting on his shoulders, Hinata knelt next to him. She stood to give him room after giving him one final kiss, her lips quivering against his. Gamamaru continued to watch in silence, his ancient eyes showing a profound curiosity rather than fear or hope. Although he had witnessed many conflicts in his lifetime, this one, between friendship and rage, man and beast, had a special significance. Slowly exhaling, Naruto drew in the natural chakra that permeated the atmosphere. His heart steadied and his senses sharpened as he allowed it to flow through him in harmony with his own. His awareness shifted inward, into the depths of the seal, and the outside world became hazy. The seal's confines, which resembled a sewer, felt smaller than before. Naruto was shadowed by Kurama's enormous frame as he stood tall. The nine-tailed fox's tail swayed like destructive pendulums, and his crimson eyes shone with intensity. Kurama said, "You've come a long way, brat," as his rich, deep voice reverberated throughout the room. "I still remember the day you declared you'd tax my chakra. Now, you have the means to face me, assuming you're ready." Naruto grinned up at the fox, his face displaying a mixture of vulnerability and resolve. Despite the admission, he said, "I'm terrified," in a steady voice. "But I couldn't be happier. I know what I have to do. I'm winning this battle." Kurama briefly closed his eyes, a hint of emotion showing on his face. "Know this," he cautioned in a somber tone. "The moment you open this cage, I will not hold back. This is a fight to the end. You will have to overcome my grief, my resentment, my hate. Are you certain you can handle that much pain?" Naruto's eyes remained fixed. "Pain is part of the world," he said in response. "It helps us understand what's good and what's evil. If it burdens you that much, then it's only fair that I share it." Kurama observed Naruto calling forth the seal in his left hand. The blonde was lifted upward toward the paper tag that covered the keyhole by a column of water. The almost poetic spiral indentation served as a reminder of Naruto's ancestry and the difficulty he now faced. Naruto tore the paper away with a forceful pull, revealing the key. He put his hand over his stomach and twisted, bracing himself. His entire being seemed to be rebelling as a wave of nausea swept over him in an instant. The walls surrounding Kurama's cage collapsed into emptiness, and the doors to his cage broke. The surroundings were consumed by flames. The seal had vanished. The sewer was destroyed. It was replaced by Kurama, who towered over Naruto with his immense form and all of his might. "Let's settle this," the fox said, snarling fearfully with his teeth exposed. In the real world, Hinata anxiously awaited the cloaking of Naruto by the Kyuubi's chakra. His body was motionless, but the fiery, combative aura surged around him. She was aware that this was the outward manifestation of the internal conflict. She trusted him despite her heart racing with anxiety and her fists clenched at her sides. The fight inside the seal was chaos. Legions of shadow clones were unleashed by Naruto, and their ranks advanced with accuracy and unrelenting vigor. With a Rasengan or a kunai in hand, each clone launched coordinated, vicious attacks on Kurama. The fox, however, was a natural force. His tail swept over the battlefield, creating wind gusts that destroyed dozens of clones and shattered the ground. Kurama parted his enormous jaws and let out a flame that filled the room with light. The opposing forces collided in an explosion of heat and force as the flames roared toward Naruto, who retaliated with a gale of wind chakra. Kurama lifted a paw and slammed it down with enough force to crush entire battalions of clones, causing the ground beneath them to tremble. With his improved senses, Naruto was able to predict the attack and barely avoided it. Kurama growled, "You're quick," with a note of grudging respect in his voice. "But let's see how you handle this." The fox started to form dense, pulsing orbs out of raw chakra. The power emanating from each orb was so strong that Naruto's skin tingled at the mere sight of them. Kurama launched the orbs like missiles, sending shockwaves through Naruto's body with each impact. With his chakra restored by the natural energy he ingested, Naruto continued to fight, but despite this benefit, his endurance was failing. His body was strained to the breaking point, and as fatigue set in, his movements slowed. Despite this, he was able to hit Kurama with a number of strong blows, each Rasengan weakening the fox's defenses. Both fighters were bruised and battered, and they had almost run out of energy. They paused for a moment, glaring at one another while panting. With a hint of defiance in his eyes, Naruto smiled. "Your fur's all messy, furball." Kurama's lips curled into what might have been a smirk as he snorted. "You're covered in red, fishcake." Naruto summoned two clones and used all of his remaining energy to create one Rasenshuriken. There was no other option, even though he was aware of the risks. His body might not be able to handle the feedback. Kurama also collected his chakra for one last, enormous ball of energy. Their attacks collided in a devastating explosion as they charged at one another. Naruto was flung backward by the impact, and the force sent him flying through the air. He lay motionless upon landing, his breathing shallow and his vision blurry. The flames had subsided by the time he opened his eyes. Kurama stood over him, his tail swaying in an unexpectedly composed way. With a feeble voice, Naruto muttered, "I lost." Kurama let out a sigh in an unusually quiet voice. "Let's call it a draw." A small smile of relief curved Naruto's lips. "You're the first person to push me this far," Kurama acknowledged. "No one else has ever fought me on such even terms. Even your father needed your mother's help to restrain me." Coughing a little, Naruto said, "What about the first Hokage?" Kurama gave an eye roll. "You think a bunch of wood can stop me? He was lucky that Madara's genjutsu had made me drowsy. No, Kit, you're the first to truly challenge me." The fox swung a huge fist in Naruto's direction. "Partners." With a feeble laugh, Naruto dismissed it with a wave of his hand before extending his own fist. "Nah," he grinned and said. "Let's be friends." Kurama's laughter resounded like far-off thunder, a sound that conveyed acceptance and an unwritten connection. With unwavering, wide eyes, Hinata watched as the red chakra that had encased Naruto melted away. It was replaced by a golden aura that shimmered and was warm and radiant, like sunlight penetrating storm clouds. A gentle, ethereal glow filled the sanctum as the golden energy flickered like 1,000 tiny fire sparks. It was strong, but it lacked the Kyuubi's former aura's violent edge. Rather, it was calming, welcoming, and vibrant. Naruto's eyes fluttered open, shining with subtle golden tones instead of their usual blue. Staring at his body as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing, he raised his hands. As a reward for his valiant fight and his newfound friendship with Kurama, the chakra felt alive and pulsed softly with his heartbeat. After a brief pause, Hinata took a step forward. Like a moth to a flame, she was drawn in by the warmth of the golden aura. She tentatively extended her hand, grazing his arm with her fingers. She felt as if she were floating on a cloud as a wave of weightlessness passed over her. She was out of breath from the feeling. "Naruto," she muttered, sounding both relieved and in awe. He grinned at her, his smile brighter in the golden light. "This is pretty cool, huh?" The chakra started to gradually fade before she could react, eventually disappearing entirely. The sanctum was once again silent and dark. With her hand still on his arm, Hinata blinked. With a sigh, Naruto rolled his shoulders as if he was shaking off the last traces of the metamorphosis. "What a show-off," he said in a half-laughing tone. You won," Hinata questioned, her voice quivering a little, though it was unclear if this was due to relief or lingering anxiety. With an embarrassed smile on his face, Naruto scratched the back of his head. "Well, I came pretty close, but we were both wiped out, so we settled for a draw." Hinata scowled as her concern turned to annoyance. Her fingers found him with unexpected vigor as she took hold of his arms. "You better not wrestle with Kurama on a regular basis just to settle who's stronger." Fine, I promise." Believe it," Naruto stammered, flinching at her harsh tone and blushing. Her lavender eyes softened a bit as she huffed but held on to him. "Good," she whispered. "You need to stop risking your life so recklessly. You're not alone anymore, Naruto." The gravity in her voice grounded him as he nodded. "I get it, Hinata. I'll be more careful. For you, for us." Gamamaru watched the scene from a distance, grinning slightly and knowingly. He had had enough. The old toad turned and walked slowly back into the temple without saying anything, his staff clicking gently against the stone floor. This was what he had hoped would happen. "At least a week of rest," he said quietly to himself instead. "If we're lucky." Naruto turned to Hinata and took her hands in his as the temple fell silent once more. "Thanks for being here, Hinata. I couldn't have done this without knowing you were watching over me." Though she flushed, Hinata remained motionless. "You were amazing, Naruto. But just remember, you don't have to carry everything alone anymore." Saying softly, "I know," he squeezed her hands. "And I'm never letting go of you, believe it." But things didn't go as planned when they returned to Konoha. Naruto and Hinata were surrounded by a full group of Anbu agents barely a minute after they entered the village. They appeared quickly and deliberately, their weapons shining as they prepared to strike. The tension in their movements revealed the uneasiness, even though their voices were calm. They politely requested that he stay motionless, but it was obvious that they were prepared to take action. The fifth Hokage arrived before Hinata or Naruto could react. Tsunade's sharp gesture to the Anbu to stand down broke the tension with her commanding presence. They dropped their weapons, but they stayed in the area like shadows. Naruto glared at her, his eyes narrowing, his face displaying a mix of annoyance and incredulity. He was being treated like a criminal during their first meeting in a month. Tsunade said, "I am aware of your little trick, Naruto," in a firm and unyielding tone. The blonde ran a hand through his hair and sighed loudly. With a tone full of frustration, he shot back, "And that's a reason to act like I'm Orochimaru ready to level an entire district." Instead of recoiling, Tsunade began to explain the mayhem his absence had brought about. The pieces came together as Naruto listened, his brow furrowed. He realized that his shadow clone had vanished in the midst of his conflict with Kurama, meaning that he had been either too far away from the village or too preoccupied with the conflict to be able to recall its memories. But from Konoha's point of view, the lead of the Wall Watch had not reported his disappearance. Rather, the wood-style user had apparently been keeping an eye on a specialized seal that tracked the number of tails of Kurama's chakra leaking through Naruto's seal, and Yamato had exploded into the Hokage's office in a panic, screaming about doom and apocalypse. The seal was on high alert due to his fierce battle and the reward he received on Mount Myoboku. Tsunade described how she had sent out every Anbu that was available to look for him. The longer he had been missing, the more alert the village had become. Everyone's mind was weighed down by the prospect of an Akatsuki ambush or worse. Tsunade's initial relief was swiftly replaced by anger by the time Naruto was spotted, calm and displaying no signs of transformation. She said sharply, I don't care how or why Yamato's security seal triggered, briefly glancing down at the wood-style user who was embarrassed and perplexed. Her tone became cold as she glanced at Hinata, who was standing silently by Naruto's side. What I care about is how many times you've used a shadow clone to shirk your duties. And for what? To go out on dates, she said. Naruto tensed up, his defense mechanisms taking over. He firmly said, leave her out of this, and moved toward Hinata. He put his arm around her shoulders and drew her into a protective embrace. Hinata has nothing to do with this. Tsunade's face became even more stern. She crossed her arms over her chest and remarked, her father will still be informed. I cannot believe she wasn't aware of your deception. Hinata recoiled a little at the finality in her voice. Naruto's jaw tightened, but he refused to back down. I made the choice. I'll take the heat. With a quick and harsh judgment, Tsunade lifted her chin. Fine. Since it's clear to me you can't be trusted with one of the village's most important positions, I'm officially banning you from entering any Chunin exams for the next year. The assembled Jonin, who had been watching in silence, looked at each other nervously. Tsunade closed her eyes, waiting for the inevitable outburst. She was ready to teach Naruto a lesson in responsibility because his careless actions had been essentially calling for this punishment. But the loud, indignant protests never came. When she opened her eyes once more, Naruto had already started to leave. He continued to walk slowly and deliberately, his arms still intertwined with Hinata's. His posture was uncharacteristically resigned, and his silence was deafening. The fifth Hokage was taken aback by his response and stood motionless. Resignation, shame, ignorance. She was unable to understand his thoughts. The only thing she knew was that he rarely left without saying a word. As the two vanished into the distance, the Jonin's murmurs became more audible. One of them muttered, did she go too far? She basically crippled his chances for an entire year, someone else whispered. Doubt began to creep in, and Tsunade's resolve faltered. She had intended to instill in him a sense of accountability and the seriousness of his deeds. But now, as she stood in the heavy silence that ensued after his departure, she couldn't get rid of the persistent suspicion that she might have gone too far. Tsunade started to doubt her own judgment. Naruto was escorting Hinata back to her clan home. Unspoken thoughts about the earlier confrontation weighed heavily on their silence. Had it gone further, she would have dared to challenge the Hokage's authority. What she would have done was unclear to her. She looked up at the blonde walking next to her, his face far away. She said softly, are you all right? In a hesitant but worried voice. Naruto blinked, as if startled out of his reverie. He answered absently, Oh, yes, despite the grim line of his mouth suggesting otherwise. He went on after a brief pause, his voice slightly defiant. He gave her a thoughtful look and said, what? You think this is going to make me sad? The good thing about being a genin is that I can quit at any time. Unless I'm mistaken, but I think you already know that. Naruto was correct, in fact. Giving his shinobi plate back to the Hokage was the simple process for exiting the ranks. Hinata looked down for a moment, her thoughts returning to a discussion they had had weeks earlier. At the time, Naruto acknowledged that he didn't see many reasons to stay a Konoha shinobi. The recollection made her heart ache. You've made up your mind, she said in a steady but quiet voice. Naruto nodded, speaking in a softer tone. It's part of the plan now, he remarked, grinning slightly. The multi-step plan where I ask your father for your hand. Hinata's face turned a pale pink, but before she could reply, Naruto went on. I want to be there for you, he said sincerely. And I'll need an actual job where I can earn a decent amount of ryo. I've been thinking about becoming an official seal master, though I'm not sure how I'd even get people to notice me. The sound of Hinata's laughter was a calming relief from the tension in the room. That shouldn't be a problem, she remarked, her warm lavender eyes sparkling. Heads up, Uzumaki-sama. You'll find a way. Naruto's lips quirked into a smile as he blinked at the honorific. Uzumaki-sama. If I knew doing a few common seals would earn me that kind of respect, I would have dropped being a shinobi years ago. Believe it. With a quiet laugh, Hinata's lips curled upward at the corners. Who else would have reminded the village every single day that they were going to be the next Hokage, then? She was shocked when Naruto paused and appeared to genuinely think about what she had said. His mischievous smile grew as he gazed down at her. He muttered in a playful tone. His expression baffled Hinata, who cocked her head slightly. Her voice faltered with surprise as she asked, me? Naruto nodded, his eyes glimmering with laughter. He interrupted her protest with a firm, "Well, you've been trained as a clan head, so you know a lot about politics and how to handle social cases. You're strong." "Yes, you are," he added. "Especially now that you can use senjutsu. And, last, I think you're one of the rare people who can see this village for what it was meant to be, rather than what they want it to be." Stunned by the unexpected compliment, Hinata blinked. She didn't say anything, her mind racing over what he had said. It was nearly impossible to imagine a world in which she could take charge, where she might lose a lot but possibly gain a lot more. Perhaps with the correct assistance. Perhaps she could pull it off. The idea of employing shadow clones to handle the workload made her smile a little. Naruto would undoubtedly need to teach her how to do it. "I'm not sure," Naruto said, breaking the quiet with a contemplative laugh. "If I were Hokage, I wouldn't get to spend as much time with you as we do now." Hinata took a step toward him, her cheeks flushing once more. With a warm and sincere laugh, Naruto said, "I guess I'm also removing myself from the ranks for that." For a moment, the stress of the day's events subsided. The peaceful streets of Konoha encircled them like a cocoon of unspoken possibilities and common dreams as they strolled on together. After about 30 minutes, they were inside Hiyashi's office. After a lengthy meeting about trade agreements that neither he nor his clan cared about, the Hyuga clan's leader was now getting a report from Konoha's Anbu about his daughter's participation in Naruto's antics. With his chin resting on his hands, Hiyashi gazed at the two young adults in front of him. They were both clearly tense. He knew he should reprimand them as the responsible adult, but they had good reason, considering the situation. He let out a long sigh. "Well, what do they expect me to do? Ground my daughter and pull her boyfriend's ears? We're above that, aren't we? And if you hadn't left your clone on the wall, we'd still be dealing with the cursed seal. Does the Hokage even know that shadow clones transmit memories?" Naruto and Hinata exhaled in relief. Naruto scratched the back of his head and interrupted, saying, "I wouldn't mind if you scolded me though." He became serious and met Hiyashi's gaze, saying, "It was a stupid plan, but honestly, I had better things to do than waste time at the wall. If they asked Shikamaru, I'm sure he would have done extra hours. Hiyashi-sama, I would like to ask your permission to marry your daughter." Hiyashi looked down at the blonde as he stood up and crossed his arms. "You sure took your time to reach this point," he said icily. The leader of the Hyuga clan leaned forward and narrowed his eyes at Naruto, saying, "Now, you listen very carefully, young man." Unflinching, the blonde met his eyes and remained motionless. To his astonishment, though, Hiyashi's glare turned into a smile. "If you do me the honor of marrying my daughter, would you allow me to offer you the honor of joining our clan?" The breath caught in Naruto's throat. Despite being ecstatic about her father's endorsement, Hinata wasn't totally certain how Naruto would respond. Hiyashi was giving him an opportunity to be a part of something greater than himself, a family, a place to call home, and a warmth he had never experienced. You would want me to." "Naruto," Hiyashi cut in, his tone now softer. "As I said, I would be honored to have you join our clan. I'm not forcing you to do anything, it should be your choice. But it's the only way I can think of to repay you." With a genuine tone, Naruto answered, "Hiyashi-sama, you're giving me much more than you think. I intend to retire from the shinobi ranks and become a seal master. I want to be there for Hinata as much as I can. Please understand, I don't have much to offer in return." With a sigh, Hiyashi's face softened. "You've done more than enough, Naruto. As long as you keep my eldest daughter happy, you have my blessing." Hinata put her hands around Naruto's shoulders as her heart began to swell with emotion. Her pearly eyes met his. "I accept," she muttered. "But, how do we go from here? I don't have the knowledge for this." Hiyashi hesitated, contemplating their next move. "First, you should meet with Tsunade-sama if you still wish to leave the shinobi ranks. You'll need to return your headband. Then, I'll arrange a meeting with the elders, maybe tomorrow, or in 2 days at most. They will most likely push for you to join the clan first. It'll make things easier for paperwork if the wedding happens within the clan." Naruto gave an approval nod. "Then we can plan the wedding. As for you two," he joked, "I'd recommend deciding on your honeymoon now. Trust me, my wife and I couldn't agree on anything, and once we did, clan affairs caught up to us. You're still young. Take some time to enjoy life." Hinata and Naruto looked at each other, their minds in sync. They all said, "Mount Myoboku," with a sense of assurance in their voices. Where else in the world could claim to have perpetual spring, after all? In such a remote, hallowed location, at least, no one could disturb them. Tsunade slept very little the previous night. Even though she drank a lot, nothing changed. She couldn't shake the feeling that something horrible was going to happen. There wasn't much paperwork to complete that day, and she was getting bored. Something wasn't quite right, like when you're winning a lot and then all of a sudden it stops. Even Shizune was nervous because her apprentice was occupied with getting ready for this year's Chunin exams, which would take place in Suna. It was anticipated that many of Konoha's genins would take part, and the idea of Gaara questioning why Naruto wouldn't be there gave the Hokage a headache. She had been such an idiot. Given everything, Naruto's request for additional duties was only reasonable. Particularly as the Jinchuriki of Konoha, he had never received much recognition. Perhaps if she had simply had more faith in him. The Hokage's door was knocked on by a jonin. Tsunade-sama, Naruto Uzumaki is requesting an audience with you. A few documents and utensils fell as the final Senju got up from her chair and knocked over her desk. Shizune rushed to collect the mess. Bring him in, instructed Tsunade. Naruto had approached her and requested an audience rather than simply storming in. That was a step forward. Still dressed as he had been when she last saw him with Hinata, the blonde entered her office. She had initially dismissed it as a badly made disguise, but it appeared that Naruto had fully embraced this new look. If she was correct, his Haori even featured the Uzumaki spiral on the back. Hokage-sama, he said coolly. Tsunade observed once more that he didn't speak to her in a familiar manner. Good day to you, Naruto. If you came to apologize in the hopes of joining the Chunin exams, I should tell you that I may have been. Naruto interrupted, removing the leaf insignia from his head before approaching her desk. Actually, I came here to return my headband. I wish to remove myself from the shinobi ranks, he said. Shizune, who had been collecting papers, stood motionless. She was as shocked by what she had just heard as her master was. Tsunade sighed, but there was no sign of dishonesty in Naruto's actions. Maybe he hadn't changed as much as she believed. Naruto, I do not have time for weird attempts at blackmail. I was about to say I went too far yesterday and shouldn't have banned you from the Chunin exams, but now this is just childish. I am maintaining my decision. Naruto did not recoil. Hokage-sama, this is not a joke. I am very serious. I wish to remove myself from the shinobi ranks, and I'm presenting you my headband. Tsunade's gaze expanded. Naruto took this seriously. All of a sudden, everything fell into place. She had been uncomfortable all day because of this. She was solely to blame. Her grandson was going to pass away. Naruto, I cannot allow you to do this. Do you realize what you are doing? You can't. You wanted to be Hokage. Wanted. Naruto clarified in a flat voice. He put his headband on Tsunade's desk and said, but you made it very clear that it's not possible for me. I've been thinking a lot about this, and this is what I want. I'm not going back on my decision, so please, at least don't complicate things. Tsunade's heartbeat became erratic as she gazed at the headband, her blood boiling. Over this of all things, panic started to set in. I can't allow you to do this. I refuse. With an unwavering expression, Naruto glared at her. He anticipated a response, but Tsunade said nothing. You do not have the right to refuse. I'm still a genin. I can remove myself from the ranks whenever I want. All I have to do is present my headband to you, which I've done. He asked, why are you holding me back like this? But she was unable to respond. At last, he turned to go, having given up on a definitive answer. I'm leaving. With her legs failing to support her, Tsunade fell back into her chair as Naruto left her office. What had she done? Tsunade-sama. Shizune rushed to her side and took her pulse. Although her apprentice's presence helped her relax, Tsunade knew she had reached a point beyond which she could turn back. You have to breathe, it's fine. I'm sure Naruto is just going through a bad phase. He'll come around. She detested it and was aware that she needed to fix it right away. Hiashi and Naruto had just concluded their meeting with the elders to discuss Naruto's assimilation into the Hyuga clan. So she didn't release you. A small ceremony was to be held quietly by the end of the week. Hinata's father was suffering from a headache as a result of the complicated situation that resulted from his meeting with Tsunade. I hate stubborn people. I am stubborn, Naruto grinned, trying to lighten the situation. Allow me to use another word, then. I hate foolish people. Isn't there something more specific for when someone refuses to go for the best outcome? Asked Naruto. Hiashi hesitated a second. Delusional. Naruto gave a nod. Fair enough. They had talked about looking for alternatives, but they couldn't just make the Hokage do what they wanted. Tsunade was the law when it came to shinobi affairs. I feel guilty. I could tell she didn't like it any more than I did, but I wasn't about to let her patronize me again. You handled it well. You remained polite and as calm as you could. Do you think I should have been more insistent? They were walking through an open area of the clan's estate when they noticed the mountain with the Hokage's faces carved into it. From personal experience, Hiashi said, and as the saying goes, the wind may blow as much as it wishes, yet unlike the trees, the mountain will not bend. I could mess them up in return, like I used to, but that would be really childish. The Hyuga laughed. Putting a hand on Naruto's shoulder, he moved closer to his soon-to-be son-in-law and said, "You are like the wind, but even a mountain wouldn't stop you, it seems. There's something else on your mind." Naruto gazed up at the sky while leaning against a fence. The clouds in the east appeared to be building up for a major storm. He sighed, unsure of how to put it. It's going to sound weird, but I'm worried about losing the magic of our relationship. Naruto felt that he had not adequately conveyed his feelings. I'm worried about getting into arguments with her, not being able to satisfy Hinata. I don't ever want to hurt her, but it's like normal things couples go through, right? You know. Hiashi tapped him on the back in a friendly manner. I have many regrets. My wife and I didn't get the chance to live a long marriage. I wouldn't dare tell you how to live your life, but the simple fact that you are thinking about the future convinces me that you will hardly have any bad times with my daughter, though if you do, be sure that you will face my wrath. Why yes, Hiashi-sama. They went back to strolling through the garden, saying, "Please, call me Otusan. I have arranged for a room to be prepared for you in our house. Though, I assume you'll turn it into an office later if you move in with Hinata." This is very kind of you. Hiashi paused and then appeared to pause before saying, "It's only natural. You will be a member of our clan. I might be asking early, but have you thought about the alliances for the wedding?" Naruto grinned with assurance. I did. I have a lot of Ryos saved up, but I had a brilliant idea last night. I'm sure Hinata will love it. If you need help financing anything, I insist. I should do it myself. Naruto interrupted himself when a house wall abruptly collapsed from within. Unmistakably, there was a sound of destruction, and Naruto instantly focused, gathering a little natural chakra. He sensed someone he knew. Sakura yelled, "Naruto, you idiot," as she rushed through the debris and looked around wildly. Despite her almost flawless control, her anger was evident when she saw him, as her chakra flared around her fist. "What have you done to Tsunade-sama? I found her crying, and Shizune said it was because of you." As Naruto opened his mouth to speak, Hiashi abruptly intervened, adopting a defensive stance. "Sakura Haruno, you may be a Jonin and Tsunade's disciple, but you have crossed the limits of your authority by far. You breached the property of the Hyuga clan and cannot begin to imagine how much damage you've caused to get here." Hiyashi's expression widened. "Leave at once." Sakura yelled, "Not until I beat some sense into him," with her fist poised to strike. Even though Sakura had been trained by Tsunade, a taijutsu expert like Hiashi was too strong for her. Sakura was swiftly rendered immobile and paralyzed by a series of 64 precise blows. Still stunned, she gasped, "Why did you attack me?" With a tone that was both understanding and frustrated, the Hyuga clan leader sighed. Following the path of shattered furniture, shinobi from the Hyuga clan showed up a few seconds later. "It seems she has that in common with her master. Take her to the hospital. Inform the Anbu forces that Sakura Haruno trespassed in our district and that I will be pressing charges for property destruction." Hiashi turned to Naruto, and attempted assault. Seeing his teammate taken away like a criminal did not sit well with Naruto. "This is going to end badly for us. Tsunade may bark about us attacking her student, but we were in our right to defend ourselves. I did issue a warning, though considering her behavior, this isn't the first time she's done something like this, is it?" Naruto sarcastically questioned. "It isn't normal behavior." He paused, recalling how he had once desired to be friends with her. "She was always like that at the academy and even in my team. Our sensei never bothered to scold her or anyone else for the insults or the beatings." Hiashi had been mistaken. At one point, Naruto's delusions had surpassed Sakura's fixation on Sasuke. "I don't want to get into this subject. I wouldn't force you to speak about it. How about we discuss the steps of your integration ceremony instead? I figure you haven't done one in a very long time." "Oh no, We do them often, chuckled Hiashi. Though it's usually a more private affair. The clan is a family, to a greater extent, but the Hyugas are many small groups living in the district, each with at least one common ancestor. Any secluded family member may marry someone from outside the clan. He paused. I do admit, it's often believed well. Naruto apologetically waved his hands. I get what you mean, Hiashi-sama. I mean, To-san. You were saying about the ceremony. Naruto thought of the clan as a large tree with birds in its nests. Right, the main house handles the paperwork, but the ceremony itself is really just a small, private gathering organized by the close members of the branch. What kind of bird would he be, he wondered. He reasoned that although people would likely view him as a pigeon, he would prefer to be. Kurama teased, a penguin. Naruto winced and laughed. Observing his strange behavior, Hiashi said, Naruto, are you feeling ill? Nothing, stumbled Naruto. He attempted to explain to the gullible Hyuga leader, it's just the furball inside making contextual jokes. Anyway, so I don't have to prepare for anything. There's no official ceremony with, 30 precise steps. Hiashi grinned. We can do that if you really want to. Kami no, Naruto pleaded. It was Tsunade's day off. Her sleep wouldn't last long, but she hadn't felt this at ease in years. A few Anbu had come to her home to report the most recent outburst of her youngest apprentice. Tsunade whispered to herself, and I thought Naruto was childish. Sakura's intentions were admirable, of course, but there was much more to blame. As much as her power permitted, Shizune remained at the tower, trying to take Tsunade's place. Naruto was in the home of the Hyuga clan. Had they begun dating? Tsunade had previously seen him with Hinata. How had she missed that, even though it seemed that way? She had failed to pay attention to so many things. To hear Kakashi's perspective, she called him. The Jonin arrived several hours late as usual, and he wasn't by himself. Shikamaru and I were busy playing shogi, and he fell asleep. He looked so peaceful that I didn't want to wake him up. Kakashi said, I apologize, in a casual tone. He glanced at Shikamaru, who rolled his eyes. Kakashi casually pulled his mask down to inhale. What got you sick? Caught the flu. It's kinda cold nowadays, he continued. Tsunade gestured for them to take a seat. She went on to explain how the situation had gotten out of hand, saying, no, it's about Naruto. I just don't know how to handle him anymore. I can't anticipate how he'll react. Shikamaru leaned his head back and closed his eyes. After 2 years as a Chunin, he was promoted following a successful raid on a powerful black market group that required months of planning. You did the right thing. Naruto can't handle people's safety, not as a Jonin. I should know how troublesome this job is. He had fewer but much more difficult tasks because he was a Jonin. You banned him from entering the next Chunin exam. It seems fair, considering he couldn't even sit still when he was being ordered to. And if he even thought about it, as long as he keeps acting like a buffoon, no genin will ever accept forming a team with him. Kakashi let out a sigh. Shikamaru, don't you think you're being a bit harsh? Naruto has come a long way since. With no response from Kakashi, Shikamaru retorted, how many times did he almost get killed fighting the 2 freaks from Akatsuki? My father would say the same. He's a commander, and if the Jonin ranks are as efficient as they are now, it's definitely because he makes sure only those with the right skills are in those positions. Tsunade showed her subordinates Naruto's headband. A Jinchuriki who didn't want to be a shinobi said, I'm more worried about keeping him in the shinobi ranks in the first place, rather than his request for a promotion. As Hokage, she had to find a quick solution to this problem, but as Naruto's mentor, she had to protect his dream. Kakashi's face was solemn as he adjusted his headband. To think this day would come. An Anbu carrying a scroll came into the room. I apologize for the intrusion, Hokage-sama, but this is an emergency. With a nod, Tsunade accepted the scroll and unfolded it. She once read it, then again, to make sure she wasn't wrong. Tsunade muttered, her tone tinged with disbelief, it's from the Raikage. Apparently, someone made a pitiful attempt to kill the Raikage, and they later discovered that the assailant was a shinobi from the Land of Grass, some fool who's in the last pages of the bingo book. Unimpressed, Shikamaru opened one eye. Okay, and, glad to hear he's fine. Shikamaru received the scroll from Tsunade. Apparently, the assailant was disguised as Naruto. Kakashi's attention was abruptly aroused, and his head jerked up. He approached Shikamaru so he could read the message. Tsunade said, They aren't accusing us, they just wanted to inform us that the suspect's trail has been traced all the way back to Hizuka Castle. I assume you know this place by its reputation. Kakashi remembered, didn't we send Mizuki there? Yes, Tsunade affirmed, pausing before continuing in a somber tone. As a servant of Orochimaru, his abilities were too unpredictable. Their warden has a special sealing technique which was perfect for him. The Raikage is reporting that the Land of Grass may have some kind of ancient weapon in their possession. The information they've gathered suggests it's somewhere inside the prison, but they're missing something to activate it. Infiltration attempts have been made, but all have failed. Kakashi's thoughts were racing, so they want to frame Naruto for Kami knows why, and they expect us to send him there. He was shaking his head. The enemy's strategy was ridiculously clear. I'd go as far as saying that it's not even the Land of Grass behind this, these guys are amateurs at best. Already making plans, Shikamaru folded the scroll and turned to face the ceiling. His voice was thoughtful as he asked, what if we use this to our advantage? We play their game. We send Naruto there to make them drop their guard. Meanwhile, we organize a joint attack with the Hidden Cloud to remove the threat permanently. They've been reluctant to work with us against the Akatsuki, but now would be the perfect opportunity to show them the benefits of a partnership. Tsunade thought the idea was good, but there was a fatal flaw. Naruto has shown, quite extensively, that he wouldn't be taking orders as a shinobi anymore. Shikamaru grinned while crossing his arms behind his head. Shikamaru took a pack of cigarettes from his jacket and put one in his mouth without lighting it. Well, then don't ask him. We pretend to actually arrest him and ship him off to Hizuka. It'll be even better if he acts genuinely. He's ironically the perfect candidate for such a mission. At most, he'll be there for an entire week, and Naruto can handle himself. When the mission is completed, you promote him to Chunin, take him for a few bowls at Ichiraku, and we're back on track. He'll be mad, but when you tell him it was an important S-rank mission, he'll be overjoyed to be mad. And that's not even mentioning the promotion and the outcome. Tsunade turned to Kakashi to see what he thought. Ironically, Kakashi followed suit, pausing to consider his words. Kakashi said, I can't picture it differently either, with a small shrug. Thus, the blood prison scheme was initiated. Hinata said, you shouldn't give it to me now, with a slight smile. Don't you want to keep the surprise for the wedding ceremony? A rare night out was being enjoyed by Naruto and Hinata. For once, it wasn't snowing, and, as Hiyashi had urged, they had made the decision to spend some time together even though there weren't many festive events to partake in at this time of year. After a brief pause at a bench, Naruto asked Hinata to close her eyes while grinning mischievously. Then he took her right hand and held it gently. The blonde's scheme was clear to Hinata. Naruto declared, I'll find something even better, I promise, in a resolute tone. He placed something metal on her index finger. Okay, you can look now. When Hinata opened her eyes, she saw a plain ring with elaborate seals carved into it on her finger. Although it was simple, its significance outweighed its look by a wide margin. Her eyes were soft with love as she gazed up at him. You made it yourself. Well, Naruto said sheepishly, I did ask Tenten for the materials, and I got some help from a Hyuga artisan to carve the seals, but it's all me otherwise. He grinned proudly. Try channeling some chakra into it. Hinata followed directions, but nothing appeared to happen. Naruto then lifted his hand to show a nearly identical ring on his finger. It was glowing purple, the exact color of Hinata's chakra. Naruto clarified, it receives chakra emitted from its counterpart. After a brief pause, he said, I'm not sure about the maximum range, but I thought it would be a great way for us to let each other know we're always here. Do you like it? He asked. The ring on Hinata's finger glowed a vivid blue aura in response to her focusing some of her chakra. Naruto, how could you possibly do better on our wedding day? She said after a moment of stunned silence. Naruto grinned broadly. Hinata leaned against him, relishing the warmth of his body as he sat down beside her again, saying, when I do, you'll be completely caught off guard, believe it. Kurama's fiery chakra affinity for the fox was something Naruto mentally thanked him for. As much as I like her, Kit, refrain from using my chakra as a coat, the elderly Biju complained in a frustrated tone. Wouldn't you like to lay down in front of a fireplace and nap the whole day? Said Naruto. He imagined the idea had taken root, and he could almost hear the fox thinking. Hinata repositioned herself in opposition to Naruto. In a quiet voice, she said, talking to Kurama. He could come out eventually, show people that he isn't the monster they think he is. Naruto gave a headshake. Nah, he's very selective about who he likes. I'm already feeling honored to be counted among those he tolerates. You should feel the same way. Hinata grinned and said, to be friends with the guardian of the land of fire. I do. Her words made Kurama's ears perk up. The Biju listened intently despite his harsh demeanor. Unlike most, the young woman was well versed in the history of the world and was aware that the Biju were once thought of as guardian spirits, although hatred toward them had never changed, even in those days. Hinata stated, tomorrow's a big day, with a hint of subdued enthusiasm in her voice. We should head back home and rest. Naruto's eyes were far away and thoughtful. It was his home and haven. My last night in this shabby apartment. I'm almost having regrets. By leaving, he felt as though he was betraying something invisible. With a soft smile, Hinata touched his arm. Naruto felt a burden leave his chest when she said, don't look at it that way. Someone else will move in, and they'll be very grateful to have a roof over their head. I'll be impatient to see you again. In that case, Naruto grinned, I'll make sure to arrive early. Naruto wore the Haori Hinata had given him on his way to the Hyuga clan house the following day. For a moment, he wondered if wearing the Uzumaki clan's emblem would offend the Hyugas. However, he reasoned that by this point, it represented the village more than the clan. Ultimately, the Uzumaki clan would be officially removed from the existing records. He was stopped by a group of Anbu agents halfway to his destination. With a stern tone, the lead Anbu said, Naruto Uzumaki, the Hokage has summoned you to her office. Naruto let out a sigh. I'm not a genin anymore. Unless it's an emergency, I can't just drop everything and be summoned to the Hokage's office. The lead Anbu motioned for the others to get ready. We are authorized to use force if necessary, they cautioned one another. Naruto swore in his head. Naturally, Tsunade would cause him to be late for his Hyuga clan introduction. He would need to take care of this right away. Fine, lead the way. A few drops of water fell on his head as soon as they arrived at the Hokage monument. Later in the afternoon, it looked like rain was on its way. Naruto thought it strange that the Hokage Tower's corridors were so deserted. He was motioned to enter the Hokage's office by the Anbu. Naruto noticed the rain outside the large windows as soon as he entered. He wished he had a jutsu to keep it away or had remembered to pack an umbrella. The group gathered around the room was the second thing he noticed. Yamato, Sakura, Shikamaru, and Kakashi were all too many for such a straightforward summons. He gave Tsunade a sharp glance while folding his arms. If you're still trying to convince me to remain a genin, we're both wasting our time. I'm expected at. Tsunade interrupted, the Raikage has been the victim of an assassination attempt, in a firm and direct tone. Naruto's eyebrow went up. So, you're the prime suspect, Tsunade added, her eyes hardening. Many of their jonin have identified you, and we've received reports claiming you were responsible for carrying out the assassination of jonins from both the Land of Lightning and the Land of Earth. Naruto's face remained unchanged. He folded his arms. And what do you want me to do about it? Someone's using my face to blame me for this. Honestly, I don't care that much. I'm not a genin anymore. As he spoke, Shikamaru's eyes narrowed. The problem is, we don't have any counter-evidence to prove your innocence. And aside from that, your little stunt at the wall is suspicious enough to make us think you're not as innocent as you claim. With a defensive tone beginning to seep into his voice, Naruto scowled. Okay, let's ignore the fact that you're supposed to be the big-brained strategist here. If I was dumb enough to try to start an international war, don't you think I'd, I don't know, use someone else's face? He stopped and grinned at Shikamaru. And if you want proof I was in the village, ask the Hyuga clan how much time I've spent there in the last 4 weeks. From the side, Kakashi added his voice. You could have used shadow clones. It hurt. It was like being betrayed. If you're still not convinced about my innocence, then ask Ino's father to check my memories, Naruto replied. With an angry expression, Tsunade slammed her fist against the table. Enough. Even if you proved your innocence, it's 2 countries against 1. I'm not going to expose the village, or the whole country, to another great war. Her words sounded like a steel fist. I'm sending you to Hizuka Castle. Naruto yelled, what, as his eyes grew wide with disbelief. The next to speak was Yamato, who was firm but calm. It's a prison in the land of grass. Hidden villages have an agreement to finance it in order to imprison shinobi when necessary, he said. With a storm of frustration building inside of him, Naruto shook his head. You can't be serious. Is this because I want to quit being a shinobi? Are you threatening me? Before he could respond further, Yamato's wooden roots swiftly bound his arms behind his back and Shikamaru's shadows shot out, restraining him. Kakashi then sealed the cage that now contained him with seals that suppressed chakras. Naruto's voice trembled with confusion and rage as he asked, What are you doing? With a voice that was colder than he had ever heard, Tsunade gazed down at him. Take him away. After entering the room, a full squad of Anbu quickly lifted the cage and carried Naruto out of the office. Naruto yelled, You're making a mistake. I'm innocent. But his voice was muffled as he was carried off, the door slamming behind him. There was silence in the room. Sakura spoke first, her voice hushed with remorse. That was hard to keep up. Don't you think we went too far with him? Always composed in the face of difficulty, Kakashi pulled out his book. He had good arguments, it would have been easy to prove his innocence. Shikamaru was standing by the window, watching the Anbu race through the village. What's done is done, we'll see him again in a week. And once the situation is resolved, we'll have our loud, energetic blonde back. Tsunade approached him with a distressed look on her face. The nagging sensation in the pit of her stomach persisted. Despite Shikamaru's careful planning, something didn't feel quite right. Even so, there didn't seem to be much chance of anything going wrong with the raikage supporting them. For now, anyway. Being paraded like a beast through the entire village was degrading. Naruto was unable to defend himself. The cheers had given way to sidelong glances and whispers in the crowd. Without hesitation, he could feel their eyes on him, condemning and judging him. His entire being let out a cry of frustration, but he was powerless to stop it. He had lost his voice, his influence, and his capacity to change things. The village he had sacrificed so much for had abandoned him. It was plain and simple betrayal. It was worse than any blow he had ever received and worse than any foe he had ever encountered. The sting of it all burned in his heart. The worst part, though, the feeling of complete helplessness was the most agonizing aspect. His chakra was sealed, his movements limited, and he was imprisoned in this wooden cage. There was no one here to listen, even if he could talk. No one to defend him. He was unable to alert anyone or communicate with the Hyuga clan or Hinata. Those who had already made up their minds about him were completely in control of him. He detested every moment of it. As Naruto was pulled deeper into the center of Konoha, the sound of rushed footsteps reverberated through the village streets. While some turned their heads away and others stared in open curiosity, the majority of people did nothing. He felt as though he was being choked by the quiet of the streets until he noticed something. There was a brief flash of recognition in the crowd, a familiar face. She was there, Hanabi, the younger sister of Hinata. He wouldn't have wanted anyone to see him in this state. With Konohamaru at her side, she was moving quickly while keeping her head up. Her eyes froze the moment they met Naruto's. She stood motionless for a heartbeat as her eyes grew wide with shock. Konohamaru, who had been standing next to her, followed her gaze, his expression instantly twisted in perplexity and worry. The heart of Naruto twisted. He wished he could call out to her at that moment and tell her it wasn't what she thought, that he was being set up and that this wasn't his fault. However, the words became stuck in his throat and were muffled by the surrounding silence. He was unable to even hope for another opportunity to defend himself. Instead, it was like a dagger to his chest when he saw Hanabi's face, her fear, her shock. The first to break the silence was Konohamaru. He turned to Hanabi, looking for answers that he himself lacked, and his voice wavered. His disbelief was evident in every line of his face as he spoke shakily. It wasn't an illusion, right? He couldn't accept it and didn't want to believe it. He had always looked up to Naruto, who had never failed him, and now this. With her hand clutching Konohamaru's scarf as though to steady herself, Hanabi shook her head in shock, still clinging to his arm. She muttered, No, it can't be real, as fear began to seep into her voice. However, her doubt was swiftly replaced by something darker, a creeping horror that started to claw at her chest, as long as her eyes were focused on the scene that was playing out in front of them. As she processed the terrible truth, her stomach churned. In the center of the village he had fought for, Naruto, whom they had all once admired, was now being treated like a criminal and a pariah. We have to warn my father. Hanabi's voice was now strained with fear and urgency. Konohamaru, still in shock and unsure of what to do, caught her attention. She tightened her hold on his scarf. Konohamaru, we can't let this happen. We have to stop them. With urgency in each step, she drew him forward without waiting for an answer. We can't just stand here. We need to get to the clan house, now, she exclaimed, feeling the weight of the situation bearing down on her. Despite her desire to think that this was an error or misunderstanding, she knew in her heart that the situation was far worse than it appeared. As Hanabi pulled him along, Konohamaru staggered a little, his thoughts racing. In all the years he had spent growing up here, he had never witnessed the village revolt on its own like this. And now, of all people, Naruto was experiencing it. The one individual who had consistently supported everyone. As he followed Hanabi, fear eating at him, his chest constricted. The sounds of the village subsided as they rushed through the streets. Although Hanabi walked steadily and resolutely, her heart was racing inside. She could not allow this to occur. Not to Naruto, not to her sister, who had done so much for the village. She needed to put an end to it. The cage, the terror in his eyes, and the helplessness that reflected her own as he was pulled away were all vivid memories of Naruto. There was no time to hesitate now, but it was too much to handle. Now their honored guest was an hour late. There was a lot of excitement in the Hyuga clan's ceremonial hall, but there was also a growing sense of unease. The family members and elders whispered to each other, wondering out loud what might be preventing their newest clan member, Naruto, from showing up on time. With a hint of worry in his normally composed manner, Hiashi stood at the front of the room. He had made an effort to remain calm, responding to their inquiries with forced tolerance. Hiashi kept saying, Naruto is not the kind of person to be this late on such an important day, but there was a hint of discomfort in his voice. He was trying to persuade himself as much as anyone else, and the words felt almost like a mantra. Conversely, Hinata was barely listening to the whispered chatter around her. Too much worry consumed her. She was starting to feel worn out from trying to concentrate her chakra into the ring that Naruto had given her, the one they had made together. No matter how hard she tried, she was unable to feel him, and the longer it continued, the more uneasy she became. Her fingers trembled a little as she looked down at the ring and muttered, where could he be? The lack of his chakra was starting to feel like a burden on her chest rather than merely a gap. Her stomach churned with fear as she sensed that something was seriously wrong. When Hiashi noticed his daughter's anguish, he put a hand on her shoulder and his face briefly softened. He spoke in a worried tone, Hinata, you're shaking, are you feeling sick? You look so pale, he said. In an attempt to regain her composure, Hinata shook her head. Her voice cracked a little as the fear she had been holding inside surfaced. It's just, I have a very bad premonition. Like something horrible has happened, and no one has told me yet. Hiyashi's eyes narrowed as he realized how uncomfortable his daughter was. Though he wouldn't say it out loud, it reflected his own mounting anxiety. I fear I share your sentiment, he said in a steady, low voice, but it was obvious that he was tense. I should send guards to his house to check on him. It's unlike Naruto too. A loud disturbance from within the ceremony room cut Hiashi and Hinata off before he could finish speaking. Shouting, gasps, and the sound of rushed footsteps abruptly replaced the soft murmur of conversation. When they heard Hanabi's voice rising above the mayhem, the tension in the air increased. We swear, it was him, but there was nothing we could do, Hanabi exclaimed in a panicked, terrified voice. It was a cry of powerlessness that chilled Hinata and Hiashi alike. Hinata turned to face her father, her eyes wide with increasing alarm, and her breath caught. Whispering, what's going on? Hiashi remained silent. He was already staring at the ceremony room door. His gut told him that something was seriously wrong. He didn't hold off any longer. He quickly pushed Hinata out of the room and away from the group. He gave the order, stay here, and then went inside to face whatever was causing the commotion. The atmosphere inside was disorderly. Standing in the middle, surrounded by a number of clan members, Hanabi's face was pale and terrified. The young man who had spent years with Naruto, Konohamaru Sarutobi, stood next to her with a bewildered and disbelieving expression. Konohamaru was saying, it doesn't make any sense, with a frustrated tone in his voice. Why would they arrest him? Naruto wouldn't do something like that. Hiashi felt the words strike him like a lightning strike. Arrested? What was this insanity? He had no idea what was happening, but the expressions on everyone's faces told him that something horrible had happened. Hanabi nodded forcefully, her hands trembling as she gripped Konohamaru's sleeve. We swear, we saw him. It was Naruto, but there was nothing we could do. He's been taken away, arrested. When Naruto's name was mentioned, the room fell silent. As Hiashi absorbed the chaos in front of him, he could feel the words, weight bearing down on him. Hanabi, Konohamaru, and his daughter were all entangled in something much worse than they could comprehend. Hiyashi took a step forward, drawing attention to himself. He took charge of the situation right away, and his chakra flared as the force of it swept through the room like a wave. "Everyone, quiet," he ordered, his voice piercing the clamor. "Hanabi, Konohamaru," he said in a controlled yet acerbic tone. "Start from the beginning. What happened? What exactly did you see?" Hiyashi Hyuga and a few Jonins from his clan quickly broke into Tsunade's office by force. Everyone in the Hokage's chambers felt uneasy as doors crashed open. Hiyashi was a commanding presence, and it was obvious from the intensity of his glare that he was not here to engage in diplomatic relations. With weapons in hand and a tense stance, the ANBUs tasked with guarding the Hokage emerged, prepared to fight if the situation got out of control. Shizune could feel the atmosphere changing as she held a stack of documents against her chest. This was going in a direction she didn't like. The tension was thick enough to pierce the air, and she could feel the weight of the impending conflict. Nobody wanted to witness a fight in the Hokage's office, particularly one involving the leader of the Hyuga clan. Tsunade got up from her chair and yelled, "What is the meaning of this?" in a startled and irritated tone. "Hiyashi-sama, this better not be what it looks like." Her eyes narrowed as she mentally readied herself for a confrontation, fully aware that Hiyashi was not a man who would use force arbitrarily. Hinata activated her Byakugan and stood among the intruders. Her chakra was flaring in a silent storm of emotions, and the veins around her eyes were pulsing. Her eyes were fixed on Tsunade, her body quivering not only from anxiety but also from an increasing, silent fury that echoed her father's. Still refusing to back down, Hiyashi signaled his Jonins to stay put. He walked carefully over to Tsunade's desk, ignoring the ANBU's threat, but his eyes never left the Hokage. Each syllable was laced with a barely contained rage as he spoke in a low growl. "My youngest daughter and her friend just reported that they saw Naruto being taken away in a cage by our own forces. I want to know why an NOW." Startled by the severity of Hiyashi's demand, Tsunade made an effort to maintain her composure, but the seriousness of the situation was starting to get to her. The Hyuga's abrupt arrival was surprising, especially considering how polite they usually are. However, the fundamental cause was evident. This storm had been stoked by Hinata's anguish and concern over Naruto's whereabouts. What was happening was rapidly put together in Tsunade's mind. This was now about the Hyuga clan as a whole, not just Naruto. Tsunade clarified, "We have heard claims from other hidden villages that Naruto has killed their shinobis, in a steady but reluctant delivery." She explained succinctly, unwilling to reveal more delicate information, especially now that she was interacting with the leader of one of Konoha's most influential clans. "Since we couldn't prove his innocence, I sent him to Hizuka Castle in the Land of Grass." A thin line of barely contained rage formed on Hiyashi's face as his lips barely parted. He wanted to say so much, but he was unable to do so because he had spent years developing his control. His voice was icy, hardly more than a whisper, but it was full of years of disappointment. "You sent the most loyal of the inhabitants of this village to prison." He was clearly frustrated with Tsunade's actions, as evidenced by his accusing remarks. "You couldn't prove he wasn't guilty. Did Inoichi or a member of his clan check his memories?" Tsunade felt the sting of his words and clenched her fist. Why was Hiyashi now acting so hostilely? She had acted in the village's best interests, ensuring everyone's safety. But her resolve was broken by Hiyashi's glare. With his Byakugan still active, Hiyashi pressed, "You didn't, did you? And what if he killed some shinobis? He was a ninja, Tsunade. This is a risk both sides are willing to take during a fight." When Tsunade said, "The Raikage himself was the victim of an assault," her voice raised a little in defense. "I couldn't risk putting the village at war again." Hiyashi's fist struck the Hokage's desk with such force that it splintered, interrupting her words. The ANBUs moved forward out of instinct when the room echoed with the sound of breaking wood, but Tsunade did not issue the command. As Hiyashi's Byakugan flared with an almost terrifying intensity, she stood motionless. "This village of kidnappers and liars tried to take my eldest daughter," Hiyashi snarled, his voice brimming with bitterness. His voice cracked with the bitterness of old wounds, but his anger was far from gone. "They failed, and as a result, they dared to ask for my own head. The village complied with their demand, and I was forced to watch helplessly as my brother walked to his death. And now, the village dares to send one of our clan's members, and my future son-in-law, to prison because the hidden cloud asked for it." As the full impact of Hiyashi's words hit everyone like a ton of bricks, the room went silent. Tsunade's defenses were breached by the startling revelation. The Hokage parted her lips to reply, but nothing came out. With a low, authoritative voice, Hiashi stepped closer to her. "You better bring him back now," he said in an unyielding tone. Tsunade's face became stern. She could see why Hiashi was upset, but the village's security had to come first. "I will not risk the village's safety," she firmly declared. "Naruto will remain at Hizuka Castle until we have the means to show the other villages he isn't guilty." The sound of glass exploding filled the room as the Hokage's office windows abruptly broke from the inside. Nobody knew what had happened for a few seconds. Then, gradually, everyone's gaze shifted to Hinata. Her body was shaking uncontrollably as she stood in the center of the room. Her skin had turned a sickly white, and her breathing was fast and erratic. Her aura was oppressive and overwhelming now, and there was something almost inhuman about her. The horrifying metamorphosis was further enhanced by the horns that started to sprout from her forehead. Raw and untamed, her chakra erupted all around her, ready to blow up at any second. When his daughter appeared, Hiashi, who still had his Byakugan active, did not react right away. He was more worried about the alien chakra blending with Hinata's own, a tremendous power that wasn't hers. He was aware of this. Naruto had been teaching her senjutsu. He felt his blood run cold at the realization. Not only was the chakra swirling around her overwhelming, but it was also dangerously unpredictable. In an attempt to soothe her, he hurried to her side and embraced her. The tremendous pressure in the room gradually subsided as the force of his touch grounded her. However, the danger remained. The Hyuga clan members will not serve in the shinobi ranks as long as Naruto is not returned to the village, Hiashi declared in a stern and icy tone. The statement settled in Tsunade's stomach like a leaden weight, a boycott. The Hyuga clan was ready to leave the shinobi forces in the village. "You can't do that," Tsunade uttered in a barely audible whisper. Hiashi firmly replied, "We can and we will," as his eyes met hers. Neji came forward from the rear of the room at that point, taking off his headband and letting it fall to the broken remnants of Tsunade's desk. His forehead had lost the damned seal. Following his example, the other Jonins all took off their headbands in a silent show of defiance. Neji cautioned, "Expect more," in a tone full of significance. Neji went on, "Hiashi-sama, Hinata-sama," in a firm yet respectful tone. "We should head back now." Despite the seriousness of the situation, Hiashi put a hand on Neji's shoulder and tugged at his lips with a proud smile. Tsunade sat back in her chair, stunned by the turn of events, as the delegation turned to depart. She was aware that the damage had been done, even though the storm had passed. As she talked to Shizune, she gripped her chair's armrests more tightly. Tsunade whispered, "I need Kakashi and Shikamaru," quickly, her voice heaving from the shock of what had just happened. In an attempt to find any weakness, Naruto continued to pull at the wooden cage. He needed to find anything at all. There was no way to lose now. Not after all that he had accomplished. Kurama's calm but direct voice reverberated in his head, "Would you take a moment to stop struggling and think?" Naruto scowled. He muttered under his breath, "As much as I appreciate your expertise with prisons, I'm working on it, okay? I need to concentrate." He had spent hours traveling with the Anbu escort, and based on the landmarks, it appeared that they would soon be crossing the border into the land of grass. "You're being an idiot," the fox shot back, sardonically. Naruto hesitated, tensing his muscles as he collected his strength for a moment. "It's part of our deal," he firmly stated. "I have to escape on my own." Kurama sat inside the seal, looking both amused and frustrated. The massive fox leaned in closer, his massive body exuding strength. "Listen, brat, I've been locked up for nearly a century. As much as a part of me thinks it might do you humans some good to see what that's like, it's not something I'd wish on you. Deal or no deal, I'm giving you advice whether you want it or not." Skeptical, Naruto's spirit turned to the fox. "Yeah, what's your brilliant idea?" Kurama gestured languidly with his paw, his lips curling into a toothy grin. "Unless you failed to notice, this little wooden cage has you nearly immobilized. You don't need brute strength to break free, you need timing. When the moment's right, you know what to do." After blinking, Naruto realized something. He shook his head and remarked, oh, right, I could, wait, no, not yet, I need to wait until." Kurama gave a snort. "Good, at least you're learning. As cunning as a true fox. Now, quit yanking at splinters and focus. Prepare your escape." The Anbu had arrived at the land of grass's border by the following day. As they advanced to finish the transfer, a group of grass shinobi stood waiting for them, their expressions unflappable. After exchanging a few curt words and handing over the sealed cage, the Konoha Anbu turned back toward Konoha without any formalities. Defying the smile that threatened to appear on his face, Naruto kept his head down and remained silent. It was almost too simple. Naruto started to concentrate after the grass shinobi were taken into custody and started moving in the direction of the prison. Drawing from the subtle yet lively pulse of natural chakra surrounding him, he closed his eyes. He let the energy come into him slowly and steadily. Half an hour later, a huge building loomed on the horizon. It was dark, ominous, and definitely the prison to which he had been sentenced. Unaware of the silent storm that was building inside their prisoner, his captors continued to plod along. When Naruto opened his eyes, a fiery red hue burned in the bright blue irises. He felt a surge of senjutsu energy. He let out a sharp breath and let his strength loose. Splinters flew across the landscape as the wooden cage burst into a rain. Naruto arrived on the stunned grass shinobi before they could respond. Their bodies crumpled to the ground like rag dolls as the quick, accurate blows knocked them out. Naruto shook off the last of the suppressing seals as he stood amid the mayhem, cracking his knuckles and letting out a breath. The clock was ticking, but the horizon was clear. Now was the moment to improvise. Okay, he murmured to himself as he looked around. What's the next move, Uzumaki? As the anticipated shinobi from Konoha arrived, the guards at the Hazuka castle gate stood alert. 4 grass shinobi, Naruto Uzumaki's captors, were escorting him with grim authority while he was bound tightly with ropes. The escort's leader conversed with a prison guard once they were inside the castle. Send a message to Konoha. Inform the Hokage that their shinobi has arrived at his destination. We need to report to our squad leader immediately, so we won't be making a detour for the paperwork, the shinobi from Grass instructed. The guard dismissively waved. Don't worry about it. That's standard protocol for us. Unless some hidden village demands immediate confirmation, we handle the messages. The escort nodded and hurried out of the castle, leaving no trace behind. Naruto met Mui, the warden, inside. Although Naruto initially had a negative impression of the man, he exuded authority. To the best of his knowledge, Mui was a jerk. Mui quickly sealed the new inmates with suppressing seals. Naruto winced inwardly, fearing that the seal would ruin his scheme, but he was relieved that it wasn't powerful enough to upset the clone he had left in his place, which had been carefully infused with natural chakra. Dispelling the clones that had pretended to be his captors, the real Naruto stood among the unconscious grass shinobi a few kilometers away. Before the bound shinobi had a chance to break free, he swiftly hid them in a secret place where no one would find them. And that's how you escape prison without ever actually escaping, Naruto remarked, grinning smugly. Kurama rolled onto the ground inside the seal and burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, that was brilliant. By the time anyone figures out something's off, you'll be a few countries away. Well played, Kit. After chuckling, Naruto stopped talking and looked out at the horizon. It had only just dawned on him that he had no idea what to do after running in an arbitrary direction. I can't go back to the village. They'd just send me back to prison. For all I know, they've already put me in the bingo book, he muttered, his voice tinged with annoyance. There was a tone of quiet understanding in place of Kurama's laughter. Welcome to the club, kid. That's how it feels to be hunted by the entire world. Naruto clenched his fists and sighed. I have to tell Hinata I'm okay. That I'm innocent, but letters would be intercepted, and I can't trust anyone at this point. His tone stopped. I'm in exile. Kurama asked with a gleam in his golden eyes. Do you trust me? Naruto blinked, surprised by the unexpected question. What kind of question is that? Of course I trust you, furball. The fox smiled. Then let's align on a common goal. It's time to take out the Akatsuki. It had to be done eventually, and now that you're unshackled from Konoha's orders, there's a lot we can accomplish. Naruto cocked his head, considering the idea. The Akatsuki. They probably don't even know I've been sent to prison. That gives me an advantage. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't, Kurama answered. But surprise is an edge you can use. So, what's your plan? Naruto let out a sigh. First, I need supplies and rest. Good thing traveling with Jiraiya taught me how to get by in the field, though we weren't fugitives back then. Then we head north, Kurama said. Naruto trusted his partner's intuition and started to move. Why north, specifically? Kurama's voice became grave. Because my brother, Chome, is there. The humans call him the Nanabi, the Seven Tails. When Hashirama handed us over to the hidden villages like trophies, Chome ended up sealed in someone from the land of waterfalls. Naruto scowled. But the land of waterfalls isn't a major shinobi country. Why would a Jinchuriki be there? Kurama sighed. His tone was sharp, but he did not explain his statement. Yet another thing Mito got wrong. At the time they actually believed they would turn out to be a strong military force, he said. Chome is a giant rhinoceros beetle. And yes, one of my brothers is an insect, he said in anticipation. With a gesture of mock surrender, Naruto raised his hands. No offense meant. I was just surprised, that's all. Kurama snorted, but ignored it. If the Akatsuki already found him, we'll deal with it. But they haven't. Not yet. I can still sense the tailed beasts that haven't been sealed away. If we move quickly, we can reach Chome and convince his host to join our campaign. Naruto's eyes glowed with resolve. A new ally. That's perfect. I just hope this Jinchuriki is easier to deal with than Gaara was. Kurama's deep voice echoed with laughter as he laughed. With Chome. Nah, he's probably spoiled his host rotten. But you'll see soon enough. With unwavering resolve, Naruto pushed forward. This was no longer just about surviving, it was about retaliating, establishing his innocence, and changing the course of history. The next phase of his journey was obvious with Kurama's direction and a developing plan. Tsunade firmly said, "We need to speed up this operation," in an impatient tone. Since the start of the emergency meeting, she had repeated herself 5 times. And I'm telling you, we can't successfully complete a joint operation in under a week, Shikamaru retorted, remaining composed. If it were Suna, maybe, but you're just saying that because you're spending time with Tamari, Kakashi said idly, looking up from the book he was reading. Before turning back to the page, his lone visible eye twinkled with laughter. Shikamaru could have melted stone with his glare. He gestured to the letters strewn across the table, correspondence he had been handling with Kumo's representatives. Anyway, he drawled, ignoring Kakashi, the hidden cloud is a neutral party at best. It's a miracle they even agreed to cooperate with us in the first place. Diplomacy takes time. A week is nothing in the grand scheme of things. It is, Tsunade shouted, when not even an hour after the operation starts, the head of a clan storms into my office. Kakashi and Shikamaru looked at each other. They had been informed about Hiashi Hyuga's visit, including his disclosure of Naruto's connection to Hinata, the unanticipated mayhem brought on by the blood prison operation, and the Hyuga clan's choice to take revenge by withdrawing from village affairs. Tsunade had also stated that Sakura had attempted to apologize to Hiashi directly while following her orders, but was denied entry to the Hyuga compound. Tsunade added, the Hyuga are cutting themselves off from the village, in a frustrated tone. Rumors are spreading, and it's already affecting us. I had to deny nearly a fifth of the missions on our roster because there weren't any Hyuga available to assign. Well, that's good news, Shikamaru remarked casually as he sipped his tea. Tsunade narrowed her eyes ominously. Good. One of our major clans is in rebellion. 2 days in, and I'm already losing key resources. How exactly is that good? Shikamaru gave a shrug. You're losing some money, sure. But in exchange, you're strengthening relations with a major hidden village. Long-term gains, Hokage-sama. Tsunade responded angrily. There's no guarantee the Hyuga won't hold this against the village for the rest of my reign. They'll get over it, Shikamaru assured her, dismissing her worries. Once they understand the bigger picture and realize the plan behind Naruto's arrest, they'll be as relieved as he is. If you're really that worried about dragging the operation out, I can request Kumo to move our schedule forward by a day. They won't like it, though. Tsunade curtly ordered, do it, and turned to go. And someone get me a bottle. With a gentle thwap, Kakashi closed his book and turned to Shikamaru, observing him with mild interest as the Hokage bounded out of the room. Shikamaru leaned back in his chair and asked, what? I'm giving her sound advice. It's not my fault she can't separate her work from whatever personal connection she has to Naruto. Kakashi responded, that's called trauma, Shikamaru, without the humor that usually permeates his voice. But Tsunade has a point. You, on the other hand, don't worry enough. You act like you can predict everyone's reactions perfectly. That might work on a battlefield, but it doesn't apply to a village. Shikamaru was left alone in the Hokage's office as Kakashi stood up and walked toward the door, stretching his arms. The young Nara sighed deeply in frustration. TCH, troublesome village. Naruto eventually arrived at the land of waterfalls 3 days after his small trick at Hizuka Castle. Surprisingly, not many waterfalls were visible. He reasoned that Konoha ought to have been constructed atop a volcano if nations had to match their names. He looked at the landscape and asked out loud, couldn't they have called this place the land of forests? There used to be a land of that, Kurama said sourly. Naruto, who completely missed the point, questioned, oh, so the name was already taken. No, idiot, that was its name, the land of that, literally. After blinking, Naruto scowled in perplexity. Humans are weird. Kurama gave a snort. They named your country the land of fire just because they thought fire was cool. Oh, Naruto replied as he took in the information. He exclaimed, well, they were right. With a smile. The fox moaned and put his paws over his ears. Spare me, you humans and your ridiculous notions. I can breathe fire, you can't. See, that's why I wish I could do that too. Fire's awesome. Enough chatter. Head east, Kurama said sharply. We're close. And remember, you're still technically a criminal, and your features are, not exactly subtle. Despite rolling his eyes, Naruto continued to move. If I manage Gaara, I can handle whoever Chomei's Jinchuriki is. Kurama abruptly interrupted. Hold, his voice a low growl. Something's wrong. To the south. It's definitely my brother's chakra, but it's overwhelming. Naruto tensed up. Akatsuki. Most likely. I'll gather chakra. Get us there quickly. Naruto nodded and accelerated. We're really doing this, huh? What should I expect? Working with me will be different. The seal's open now, so you won't need to worry about how much chakra I flood through. But I don't know what to expect either. I've never worked with anyone before. Naruto paused. Wait, am I gonna turn into you? Kurama let out a frustrated groan. What? No, and I'm not leaving your body, either. As long as I'm here, you're immune to genjutsu. My chakra works like clay. Naruto scowled. Can you simplify that for idiots? Just will it, and my chakra will take shape, you moron. Shortly after, Naruto's body was transformed into a glowing cloak by Kurama's golden chakra. The blonde, led by Kurama's enhanced senses, exploded into a clearing, and came to a complete halt. A huge, suspended sphere of water, glistening menacingly in the light, loomed in the middle of the clearing. That's insane, Naruto whispered. Look closer, Kurama instructed. That idiot inside, it's someone we know. The big figure that was hardly visible in the sphere caused Naruto to squint. It dawned on him, Kisame, with a growl. Then he saw another figure, smaller and frantically battling the pull of the water. And that's Chomei's Jinchuriki. Kurama attested. Yes, Kisame must have drained her chakra through that cursed sword of his. The technique's powerful but unsustainable, he won't last much longer. Save her first. Kurama's enormous form was taken by the golden chakra as it surged. Naruto plunged a huge paw into the water sphere while sharing control with the fox. After a moment of resistance, the surface gave way, and he used a strong swipe to pull the girl free. We got her, exclaimed Naruto. Good job, Kit, Kurama said. But we can't maintain this form for long. We've got seconds before reverting to the basic cloak. Let me handle something first. Naruto allowed Kurama to lead him, and the fox's shape took on a recognizable, menacing posture that made him shudder. His eyes flashed back to their fights in the seal. A dense black sphere, tinged faintly with red and purple, formed above Kurama's open jaw. After swallowing the orb, the fox let it fly in a destructive blast. The water sphere was instantly turned into a cloud of steam as the projectile roared into it. Naruto returned to his normal cloak as the water completely disappeared, along with Kurama's physical form. Before the Jinchuriki could fall, Naruto leapt forward and caught her. She was conscious but severely hurt, with vicious gashes all over her body that were obviously caused by Samehada, Kisami's sword. However, Chomei's chakra was already healing its host, causing the wounds to close. She stumbled weakly. "Hewi will kill us," she said. Not on my watch, Naruto reassured her. Reinforcements are here. Give me a few minutes, and that guy's toast. Believe it. He made 2 shadow clones and sent them north to protect the wounded girl. Then he returned his focus to the clearing. Kisame came out as the last of the steam dissipated, a twisted smile of cruelty on his face. Unwrapped and glistening with hunger, Samehada was prepared to expend more chakra. My, you've grown since we last met, the shark man sneered. But it won't be enough. No sane creature challenges a predator head-on. Samahata will devour you whole. Naruto sighed in a dramatic way. Says the kettle to the teapot. Wasn't it you who said you'd cut off my legs 3 years ago? Big talk. This time, I'm doing much worse, for every Jinchuriki you've hunted. How many of us still haven't been hunted down like animals? Kisame snorted, his shark-like grin stretching wide. Fine, since you and the insect brat are about to join the club, that makes 7. We're saving the best for last, tying up the loose ends. Naruto's jaw tightened and his frown grew deeper. Oh, did that upset you? Kisame teased, enjoying the response. It's almost disappointing, really. I expected you Jinchuriki to put up more of a fight. But no, you drop like flies. Almost feels like a waste of my talents. Naruto remained motionless in spite of the provocations. His eyes wandered idly around the clearing as he held his ground. Kisame found it unsettling. Yes, the boy was different, but not that much. People didn't change that much in a few years. His manner, however, had an unwavering quality that gnawed at the shark man's instincts. Annoyed by the blonde's lack of aggression, Kisame lunged, his massive blade gleaming hungrily. But he was stopped in his tracks by Naruto's voice. With his gaze fixed on Kisame, the Jinchuriki asked calmly, "Where's Itachi? I can't sense anyone else nearby. Weren't you supposed to work in pairs?" Kisame's expression darkened when his ex-partner was brought up. The lingering grief was barely concealed by his forced smile. "Didn't you know? Your old friend Sasuke finally fulfilled his objective." After a moment of shock, Naruto's eyes widened and then softened into a smile, which Kurama's expression inside the seal mirrored. Kisame's rage was only heightened by the response. The Akatsuki member yelled, "What's so funny, you fishcake?" Naruto laughed, his tone cool but piercing. His smile grew as he continued, "Let's just say my partner and I are very glad to hear there's one less Sharingan user to deal with. 1 down, 2 to go." Kisame became enraged. He yelled, "I'll make a river of your blood," and swung Samahata with murderous intent. Kisame planned to provide Naruto's chakra, which the sword sorely desired. He would refuel, put the brat in a freshwater prison, and come out of this battle unscathed. Naruto didn't lose his cool. He muttered to himself, all going according to plan, as he raised his arms in a defensive stance and drove out his shadow clones. Naruto's skin was torn apart by Samahata's sharp scales, which also penetrated Kurama's chakra's protective layer. Kisame felt a surge of power as the blade devoured the blonde's energy with greed. He smiled back triumphantly. "You're finished," Kisame snarled. "You're still just an idiot." He paused in the middle of his statement, Samahata trembling in his grasp as his triumph gave way to bewilderment. The scales of the sword suddenly became brittle and gray. The blade was completely petrified as the transformation spread quickly. As Kisame struggled to understand what was happening, the stone effect crawled up his arms, paralyzing him. As Kurama worked to mend Samahata's earlier bite wounds, Naruto took a step back, his forearms glowing slightly. "Let me guess," Naruto remarked in a mocking tone. "What have you done, you monster?" "Sound about right." Kisame flinched, his arms covered in stone pulsating with agony. He yelled, "What is this?" in a panicked tone. "That," Naruto clarified, "is natural chakra. While we've been chatting, my clones have been gathering it non-stop. The longer you talked, the more they gathered. Turns out, your sword's appetite for chakra was its undoing." As Naruto kept moving forward in an almost conversational tone, Kisame's eyes grew wide with terror. "You can't just throw natural chakra all over your body. It's dangerous. Too much, and," he said, pointing to the terrified Samahata. "You end up like that. Stone, fire, liquid, I was curious how it would react. Stone works just fine. You, Kisame stumbled, his usual poise broken. The sword he had relied on for years, Samahata, was now just dead weight. Naruto grinned. "In your own words, I expected you to put up more of a fight. Pretty disappointing." Naruto's cloak erupted power-swirling golden chakra arms. A spinning ball of wind and energy appeared in his grasp as he lifted his actual arms above his head. With its razor-sharp edges cutting the air with lethal accuracy, the Rasenshuriken let out a deafening screech that filled the clearing. "It's ironic, I am the one who gets to make a river of your blood, go to hell Kisame." Naruto let out a sigh of relief at having one less Akatsuki member to worry about. After completing the final healing, Kurama returned his chakra to the seal. The fox said, "Well done, Naruto," with a tone of rare approval in his voice. "Simple and efficient." Turning the enemy's technique against them was a smart move. Your parents would be proud. Naruto gave a gentle smile. I had the best partner, though. Kurama sneered, like that was ever in doubt, but there was a trace of pride in his voice. Chomei's host is awake. You should meet her before she takes off. Naruto followed the advice and made his way to the clearing. There, still wringing out her drenched clothes, was the girl he had saved. She instantly grinned broadly as she looked up. Ah, yellow head, she exclaimed, her excitement unrestrained. Chomei says you're like me. You've got his brother inside you. Thank you so much for helping with that shark guy. I'm Fu. Although Naruto was momentarily confused by her strange demeanor, her enthusiasm was contagious. Nevertheless, she had a familiar quality, possibly a spirit of kinship. Naruto said, nice to meet you, Fu, with warmth. Actually, I need to talk to you about something. Sure, let's go to my place. I'll get us some food. Naruto smiled, glad to meet another Jinchuriki. I'm Naruto Uzumaki, from Konoha. And don't worry about Kisame, he's not coming back from that one. Naruto nearly regretted the choice when they arrived at Fu's house, not because of her, but rather because of her cooking. A plate of flowers ended up being her lunch choice. His expression betrayed him as the sugary sour taste overpowered his senses, but he forced himself to take a bite. He thanked the universe in silence that Kurama was just a carnivorous mammal. Naruto muttered, trying to hide his reaction and get the taste out of his mouth. Guess only Chomei's Jinchuriki gets to enjoy gourmet flowers like insects do, he said. No offense. Hee, none taken. Fu chuckled, her easygoing demeanor evident. Can't remember the last time I had lunch with someone. People in the village are so mean, at least the guys who go on missions with me are tolerable. Naruto's smile became wry. Yeah, I get that. Almost got thrown in prison recently because some bozo disguised himself as me and started killing people all over the continent. They couldn't even prove I was innocent. They just wanted to toss me out to avoid a war. Fu's mouth fell open. Wow, they must be really stupid. Sighing, Naruto said, you have no idea. Anyway, Fu, ever heard of the Akatsuki? Tsunade whispered, the Hidden Rain Village. Brings back memories, her voice laden with nostalgia. The battle against Hanzo and his hideous salamander was still vivid in her mind's eye. Even he had been mortal enough to drive them to the verge of exhaustion, despite being a brutal dictator. That day, neither side could declare victory. Jiraiya now desired to go back to that place of perpetual rain and grief. Tsunade snapped back to reality and asked, you think the Akatsuki's main base is located there? Jiraiya's response was, not necessarily, with an unusually serious frown. But the reports I've gathered share a disturbing common thread, the hidden rain. I've got a bad feeling about this, like I'm walking straight into Orochimaru's den. Tsunade felt uneasy because Jiraiya rarely showed open signs of apprehension about a mission. To lighten the mood, he forced a smile. Speaking of which, where's my favorite student? If I'm in town, I might as well buy him some ramen. Tsunade's stomach twisted with a twinge of guilt. Naruto's on a mission in the land of grass. Looks like he'll miss your visit this time. But I saw Kakashi and Sakura in the village. Did he go with another team? No, she hesitantly replied. Let's just say it's a solo mission for him. I plan to promote him to Chunin when he returns. Jiraiya arched an eyebrow. Chunin, yes, I believe he's ready. With a tone that was both incredulous and reprimanding, Jiraiya interrupted, you haven't promoted him to Jonin yet. Tsunade almost forgot she was speaking to the most notorious pervert in the village. He sounded like a teacher defending his best student at the moment. Weary of the argument she could sense developing, Tsunade sighed. I thought you weren't one for favoritism. This isn't favoritism, Jiraiya sharply retorted. Naruto has all the qualities of a great Jonin. He's immature, Tsunade retorted, attempting to hide the hint of uncertainty in her tone. I should know, especially after the stunt he pulled to dodge his duties on Wall Watch. Jiraiya's scowl grew more intense. You put Naruto on Wall Watch. Of all people, you sent him there. You don't think there are others more qualified, and let's be honest, far less essential, to handle that kind of task. With reluctance, Tsunade acknowledged, it was supposed to be a punishment. He came to me asking for a promotion. When I refused, he argued. I thought a few weeks on Wall Watch might teach him some humility. Maybe help him learn to respect his superiors. Jiraiya exhaled slowly and deliberately. He said in a disappointed tone, so you sent him there to give him time to think. Do you mind if I summarize how much good our exile from the village did to us? Orochimaru went mad. You drowned yourself in gambling and booze, and I've spent years chasing shadows. And now Naruto's supposed to somehow be the exception to this pattern. Tsunade's golden eyes flickered with guilt as her frown grew deeper. Jiraiya saw it right away. He said in a softer, more inquisitive tone. What's really going on? After a moment of hesitation, Tsunade revealed the shocking information. Naruto has requested to be removed from the shinobi ranks. Jiraiya briefly gave the impression that he had misheard her. He blinked, waiting for some ridiculous joke's punchline. His astonishment turned to alarm when none arrived. Tsunade's expression contradicted the absurdity of the idea, which hardly sounded plausible. I'm not sure if it was some kind of trick to blackmail me into promoting him, she said, or if he's serious and has some other plan. However, Jiraiya was not paying attention to what she had to say. There was one obvious contradiction that had caught his attention. With a suspicious and worried tone, he asked slowly, if he doesn't want to be a shinobi anymore, why is he on a mission? Naruto said, and that's about all I know regarding the Akatsuki, but Kisame did tell me they had captured all of us up to the 5 tails. Unless he was lying, this means I can still save the Jinchuriki of the 6 and 8 tails. His voice was steady but urgent. He was relieved that he was able to hold Fu's interest. She appeared to have the same energy as him, albeit without mentioning their individual biju. So half of us are already gone? Fu asked, her brows furrowing in concern as her voice grew softer as she took in the information. Her tone was a little shaky, as though she was having trouble understanding the gravity of what Naruto was saying. Well, Naruto paused, his eyes straying for a while. He trailed off, unclear of the specifics. Gaara had Shukaku, the one-tailed Tanuki, but he got caught by the Akatsuki and they extracted his biju. He was brought back to life by, I'm not really sure how it worked, but it's 5 of us with 4-tailed beasts. Gaara, wait, the cage, Fu exclaimed, blinking in shock and her eyes staring wide. Evidently surprised by the sudden connection, her voice raised a little. Yeah, him. Naruto smiled, trying to diffuse the situation by speaking in a slightly lighter tone. Although he spoke casually, there was a hint of sincerity in his voice that demonstrated the bond he had developed despite their past. We're friends now. We started off as enemies, but we're good acquaintances now. In contrast to the seriousness of their earlier conversation, Fu's tone was warm and genuine as she said, I'm not into killing people if not necessary, but if it's okay, I would still like to be your friend. She smiled tentatively at him, as though attempting to ease the tension in the situation. Naruto blinked, obviously taken aback by how quickly things had changed. That was way easier than I thought. A hint of relief appeared on his face as his expression softened. What? Fu asked, raising an eyebrow with a slightly perplexed yet interested expression. With a swift shake of his head and a smile, Naruto said, and never mind that. Sure. The initial awkwardness vanished. So glad to meet and befriend another Jinchuriki. We gotta stick together, you know. I'm not forcing you into anything, but these people. They won't give up. All of them are monsters, killers. The last 2 I fought before Kisame were almost immortals, and, well, I guess you would have died if I didn't intervene. His voice held a touch of seriousness, though he tried to lighten it by offering her a reassuring look. With her eyes far away and somewhat lost in contemplation, Fu leaned against the cave wall and gazed off into the distance. She began, I got caught in his water sphere, in a quiet voice that sounded almost like she was speaking to herself. She played with a tiny flower she had picked up from the ground, twirling it absently. Chome agreed to help me and sent enough chakra so I could transform, but I was still underwater. It was obvious I couldn't fight him head-on, yet I couldn't even run away. He drained Chome's chakra, and I had given up. She seemed to be thinking back on unpleasant memories because her tone had become a little heavier. I came close to dying a few times. While shopping in the village, some fools would try to stab me and run away. I was betrayed by Jonins during missions. I wasn't scared of death, of ending up in this hell that a lot of people keep promising me, no. I was scared of dying alone and without purpose. When you spend as much time as I do in a cave, looking at the forest outside changing month after month, you get to think about your existence. I want to be happy, to smile as much as I can. Chome tells me it's a funny drive. With a pitying expression on his face, Naruto gave a slight shrug. He tried to reassure her with a determined smile, saying, I guess a lot of people want just that, even if it is in a more specific context most of the time. Though I can't promise you'll find happiness if you come with me, I do promise I will do my best to keep us alive, believe it. Fu stretched a little and yawned before grinning playfully at him. She smiled and held out her fist to him, her face lightening. I trust you then, Mr. 9. I, Lucky 7 Fu, will be joining you. With a laugh, Naruto greeted her and pressed his fist to hers, strengthening their relationship. With a hint of curiosity in her voice, she asked, where are we headed? Eager to move on to the next phase of their adventure. After a brief pause, Naruto realized he hadn't considered his next move. As he spoke, he looked uncertainly up at the sky. Kurama. Kurama's voice calmly rumbled in Naruto's head. I spoke with Chome while you were having your moment with his Jinchuriki. I explained the situation, and we both agree that we should go search for Seiken, the six-tailed slug. Unless something happened, we should be able to locate him in the land of water. Gyuki, the eight-tailed bull, should be in the land of lightning, but you can't really go there. With a contemplative expression, Naruto glanced up at Fu, wondering if Chome had told her the same thing. Fu caught his eye and nodded. Her thoughts had already been racing through their options. Fu tapped her finger against her chin as she thought for a moment. The land of water, it's quite far, and we might have to get near the hidden mist village, she said in an analytical tone as the decision weighed heavily on her. She sighed, obviously assessing the risks, and said, our best option is to go through the land of hot water if you want to avoid crossing the land of fire, but we might come across a lot of cloud shinobi. There was a certain resiliency in her eyes despite the seriousness of her expression. Naruto's fingers traced the edges of the dirt beneath him as his eyes strayed to the ground. The journey will be longer, but I don't want to put us at risk. With so many of the Akatsuki's members gone, I hope we have enough time to find Seiken's Jinchuriki. I don't have equipment, it was confiscated when I was transferred to those grass shinobi. Do you? Suddenly, Fu's eyes brightened. There, she exclaimed as she swiftly dove into a cave corner and extracted a big bag that was concealed beneath a flat stone. With a proud flourish, she opened it and revealed its contents to Naruto. That should be about 4 million, she said with a smile. The bag was filled to overflowing with ryos in marked bills and coins. Naruto looked at the pile and blinked, his eyes wide. A little surprised by the unexpected display, he scratched the back of his head and said, why you stockpiled quite a lot of money. Fu gave a nonchalant shrug, a cheeky grin pulling at her mouth. She proudly patted her stomach and said, meh, that's not from mission payments. When I'm sent out of the village, I often go to casinos or pachinkos. I'm not called Lucky 7 Fu for nothing, as if her biju had something to do with her good fortune. Naruto cocked his head in perplexity. Wait, you don't mean you have, like, the power of luck? As though it were the most apparent thing in the world, Fu smiled and said, why, yes, of course. In a tone that was almost playful. As he gazed down at the ryos she had just unveiled, Naruto raised an eyebrow in skepticism and said, luck is not a power. Yes, it is, Fu protested, grinning. Kurama joked, if her power is being lucky, I guess I make you cunning, as he laughed at the circumstance. Don't encourage her, you big furball. Naruto was about to reply when he felt a sudden, sharp numbness, as though he had been struck by an unseen force. His body stiffened, and everything around him whirled wildly, like a dizzying tilt-a-whirl. His legs were weak under him, and he had to stand on his hands, which he had thrown out to steady himself. He felt like he was going to pass out and swayed dangerously. Naruto. What's going on? Fu exclaimed, her worried eyes widening. Her hands helped him breathe gently as she hurried over and made him lie on his side. Her voice was worried, and her tone was frantic. Naruto managed to rasp, the clone I left at the prison just dispelled, as his vision became blurry. His tone was strained, a mixture of bewilderment and annoyance. I got his memories. A single man was about to put the blood prison operation in danger. It was unbelievable to Tsunade that she was actively seeking Jiraiya. The Sannin had forced his way out of the village and was clearly on his way to Hizuka Castle as soon as she revealed what she had put Naruto into. Tsunade yelled, Jiraiya, stop. Do you even care about Kumo's reaction if we mess this up? In a firm yet irritated tone. Jiraiya yelled back, eat an egg, Tsunade. In a tone that was defiant and tough. Both of them were growing too old for this. Thanks to her chakra seal and optimized control, Tsunade was barely keeping up as they had just crossed the border into the land of grass. In contrast, Jiraiya appeared to be incredibly energetic. The Anbu behind her was starting to lag behind as they sped forward. It was difficult to pursue them, so Tsunade couldn't really blame them. Jiraiya was untamed and motivated by something much more than urgency. Tsunade was aware that once he made up his mind, the search would not end until he arrived at his destination. Although it seemed to have disappeared, she couldn't get rid of the sensation that Hizuka Castle was nearby. With the Anbu team far behind, she lost Jiraiya's trail in the open field. The Senju made her way to the only landmark she could see, which was a lengthy tree-lined road that led to a collection of ruins. Smoking destroys. At the end of the road, her teammate stood motionless, gazing at the devastation in front of him. Tsunade cautiously walked up to him, aware of his erratic behavior. Jiraiya, Naruto will be fine. We will be extracting him in a few days. Once he knows the truth. Jiraiya cut her off in a quiet but profoundly meaningful voice. She was taken aback and focused entirely on him when he called her name. Hizuka Castle should be at the end of this road. Tsunade's gaze expanded, her heart thumping. She ran toward the ruins without saying another word. She followed Jiraiya, who moved steadily, but she could tell he was moving quickly. As they got closer, they noticed Cloud Shinobi exploring the ruins in the distance. Inmates were being treated, and inmates had been rounded up. What had happened here? Tsunade's mind was racing. One of the Cloud Jonins motioned them to halt. Freeze. The area is dangerous. Civilians are not. With a commanding voice, Tsunade declared, I am Tsunade Senju, Hokage of Konoha. What happened here? Did Kumo do this? You weren't supposed to raid the place without us. Where is Naruto? Clearly intimidated, the Jonin recoiled. I apologize, Hokage-sama. We aren't part of any raid. Our mission was to monitor activities around the prison. We heard alarms and then there was a great flash of light, and the prison was gone. Tsunade's heart sank as she forced her way through the rubble. What she saw caught her off guard. There was not a single foundation left in the prison, which was a crater. The devastation was too precise, too tidy. It was impossible for a human to accomplish. Her throat caught as she spoke. Naruto. Tsunade was momentarily unconscious as the Anbu team arrived, her thoughts racing. Sensing that she was upset, Jiraiya took command of the situation, obtaining information and issuing directives. Lost in contemplation, Tsunade leaned against a piece of cement. What had she done? Naruto was where? She prayed in silence that the gods would not abandon her a third time. Tsunade, Jiraiya said softly, jolting her out of her reverie. I spoke with the guards. They said a group of individuals wearing what appears to be Akatsuki cloaks attacked the prison. Each one had a unique bloodline, and the warden's seal didn't work on any of them. They also said Naruto was in the solitary cell wing. Tsunade's stomach started to churn. Naruto was sent to his demise by her. Although the operation was meant to be kept under wraps, the Akatsuki somehow found out about it. I'm not sure, but there's one guard who says he saw Naruto get stabbed by one of the assailants, and he turned into smoke. The thought chilled her blood. A clone. Despite the sadness in his eyes, Jiraiya smiled reassuringly at her. Right before the Akatsuki attacked, a group of grass shinobi showed up at the door, looking exhausted. They told the guards that Naruto had tricked them all and that they had a clone in their custody. He took out a scroll to summon toads. When a toad or a summoner dies, their name is erased from the register. If Naruto had died, his name would have been gone. But he's alive, somewhere. I know him well enough to say that he never even stepped foot in this prison. Tsunade felt a wave of relief as tears filled her eyes. The most capricious shinobi in history, Naruto. He was still living, and ideally out of the Akatsuki's reach. She was afraid, though, that he no longer trusted her. The idea made her heart tighten. Kami, I lost his trust. Jiraiya's voice remained firm, but his expression softened. We have to find him, no matter the cost. Tsunade nodded, determination strengthening. Jiraiya went on, you won't be able to find him, and shook his head. He traveled with me. He knows how to act like an average traveling civilian. He knows where to avoid, and he knows how to cover his tracks. Even if you find him, he'll just run. He'll think you'll throw him back in prison. Tsunade's frustration increased as she clenched her fists. I could put an entry in the bingo book. Tsunade, Jiraiya chastised with gentle yet firm eyes. Naruto is better off on his own. If you won't trust me, at least trust him. Tsunade started to argue, but before she could think of anything to say, she heard Naruto's voice. Her heart tightened as she turned to face the crater the Akatsuki's attack had left behind. You don't trust me. Jiraiya had underestimated Naruto, and she was correct. Fortunately, that had most likely saved him. Fine, she said softly in a whisper. Nobody must know that Naruto has escaped Hazuka Castle, not yet. We'll delay the information for as long as possible. The two Sannin faced the Cloud Jonin. With a sardonic smile, Jiraiya rubbed the back of his head. Well, I hope you're more stubborn than the Raikage. I can't look for Naruto. If the Akatsuki struck so quickly, it means they're still ahead of us. We need information, and I know where to find it. Tsunade started off with a worried tone. You've seen what they can do. Just promise me to be careful this time around. Jiraiya smiled roguishly at her. He winked and turned to go, saying, compared to you, I always bet on the best cause. I'll buy you a bottle when I return. With a worried tone, Fu questioned, they found you that quickly? As Naruto described the scant information his clone had managed to obtain. Seems like it, Naruto said, attempting to sit up. The memories of the clone weighed him down, making his body feel like lead. He winced, the pain of receiving so many memories at once still causing a dull ache in his head. They attacked a high-security prison without hesitation. I wish I could have seen more, but some guy with orange hair just showed up and stabbed my clone. I need water. Fu said, I have better. Her tone was lighthearted, almost playful, but there was a hint of confidence in the way she surveyed her surroundings. Naruto narrowed his eyes, attempting to decipher her thoughts. He was reminded of Hinata's use of her Byakugan by her abrupt movement. Ah, there. Fu darted through the bushes with effortless energy before Naruto could react. She came back a moment later carrying a handful of delicate, vibrant flowers. She didn't even wait for Naruto to protest before pressing them under his nose without saying anything. The flowers had a strange, yet strangely soothing, scent that wasn't particularly pleasant. The haze that had obstructed his thoughts started to dissipate, and Naruto's eyes grew wide. He said, wow, where did you learn that? In a slightly confused but now clearer voice. Chome told me, Fu exclaimed, beaming broadly. Her eyes gleamed as she spoke, obviously thrilled by the information Chome had imparted to her. He knows a lot about nature. Plus, with his chakra, I can see flowers better. He says many insects, like bees, can see more colors than humans do, and I can see edges better too, I guess. Naruto, still in awe of her powers, paused before saying, wow, but you saw through the bushes. Yeah, I saw their pollen, Fu exclaimed, her eyes widening with delight. There was a sense of childlike wonder in her voice, as if she was still learning the full scope of her abilities. With a hint of disbelief, Naruto said, oh, so you can also see other things like gas. He kept a close eye on her while attempting to comprehend everything she was saying. With an unwavering smile, Fu nodded enthusiastically. Yeah, she exclaimed with contagious zeal. It's so cool, right? With a furrowed brow, Naruto questioned, isn't it weird though? Your vision must be so much more colorful compared to mine. Fu paused to reflect, her face softening. She said softly, I don't know, in a thoughtful tone. Her words were straightforward but profoundly sincere, as if she found serenity in the way she perceived everything. I've always seen the world like this, so I don't know if I can tell the difference. But the world is beautiful to me. Fu helped Naruto stand up once he felt strong enough to carry on. With her help, he steadied himself after swaying slightly. As he steadied himself in the cool breeze outside the cave, he saw that Fu was already looking north, her eyes far away. Fu muttered, goodbye, stupid village, in a light yet solemn tone. For him and for her, there was no turning back now. Naruto looked around the cave, wondering if Fu had left anything significant behind. Isn't there anything important you want to bring along? He asked. No, Fu shook her head in response. Her voice was steady and determined, as if she were prepared to move on from her past and into the future. I don't think I have any good memories from this place. Let's go make better ones. Orochimaru had been killed by Sasuke. He had then murdered Itachi. He was now en route to engage in combat with a real Jinchuriki. The fear had taken root in Karen's chest and she was unable to get rid of it. She no longer felt like a member of the team, but rather like a tool that Sasuke might discard after her usefulness expired. It was the same nightmare, repeatedly reenacted. Like the others before him, she felt even more vulnerable now that a psychopath, in this case, Sasuke, had offered safety. Karen begged the gods in silence for Sasuke's tragic tale to come to an end before it dragged her into the next carnage. Jugo was predictable in his dangerous manner, but at least she wasn't directly in danger from him. Suigetsu. Orochimaru had surrounded himself with hundreds of murderers and deranged experiments, and he was no different. If it came to that, she could at least beat the living daylights out of him. However, Sasuke was unique. She was unable to determine whether he had actually used his own powers to defeat Orochimaru and Itachi or if they had already begun to die. Orochimaru was bedridden, and Itachi, based on what she knew, likely had less than a month to live. However, Sasuke had killed them regardless of the cause. With a sigh, Karen turned to face Suigetsu, who was complaining as usual. He complained, "Walking sucks," his voice echoing through the otherwise quiet mountain air. "Couldn't he send us after a closer Jinchuriki?" Jugo said nothing, but it was sufficient. The cold metal of Sasuke's sword gleamed as it pointed straight at Suigetsu, flashing out in a heartbeat. Sasuke's voice was calm, but it was clear that he was warning, "You make too much noise." Suigetsu would not say another word. Karen could see it. Sasuke would cut him to pieces with a single mistake or sound. With a chill down her back, Karen swallowed. She could sense the tension emanating from Sasuke even if she remained silent. She was certain that he wouldn't think twice about killing any of them if it came down to it. For what seemed like days, they had been strolling through the mountains, with only their sporadic conversations breaking the oppressive silence. They eventually arrived at Sasuke's target, but not hers. Suigetsu was not here for any Jinchuriki, and she no longer had any interest in this mission. He had an obsession with Kisame and believed that tracking him down would be a form of retaliation. Even though Jugo was the only person loyal to Sasuke, he continued to behave as though he was a servant, just as he had done when Orochimaru was present. However, Karen was now aware of this. Respect had little to do with loyalty, it was more about manipulation, fear, and survival. Sasuke had a way of controlling them all. Then they discovered the Jinchuriki. Almost immediately, it became clear that none of them were ready for what was about to happen. In a startling display of strength, the Jinchuriki changed into a gigantic octopus-like creature, its enormous body soaring into the sky. Karen's stomach knotted as the crackling tension of impending conflict filled the air. They weren't prepared for this battle. Glancing between Sasuke and the Jinchuriki's hideous form, Suigetsu muttered curses. He whispered, "We're going to die out here," but nobody paid him any attention. Karen remained silent, staring at the creature. The world seemed cold, hopeless, and far away. She no longer belonged with these people, nor did she belong here. And yet here she was, following Sasuke's mayhem and pondering how long it would be before it was her turn to participate in the carnage. Hinata stayed cooped up in her room, her heart burdened by unresolved emotions. She had vowed never to return to the same oppressive state of hopelessness, hatred, and despair that she had experienced in the past. She was aware that Naruto had been falsely accused, but the Hokage would not listen to her arguments. Kumo always took precedence. Next, what would they want? 10 Hyuga women without seals. Not acceptable. Her body had suffered from depression. Her body was getting weaker by the hour, and she had hardly eaten or drunk in the last few days. Her father, Neji, Hanabi, and even Konohamaru had paid her frequent visits, and their worry was evident on their faces. She made an effort to smile for them, but it was empty. If Naruto was suffering somewhere and wondering what he had done to deserve this, then it was all in vain. Or worse, that he hadn't done enough to keep his friends from abandoning him. Unbearable. Hinata would sneak into the clan house's gardens at night when it was quiet. The thick training logs, the ones with hundreds of impact marks on them, would draw her in. She rubbed one's surface, which had become smooth and hardened over time. The whole log was broken by a single blow. However, it was never sufficient to let go of the resentment that was building inside of her. Her natural chakra was constantly changing due to the anger pumping through her veins. This transformation was uncontrollable. Everyone was concerned. Intolerable. The gardens were softly lit by the moon, which was low in the sky. As Hinata gazed at it, an odd feeling of connection began to grow within her. She had the impression that the moon was reaching out to her like a distant relative. The silence was broken by her father's voice, "Hinata." She realized that the sound of wood splinters had awakened him. She didn't look at him yet, but she blinked in surprise. She appeared to be something alien and cut off from the world as the pale light reflected off of her. Even though she was silent, Hiyashi could feel the weight of the tears that were streaming down her face, which only seemed to confirm the pain in her heart. With guilt in her voice, which was hardly audible above a whisper, Hinata said, "I didn't mean to wake you, father. Did I disturb anyone else?" "No. The elders are worried about your state," Hiyashi said in a low-key but earnest tone. "The power Naruto taught you," he said after pausing to carefully consider what to say. "They fear your emotional state might lead you to hurt someone unintentionally." Hinata looked down at her hands and nodded softly, her fingers shaking. She was tormented by the overwhelming desire to hurt the world back, even though the thought of hurting someone and losing control was terrifying. "The idea crossed my mind," she said in a sorrowful, quiet voice. As the pain became unbearable, she turned her gaze to the horizon and said, "I want to blame someone. I want to hurt the world as much as it hurts me." Her voice broke as she said, "I dream of crashing down into the Hokage's monument, hunting those responsible. But when I look at myself, I see only red." Her eyes started to well up with tears. "I see a monster, worse than those it tried to take revenge on. I want these dreams to stop, but..." As he got closer to her, Hiyashi's eyes softened. He took her hand without saying anything, his hold firm but tender like a father's. Although he could see that she was in pain, he also knew that she would become consumed by the anger if he held on to it. He said softly, "It's unhealthy to grieve," in a voice laden with life experience. He paused for a moment, the anguish of those memories visible in his eyes. "I should know. The two closest people I had in my life are gone, one because I failed to protect them, and the other. There isn't a single day I don't feel haunted by the memory of your mother's body failing for no reason." His voice remained steady despite the weight of his past as he paused and moved to stand in front of her. He took a firm and prepared Juken stance, saying, "And yet, I believe it's even more unhealthy to bottle up all this rage. I cannot remember the last time we sparred. Would you like to join me?" Hinata inhaled deeply, her feelings roiling within her like a tempest. She closed her eyes and felt her body's natural chakra soften for a brief moment, allowing her to focus by calming the chaos inside her. It wasn't much, but it was sufficient. Hiyashi was correct, she had the power to transform this internal fire into something more than devastation. It would be helpful to her. "Yes, father," she uttered in a resolute whisper. She positioned herself, prepared to confront what lay ahead, not only in the sparring but also in herself. The weekly gathering with the clan heads was Tsunade's favorite activity. The meetings mostly focused on ideation, tea drinking, and preserving good relations among the village members, and at least there was less paperwork to manage. However, there was a lot of animosity in the meeting room this time. Hiyashi did not have Hinata by his side. She was reportedly grieving over Naruto's incarceration, but there were also rumors circulating about her odd new look. It was beyond Tsunade's comprehension. She had thought about asking Jiraiya if he had ever dealt with unusual powers before, but now was not the time to bring up the subject. The tension in the room was evident even though the Hokage had mentally prepared herself to handle the complaints of the Hyuga clan. Anger was evident as half the table glared at her with daggers. Tsunade said, "Good morning, everyone," in an attempt to diffuse the tension. "Thank you for being present. The first order of the day is..." Hiyashi Hyuga interrupted her with a determined expression before she could finish. The Hyuga clan would like to use its right to present an urgent matter. Although Hiyashi rarely spoke out of turn, Tsunade could have overruled him. Moreover, considering the situation, denying him would have made her seem like a despot. She said, "Please proceed," as she prepared to do so. Hiyashi's voice was composed as he said, "I would like to address the sudden and unjustified imprisonment of Naruto Uzumaki," but his Byakugan was active and his gaze was fixed on Tsunade. No, before things got worse, she had to stop this. As I've explained, Naruto was sent to Hizuka Castle to prevent further escalation of the hostilities between Konoha and... With his Byakugan now glowing brightly, Hiyashi slammed his fist against the table. His rage was evident despite his body being motionless, as any Juken masters should be. "I was not finished, Hokage-sama," he said icily. Wishing she could be more impulsive than the inflexible Hyuga, Tsunade chose to give in to him. "Proceed," she whispered, trying to dodge the impending flood. "Naruto, as far as we know, has been accused of the attempted assassination of the current Raikage and many Jonin from neighboring lands. I would like to know, Inoichi, were you ordered to search his memories?" The head of the Yamanaka clan and a member of the Torture and Interrogation Division, Inoichi Yamanaka, gave Tsunade a pitying look before answering. No, I wasn't even made aware of the arrest until he had already been taken out of the village. Shikaku, Hiashi added, turning to face the head of the Nara clan. Did you organize any investigation? Ever the strategist, Shikaku shifted uncomfortably. Although he was aware of the blood prison operation, he chose to remain silent and concentrate on his responsibilities as Jonin commander. He was aware that since Naruto fled, the operation had changed, but the secrecy needed to be maintained. We weren't able to find concrete evidence that would prove Naruto's innocence from Kumo's point of view. Hiashi became enraged once more. His hand splintered the wood of the meeting table as it crashed through at this time. I usually hate involving clan politics, but this is enough. Naruto was to be integrated into the Hyuga clan the very day you imprisoned him. The village betrayed him over the accusation of an enemy, and by extension, the village betrayed our clan. His voice was filled with rage. My daughter and he were supposed to get engaged in the coming months. She is grieving. She hasn't stopped since he was sent to that hellish place. Some of the other clan chiefs were shocked, while others were incredulous, as they muttered among themselves. The plans for Naruto and Hinata's engagement were unknown to most. Even though her father hadn't revealed their plans directly, it was obvious to everyone that Hinata had always had feelings for Naruto. Some clan leaders were incensed at Tsunade because they thought she had let things get worse, and they would have rebelled without hesitation if their kids had been in Naruto's shoes. Now it was obvious. Hiashi was making the most of the situation, and Tsunade's position was becoming untenable. Tsunade was at a loss for words. What answer could she possibly give? She opened her mouth, but nothing came out. Ever the impartial voice, Shikaku tried to diffuse the tension. Hiashi, Naruto is only in Hizuka Castle temporarily. I'm certain that Kumo or another village will soon be able to provide evidence to prove Naruto's innocence. Hiashi cut him off with a sharp, low voice. The weight of his words weighed heavily as he looked around the room. You are counting on the same people responsible for kidnapping my daughter and pushing the third Hokage to execute my brother to somehow prove that our village's Jinchuriki is innocent. He asked. I couldn't care less about Kumo's threats. My clan requests that Naruto Uzumaki, if not Naruto Hyuga, be freed and returned to the village as soon as possible. Danzo, who had been largely silent throughout the meeting, sat at the far end of the table and watched the proceedings with a calculating expression. When Tsunade was getting ready for her operation at Hizuka Castle, he had been left behind. What kind of idiot would send a Jinchuriki, their most valuable weapon, alone and helpless into another nation? Even worse, Akatsuki was undoubtedly responsible for the attack that left the prison in ruins. Danzo's thoughts swirled as he pondered the ramifications of the situation. Both Tsunade and her inner circle had been hiding things. It was clear from Shikaku's silence. Maybe Naruto had been taken prisoner, or worse, killed. He was unable to tell. However, the story had flaws, and eventually the public would learn about Hizuka Castle's devastation. There would be serious repercussions, and Danzo had a strategy to take advantage of the inevitable chaos that would ensue. He only needed one spark to start a rebellion, and he would become Hokage in the ensuing chaos. He looked around Tsunade at his former teammates. They were all thinking the same thing, but they didn't have the proper direction to take action. Tsunade got to her feet, her patience waning. The gathering had turned into a demonstration. Clan leaders were clearly unhappy with her handling of the situation, and they were publicly expressing their concerns. Enough, she uttered in a firm voice that broke through the din. Naruto will remain in Hizuka Castle for as long as necessary. Unless we can move on to other matters, this session is over. Hiashi wasn't finished, but Tsunade started to leave the room. With an unwavering voice, Hiashi said, I have already ordered the members of my clan to remove themselves from active duty until my future son-in-law is returned. And if any of you wish to show that your family is not a sacrifice for the village, I invite you to do the same. Tsunade's chakra flared as he finished speaking, causing an ominous pressure to fill the room, but it was too late. The clan leaders had been given the seed of rebellion. The village was on the verge of something far more dangerous than a simple political dispute, and Tsunade's authority had been challenged in unexpected ways. Feeling the weight of his thoughts, Naruto slowed to a halt. Fu, who had been following his beat, gave him an inquisitive look. Seeing a shift in the mood, she said, something wrong. Naruto muttered, I'm an idiot, as he looked away. Fu blinked several times as he tried to take in what he had said. You aren't having a mental breakdown right here and now, are you? What? And no, I'm fine, I swear. Naruto grinned instantly and sheepishly rubbed the back of his head. I was just thinking about how to make Hinata know I'm alright. I don't want her to worry too much. Fu's face softened as he realized his predicament. Ah, your girlfriend, she must be really scared. So what's the plan? Please tell me we aren't dropping by Konoha. Nah, we won't get anywhere near the village, I promise, Naruto reassured her in a more resolute tone. But I have an idea. Naruto quickly made the hand seals required for the summoning technique by biting his thumb. Gamakichi, the teenage toad, emerged in a puff of smoke, grinning broadly. Gamakichi looked around and said, "Hey, Naruto." Before noticing the strange face next to the blonde. "Hello, stranger." In an attempt to avoid looking uncomfortable in front of the enormous talking toad, Fu exclaimed, "Hey, big guy." Even though it wasn't her first summon, she still thought Naruto would be a little more fox-like considering his typical companion. Gamakichi laughed, obviously amused. "What's up? Need some help?" Well, Naruto paused before elaborating, his tone changing as the discussion became more somber. "I'm basically on the run, and I can't trust anyone right now, not even Jiraiya. So I hope you understand the need for secrecy." The toad's cheerful disposition wavered, and he adopted a more somber posture by crossing his arms. "And I'd never betray you, Naruto, I promise you that." "But why did you call me, then? There's obviously no enemy to fight." Naruto smiled knowingly. "Well, no, I actually know the toads have a secret way to travel between Mount Myoboku and pretty much anywhere you guys know. I need you to help me with something important." Gamakichi arched an eyebrow, glancing between Fu and Naruto. His tone was cautious as he asked, "Is it safe to mention that?" As he introduced her, Naruto's eyes glistened with confidence and assurance. "Oh, Fu's a friend. She's a Jinchuriki just like me. She's to be trusted, believe it," Fu added with a smile. After giving the information some thought, the toad nodded. Gamakichi's voice carried a playful tone, reminiscent of the odd habits of the elder toad. "All right, then, I suppose Jiraiya was the one to tell you. Yes, we do have a secret method for travel. Though it's mostly for Shima to go shopping in Konoha, she really likes spicy food." Naruto's face became serious once more. "I need you to find someone trustworthy and discreet. Someone who can deliver a message without anyone catching wind of it. It's really important." Gamakichi grinned broadly, always willing to lend a hand to his friends. His eyes gleamed with confidence as he gave a small hop in place and said, "Oh, I know just the right person for the job. You can count on me, Naruto." In the midst of a sparring match between Hinata and Hanabi, the younger Hyuga's quick development was demonstrated by her newly acquired natural chakra. As her sister started to close the distance, Hinata was having trouble keeping up. Hanabi had come to the realization that although the sensory powers bestowed by natural chakra were potent, they were not without their drawbacks, one of which was an abundance of information that occasionally became too much to handle. Although Hanabi was unable to be in two places at once, she had observed that Hinata was also unable to block all of the attacks directed at her, so she started concentrating on the blind spots that her older sister was unable to access. To the extent that any contest between Hyuga clan members could be, it was a friendly spar. Panting from effort, both sisters decided to take a break, which put an end to the altercation. In an uncommon show of affection, Hanabi rushed to give Hinata a hug, a gesture she had become more at ease with since Konohamaru had persuaded her to do so. "You're making huge progress, sister. You're not hesitating anymore." Hinata gave a slight smile, but the thought of Naruto made her heart hurt. She attempted to joke, but her words were tinged with sadness. "I should be the one praising you, Hanabi. What can I say when you're already perfect and more?" The compliment caused Hanabi to pout a little. "Haha, I still want you to teach me natural chakra like Naruto did. I want to impress him and Konohamaru." Hinata experienced a sharp pain in her stomach as the mention of Naruto resonated deeply within her. It was more than just physical, it was also emotional, causing her heart to tighten. She took advantage of the opportunity right away and responded with a humorous comment, but her thoughts were elsewhere. "I will make sure he teaches you both personally then. I'm not an actual master, but I am quite above a simple adept." Hinata froze abruptly, sensing an unfamiliar presence close to the garden pond. She whispered, "Intruder," and gently motioned for Hanabi to remain vigilant. Without saying anything more, Hinata hurried to the sliding door and opened it to see a tiny blue toad sitting close to the pond. It took her a moment to remember the toad's name, but it looked familiar. "Gamadan," she inquired, attempting to recall. The toad replied, yes. I feel honored you still remember me, Hyuga, and bowed courteously. With a sly smile, Hanabi looked at her sister and arched an eyebrow. With a mischievous tone, she teased, you're friends with toads. Hyuga. Hinata rolled her eyes, but a tiny smile curled her lips. It's Naruto's fault, of course. I'm cursed to be a princess and will never hear the end of it, she said, in a half-serious, half-joking tone. Gamadan proudly puffed out his chest. His words were full of importance, and Hinata could easily believe them. I am an elite toad, Hyuga. Worry not about me, I can hold my own if needed. I used a special pond that allows us toads to travel almost anywhere. I've come with a secret message to deliver. Sensing the seriousness of the message, Hinata arched an eyebrow. You may speak. I have no secrets to hide from my sister. With a nod, the toad turned to face Hanabi. His simple statement, well. Naruto is alive and well, and he's on the run, caused both sisters to gasp in disbelief. There's no formal message, it's more like a report. He's somewhere between the borders of fire and cloud and is headed toward the land of water. He plans to protect another Jinchuriki from Akatsuki since he can't return to Konoha yet. He promised to send letters next time, instead of messengers. I guess he couldn't do much more at the time, and that's all. Oh, right, he loves you. At the last part, Hinata's emotions overcame her, causing her heart to skip a beat. Naruto had once again shown himself to be the most erratic individual in her life with that single sentence. She started to speak, but before she could finish, Hanabi was leaving with a sense of urgency. Hanabi called back over her shoulder, on my way to report to father, in a resolute tone. It was an emergency, and there was no time to waste. Hinata turned back to Gamadan after watching her sister flee. She questioned, did you meet him in person? No, Gamakichi did, Gamadan said, briefly glancing at the floor. No one else on Mount Myoboku knows, though perhaps the Great Elder does, one way or another. Naruto was worried that once the Hokage learns about his escape and what happened at Hizuka Castle, she'll ask Jiraiya to reverse summon him, but we won't let that happen. Hinata's voice faltered a little as she said, wait. What happened at Hizuka Castle? Hinata, Hiashi, Hanabi, and Neji, 4 irate-looking Hyugas, were seated around Gamadan at the table. Fortunately, none of the tension in the room was aimed at him. There was a sense of urgency, confusion, and frustration in the air. Neji's voice was sharp as he said, it doesn't make any sense. Why would Tsunade cover up the attack on Hizuka Castle? Hiashi's rage was practically boiling over. She made a mistake. Naruto could have been captured, rendered harmless by the warden's seal. She's a fool. Concerned, Hanabi continued, we should tell the other clans. Naruto is on his own outside the village. He can't seek refuge anywhere. Gamadan held up his hand, feeling compelled to provide some assurance. He is stronger than you think, he said, attempting to diffuse the tension. He defeated Kisame from the Akatsuki on his own. And if I understood correctly, he has the Jinchuriki of the Seven Tails traveling with him. He's headed for the land of water to recruit the Jinchuriki of the Six Tails. I doubt any member of the Akatsuki would dare engage in a battle against them. With her thoughts racing, Hinata, who had been gazing down at the table, finally spoke. Her words conveyed the gravity of the situation they were in. They won't try anything now, but these people are bold. They won't hesitate for long. There was not much time left. Hiashi got to his feet, determined. Tsunade is the problem. If she won't even defend Naruto, then we will. Concern grew as Neji turned to face his uncle. What do you have in mind? Hiashi's face became stern. I'm afraid that I will have to convince as many clan heads as possible to vote to destitute Tsunade. The idea made Neji and Hanabi both gasp. This is treason, or as close as it can get. What if we fail? Protested Hanabi, who was obviously terrified. Hiashi's eyes remained fixed. We must not fail. We owe it to Naruto. Neji and Hanabi became quiet as they realized how serious their father's remarks were. Hiashi's eyes softened slightly as he turned to face his daughter. Hinata. Hinata glanced at Gamadan after glancing up at her father. She was certain of her decision. Despite the raging emotions within her, she said, I have a message for Naruto, in a steady voice. Will you deliver it? Gamadan nodded resolutely. Anything for a friend of Naruto. Fu said, we should take a break, and Naruto nodded. I think there's a small town up ahead. We won't be able to get much in the way of supplies, Naruto acknowledged. Food should be enough, though I'd jump at the chance to buy some ink and paper. You know how to work with seals, he said. Runs in the family, sort of, and turned his head away. What about yours? Do you know anything about your seal? He asked, changing the subject. Shattered when I was 7, Fu remarked casually. The village didn't bother much with it after that. Chome lives inside me now. He says he likes the pointy stones over the water. My mindscape looks like a valley covered in moss. What about yours? Naruto scratched his head, his face bitter at the idea. Still intact and holding, but it's open now. It looks like a sewer. I wish it were more welcoming. My seal is supposed to assist when I mix my chakra with Kurama. I guess that's why I don't look like him when I transform. Have you ever tried that with Chome? We did it once. I would rather not elaborate. It's not painful or anything, just really uncomfortable afterward. They came to a small tourist town where a hot spring establishment was the main draw. They were tempted to stop there, but they had more important things to do. They came upon a little ramen stand, which surprised Naruto. Even though it wasn't Ichiraku, he still regarded it as a small miracle in the middle of his suffering. Fu chose a crab salad, which he ate with the same fervor as Naruto's ramen. The two Jinchuriki took some time to gather supplies after they had finished their meal. At a local game, Fu somehow won a lottery. Naruto couldn't help but wonder about the chances of recovering the precise amount they had just spent, even though she didn't appear shocked. It's Chome's thing, Fu said, shrugging casually. Okay. Let's admit luck is a power, Naruto said, squinting at her. But how does it work? The world can't just bend itself to your advantage. That's unnatural. Fu grinned. Think about it this way. Say you're sitting at a table to play cards. Someone shuffles the deck, and you get dealt your hand. Who do you blame for how the cards came out? The shuffler, or the person who shuffled before them? Still attempting to follow her reasoning, Naruto rubbed the back of his head. I mean, both. You could blame as many people as you want, Fu said, but luck initially starts out as an uncontrollable force. All you have to do is nudge the odds in your favor. Naruto recalled the Hyuga's eloquent speech about fate in his battle with Neji. As Fu said, he had, in a sense, defied the odds. Even though she hadn't taken any direct or physical action, her outcome was indisputable. There it was, in front of him, even though it didn't make sense. From this perspective, I'll agree that luck is a superpower, Naruto said, grinning and shaking his head. Lucky 7 Fu. That's me. Fu suddenly grinned. That was it. She would flee at the first chance, even if it meant going all the way to the land of demons. Karen had had enough of Konoha's psychopaths. Even though 2 of their group members had nearly perished, Sasuke was only concerned with getting the Jinchuriki to Madara and finishing Akatsuki. They had taken the brother of the Raikage hostage. Was he even aware that there was no turning back now? She came up with a desperate scheme. Since she was the only medical professional present, she would stop giving the Jinchuriki drugs so he could flee. At best, she wouldn't have to worry about looking over her shoulder again because Sasuke would be killed. However, she lacked the bravery to take action. Sasuke had been awake all day. He was embarrassed, even offended. Like the insane Deidara and Itachi, Killer Bee had come dangerously close to defeating him. She feared the day when someone would expose Sasuke's true weakness. Fortunately, she had been sent into town to gather supplies by their group's despot. He was unaware that Karen had discovered, prior to her departure, that the Jinchuriki they had taken was actually a highly developed clone. Sasuke would probably choose not to waste time pursuing her over his vital prisoner if she managed to get away. Sadly, she needed supplies for the lengthy trip that lay ahead. One thing, though, was not what she had expected. There was a festival going on when Karen arrived at the marketplace. She detested crowds because there was too much noise and too much to concentrate on. For that, she detested her Uzumaki ancestry. She muttered to herself, "Cursed blood," as she looked down at her sleeve and imagined her arm and all the marks that were still partially visible. "That's me," exclaimed an overly excited young woman at one point, and Karen scowled. Although she now suspected silent freaks were worse, she still disliked loud people. She was more troubled by the girl's eerie chakra. She initially dismissed the discomfort. Then Karen noticed what must have been the companion of the girl with the cyan hair. A tall young man with blonde hair, a Haori with the Uzumaki clan symbol on the back, and recognizable whisker marks on his cheeks. "I am cursed," she muttered. Although Karen's legs didn't completely give out, her mind was solely focused on evaluating the danger rather than shifting her body. This, unless she was mistaken, was Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke's former adversary and, from what she could tell, his next target after Danzo was eliminated. Other Konoha shinobi were probably in the area if Jinchuriki from Konoha was present. There were 2 Jinchuriki nearby. Karen's gaze returned to the girl standing beside Naruto. A closer look revealed that it made 3. Biju chakra leaked intensely and powerfully in close proximity, but it was imperceptible from a distance. Karen's eyes returned to the blonde. He had his eyes fixed on her. A voice said, "Good thing we followed you," as a hand caught her shoulder. "Mind explaining why you messed up the drug?" Suigetsu encircled Karen's neck with his arm. What are you doing here?" "Sasuke thought you looked nervous," Suigetsu scoffed. "So he checked your medical stuff. He believes you messed up the sedative on purpose. We're bringing you back so you can fix this. Wouldn't want to deal with an angry Jinchuriki, right?" The user of the sword came closer. "You do look nervous. You're not trying to cross us, are you?" Karen made a pitiful attempt to flee, but Jugo caught her the next second. "You're not going anywhere." Karen felt a chill slide down her back. She had the impression that a boa was encircling its victim. How could she have been so irresponsible? She would prefer to be killed now rather than hauled back to Sasuke because she had once allowed herself to become sidetracked. Suigetsu and Jugo might give her a quick, if she begged them enough. "Let her go." In front of her captors stood Naruto and the girl with the cyan hair. Who do you think you are, Blondie? This is private business, and I don't think you're her cousin or something." The blonde gave Karen a smile. "Something like that." Naruto's fist struck with speed instead of strength, and Suigetsu's head exploded in a splash of water. In order to gain enough strength to push herself away from her captors, the female Uzumaki concentrated her chakra. She appeared to have the support of the Jinchurikis. If they didn't take advantage of her in return, Karen would consider the idea and take advantage of it. Her voice was a little shaky but full of frustration as she adjusted her glasses. "You're insane." Although she didn't intend to offend, it sounded that way. Naruto's tone was light but assured as he tilted his head and grinned lopsidedly. He created multiple shadow clones and placed them between their group and the 2 adversaries, saying, "Nah, just unpredictable." As people screamed and rushed to leave the plaza, the marketplace descended into chaos. Naruto's expression changed to one of concentration as he looked at Fu. "That one," he remarked, gesturing to Suigetsu, "is probably immune to blunt and piercing attacks." "Then I'm taking the big one," exclaimed Fu, laughing brightly. She swung around a little, opening her jacket to show insect wings emerging from her back. Karen watched in wonder and fear, and a chill went through her. Despite being monsters, these individuals managed to frighten her less than Sasuke and his group. Despite all reason, she couldn't help but smile. She quickly brought herself back to the present by grabbing a few senbon in her left hand and taking them out of her pouch. "Be careful," Karen said in a tense tone. Her warning faded as Jugo's skin started to solidify and take on a dark gray and red hue. Jugo can absorb ambient chakra around him. He goes berserk when that happens. "Too late," she stammered. Fu said, "You, go to sleep," as she hovered in midair and released a cloud of powder from her wings. Without hesitation, Jugo ran through it at an unnatural speed, grabbing her midair and slamming her into the ground with a force that rattled her bones. The clones of Naruto gathered in a last-ditch effort to absorb Fu's fall. Most of them dispelled on impact, but it worked. Jugo hardly looked at the annoyances, his entire attention focused on the struggling Jinchuriki he was holding. "You're finished." Fu spat a stream of opaque, sticky liquid straight into Jugo's face before he could finish the threat. His response was instantaneous. He let go of her and staggered back, screaming in pain and scratching at his face. Karen's hands were already faintly glowing with chakra as she hurried to Fu's side. She stumbled, "Do you need healing?" However, the scars that Jugo's hold had left on Fu's arms were already disappearing. Fu winked playfully and smiled at Karen. "Thanks for the checkup, but I'm perfectly fine. I've brawled with bigger things than him." Karen gave her a disbelieving look but immediately moved away. As Jugo returned to his normal form, his hideous features fading away until he finally passed out, his agonized screams had started to fade. Uncertain if she wanted the answer, Karen started, "Is he dead?" "Nah," Fu said, dismissing herself as she stood up. She tested the flexibility of her wings by flapping them once and said, "I used pheromones and acid. Just enough to knock him out. Let's help Naruto." However, Naruto was not doing as well as Fu. Suigetsu's skill with Zabuza's enormous sword increased the danger, and his ability to liquefy at will made him nearly impossible to hit. The blonde glared at the weapon, growling under his breath. "It doesn't belong to you," he whispered. "What? The sword?" Suigetsu asked in a mockingly casual tone. "You should worry about something else. Besides, I'm probably more worthy of it than Zabuza ever was." Dangerously, Naruto's eyes narrowed. He called one clone to his side, creating what appeared to be a typical Rasengan, saying, "You asked for it." With the glowing chakra orb in its hand, the clone darted toward Suigetsu. "TCH. This again. It won't work." Suigetsu instantly dispelled the clone by kicking it and dissolving into water. However, the Rasengan it contained remained. Opposing winds, Naruto muttered in a firm yet low voice. The wind around the Rasengan grew stronger as its rotation abruptly reversed. Suigetsu's liquid form was drawn into the center of the vortex, where it was torn apart and water exploded everywhere. A portion of the liquid splashed onto Naruto's face, causing him to grimace. He muttered, I really hope this doesn't stain." Using a more lethal version of the Rasengan against a human opponent didn't excite him because the outcome would have been far worse if the opponent had been composed of blood rather than water. Suigetsu gurgled, "You bastard." As a tiny puddle nearby started to reorganize. He moved slowly and had a shaky appearance. "You'd better watch your back because one day I swear I'll." "You're monologuing," Naruto said, forming another Rasengan in the process. Suigetsu's eyes grew wide in fear. He said nothing more and hurled himself at Jugo's unconscious body, transporting them both away with his bloodline power. Murmuring, "Well, so much for being discreet," Naruto said. Karen and Fu hurried to his side, with the latter embracing Naruto with great enthusiasm right away. "Ha ha ha, that was fun. Can we do it again?" Trying to pull her away, Naruto flushed. Well, they're gone now, and we should go before people start staring," he said, eyeing the destroyed plaza with anxiety. Abruptly, he looked at Karen. "Oh, hey, Uzumaki, right. Someone whispered it to me, and, well, the red hair's a dead giveaway. I'm Naruto Uzumaki. That makes us distant relatives." Karen carefully eyed him while adjusting her glasses. Although he didn't appear to be an Uzumaki, she was open to the possibility because of his vast chakra reserves and the nine tails within him. "Karen," she said, "thanks for the help. You're shinobi, aren't you? Where are your headbands?" Fu blinked, startled. She coughed and interrupted, Oh, we're on the run from," as Naruto tapped her shoulder. She smiled, obviously pleased with her save. "I mean, on the run for some exclusive edition ramen." "Yes," she said. Naruto facepalmed and moaned. Karen arched a doubtful brow but said nothing more. "It's fine. I'm on the run too. Say, do you have a spot open for a medical shinobi?" Naruto and Fu looked at each other, their faces brightening with mutual comprehension. Together, they said, "You too." Karen gave a tense nod. It wasn't like she had any better options, even though she knew she was taking a chance. Naruto grinned warmly while crossing his arms. "You're welcome to join us, but you get to share your story if we share ours." "A good deal." A tiny smile appeared on Karen's lips as she adjusted her glasses. "Sure, but first, can we please get as far away from here as possible? I don't want to deal with the last psycho of that bunch." Fu and Naruto nodded and instantly agreed. They had created enough commotion for a single day. With a quiet accuracy refined by decades of practice, Jiraiya navigated the soggy streets of the hidden rain village. He went unnoticed even though the village seemed to be covered in a persistent drizzle. The rain itself was abnormal, imbued with a subtle yet steady chakra that Jiraiya recognized as surveillance rather than merely a peculiarity of the surroundings. There was always someone watching. He had not expected how much the village had changed since his last visit. The streets were bustling with activity, and the once dirty, crumbling buildings were now reinforced with sleek, metallic structures. The citizens' faces displayed a strange blend of reverence and resolve rather than fear or joy as they moved with purpose. The change was dramatic. Jiraiya had last visited this abandoned location during the time of Hanzo the Salamander, a warlord who ruled with cruelty and paranoia. Hanzo had now vanished, undoubtedly deposed by a more vicious person. Jiraiya stopped close to a tiny market, surveying his surroundings. As they worked on preparations for what seemed to be a festival, vendors called out their wares to passing villagers, but the majority of them ignored them. There was an odd energy in the air, a mixture of anticipation and fear. The word, pain, was displayed on banners that hung from a number of buildings, their brash characters standing out against the rain's gloomy background. As the villagers passed by, their voices reverent, Jiraiya's keen ears picked up fragments of conversation. For the savior of Omegakure, Lord Pain, a god among men, he freed us from tyranny. If only we could be as strong as he is. The word, no, the name, Pain, echoed in Jiraiya's mind like a warning bell. He quickly put the puzzle together. The new master of the Hidden Rain was regarded by the populace as both a god and a leader. Jiraiya's mouth corner tugged at a tiny frown. Although he couldn't hold the villagers solely responsible for their worship of a figure strong enough to depose Hanzo, he had found that anyone who considered themselves a god was trouble. True power, when wielded by the arrogant or self-righteous, often led to suffering on a massive scale. The thought of Akatsuki made him clench his fists. This, Pain, wasn't your typical neighborhood warlord. Jiraiya needed to know more about him because he was an important member of their group. There was too much at stake to waste time. The world was getting closer to anarchy every day, and Akatsuki was getting closer to their objective of apprehending the tailed beasts. Jiraiya had a very clear mission: obtain information, locate Pain, and return with the information needed to stop Akatsuki. However, Omegakure's leader was elusive. Jiraiya had spent hours scouting the village, eluding security barriers and patrols, but Pain was nowhere to be seen. It was odd. What kind of leader or cage would neglect their village unless? He squinted his eyes. That is, if that leader isn't actually not there. Except when they're hunting. He ignored the chill that ran down his spine at the thought. He had to maintain his concentration. Getting as much information as he could was his top priority for the time being. Jiraiya's eyes moved to the village's tallest structure, their take on the Hokage Tower. With its imposing and practical design, it towered over the rest of the village, its narrow spires reaching up to the rain-filled sky. It was the place to go if you were looking for answers. Under the cover of darkness, he crept into the building, moving cautiously and deliberately to avoid the few guards on duty. Finding someone helpful quickly turned out to be a clerk who was occupied with what appeared to be official paperwork. The poor soul didn't even anticipate his arrival. Before the man could sound an alarm, Jiraiya bound him with a swift and accurate use of genjutsu. Jiraiya leaned in close, his voice a low whisper, and the clerk's terrified eyes darted around the room. Jiraiya muttered, "I'm sorry about this," with sincere regret in his voice. "But the safety of the world depends on what you know. Akatsuki has to be stopped." Fear twisted the man's face, but Jiraiya made him more determined. Later, back in the security of Konoha's intelligence facilities, interrogation would take place. He had to keep going for the time being. Naruto was a little upset with Karen. She'd given an overview of her life so far, but when she brought up Orochimaru, the blonde started asking her a lot of questions. Unfortunately, before he received the answers he sought, they had already left Sasuke's location. His annoyance quickly subsided, as it frequently did, and he huffed in exasperation before forgiving her. The other Jinchuriki, meanwhile, was reportedly doing well and was probably already returning to the Land of Lightning. Karen, who was obviously aware of the past between the two, asked hesitantly but curiously, "You still want to bring back Sasuke to the village?" Naruto stated bluntly, "Not anymore," with a tone that was a combination of exhaustion and conviction. Karen's forehead wrinkled as she considered his answer. "I mean, you two were close, right? What changed?" "I have a common agreement with Kurama, the nine-tailed fox." Naruto heard the fox's voice yell, "Don't just use my name openly, you idiot." Despite a slight wince, Naruto chose to ignore the interruption. He said out loud, "Well, she's a friend, and I think it's unhealthy if people keep calling you names," which caused Fu and Karen to look at him incredulously. Karen's brow began to perspire as she asked, "Who are you talking to?" Naruto gave a sheepish smile before softening his expression. "The furball is just grumpy because I care about him. He may not seem like it, but Kurama's heart is even warmer than the sun under all those layers of pain and resentment." Kurama growled, "Shut it, fishcake," but his voice was more resigned than irate. Karen gritted her teeth. They sound like a good person. Moving on, Naruto shook his head. Since the Sharingan can control Bijus, and they don't have a natural defense against it, Kurama wants me to kill the remaining Uchiha. Itachi is gone, which leaves only Sasuke and the guy with the spiral mask. Karen's eyes went wide with surprise. With a hint of incredulity in her voice, she stumbled, "But weren't you friends?" Naruto acknowledged, we were never really friends, shrugging his shoulders. Sasuke always cared more about vengeance than anything else, not even his own good. If he cared about himself, he'd have stayed in the village, grown stronger with us, and avenged his clan together. Instead, he chose to go it alone, knowing he'd be hated and alone until the end. That's not loyalty, it's greed. His voice grew aloof as he looked up at the sky. And now he wants to destroy Konoha. I don't know the whole story, but I guess back then, nobody found a way to sit down and talk things out. If the Uchiha were wiped out, it must have been because there was no other way. Karen was taken aback by the sudden change in Naruto's tone. Did you know Sasuke made a hole in my chest with his Chidori? Karen almost stumbled over her own feet as she gasped. And you survived. Naruto grinned and said, Uzumaki blood and the greatest Biju in the world. However, Fu's chakra-powered hand quickly interrupted him with a hard slap on the back of his head. Ouch, what was that for? Chome told me to do it, Fu said, crossing his arms and acting mockingly serious. He said if I didn't, you'd turn into an arrogant jerk like his fox of a brother. Naruto pouted and rubbed his head, but he didn't argue. Fu looked over at Karen. I don't get why you've been so patient with Sasuke. He sounds like a psychopath. Naruto and Karen looked at each other and agreed, he is. With her hands on her hips, Fu proudly declared, well, I, Lucky 7 Fu, declare a no-psychopath policy for our group. What do you say? Naruto laughed and nodded, only good weirdos allowed. Speaking of which, Fu is unnaturally lucky, and I'm unpredictable in an uncanny way. What's your thing, Karen? The redhead rolled her eyes and sighed. I can shoot chakra chains from my body and share our regenerating abilities with people if they bite me. Staring at her in shock, Naruto and Fu stopped in their tracks. Karen defensively folded her arms. What? She asked. You think that's weirder than two people who can turn into giant chakra beasts? Naruto was the first to recover, blinking. I'm more concerned about the biting part. Are you okay with that? Karen's face went a little darker. Before Orochimaru found me, people used to abuse my ability, she quietly acknowledged. At least he didn't use me every time he got hurt. Believe it or not, for all his creepiness and psychopathic tendencies, he treated his followers with respect. He kept his promises. He even took me to Uzushio once. Naruto tilted his head and repeated, Uzushio. What's that? It used to be our clan's home. A large cluster of small islands between the land of fire and the land of waves. It was destroyed during the wars, along with our culture. She stopped and looked away. It's not a pretty sight, but he took the time to bring me there. We explored, found preserved scrolls. He even talked with me. Do you think I'm insane for thinking he was a good person? Naruto gave her a gentle shoulder rub while grinning reassuringly. Not at all. I trained with Jiraiya, his old teammate. He used to say he felt guilty for losing Orochimaru as a friend but couldn't stop him from becoming who he wanted to be. Naruto paused. Have you grieved yet? For Orochimaru? Karen asked softly as she looked south. She snorted and smiled wryly, saying, if I didn't know him so well, I would have. The old snake would probably be offended if people grieved for him. At around the same time, Kabuto Yakushi labored ceaselessly, albeit increasingly frustrated, to save the remnants of Orochimaru's body deep beneath the earth in the damp and barren hallways of a now abandoned research facility. He was not very successful. Too much of Orochimaru's essence had been dispersed, broken apart between his experiments and his attempts at immortality, making the process anything but simple. Kabuto was unsure of where to start. Like water through cupped hands, his thoughts slipped through his mental grasp, clouding his normally sharp mind. The cluttered, disorganized, and unsettlingly silent room reflected his mental state. The stale air was heavy with the smell of decay and chemicals, and long shadows were cast over the walls by dim, flickering light from old bulbs. Kabuto was pacing in front of a huge glass tank that held a thick, nutrient-rich liquid. What was left of Orochimaru's altered body floated inside, its white-scaled form hideous but unsettlingly calm. Kabuto paused and gazed into the tank, where the warped image of his former master blended with his own reflection in the glass. His voice was a frail whisper in the stifling silence as he whispered to himself, one person can cause so much damage. His fingers were cold against the glass as he put a hand on it. It hurts. Not as much as it did, but I still feel it in the back of my head. Like a wound that never fully heals. He leaned toward the tank, his glasses sliding a little down the bridge of his nose. His thoughts strayed to his own life and his own course. Kabuto had always looked for a greater purpose, a place where he belonged, despite having received training as a shinobi and a spy. But with Orochimaru's death, that goal had appeared to vanish. Despite all our research, there are some things even we couldn't mend, he said. A mixture of regret and resentment twisted his face. When Sasuke killed you, I thought I'd feel anger or grief. But all I felt was relief that it was over. No more schemes, no more endless experiments, no more manipulation. But now I wonder if going back to your schedule wouldn't be better. At least then, I had direction. Pulling away from the tank, Kabuto rubbed his temples as though attempting to force the chaos out of his head. He looked around the space. The sounds of water dripping from broken pipes reverberated like a slow, mocking metronome, and the air was humid, almost oppressive. It was difficult to sleep in the stifling silence, but Kabuto had become accustomed to the discomfort. He sighed, sank into an old chair, and closed his eyes in the hopes of finding a brief reprieve. It was short-lived. There was a stir. Kabuto's body tensed reflexively as his eyes snapped open. He could hear his heartbeat, but there was no sound in the room. No footsteps, not a voice, but his keen senses told him that something had changed. With caution, he stood, looking around the room. The only sound was the slight hum of the tank's machinery, but Kabuto's gaze was fixed on it. His heart began to race as he moved slowly toward the tank. He looked into the dark liquid, searching for movement on Orochimaru's body. Nothing happened for a moment, and Kabuto nearly convinced himself that he was just having hallucinations. Then he noticed it. Orochimaru's arm had the smallest ripple across its scales. It was unmistakable, even though it was only a slight undulation, like a snake shifting while it slept. Kabuto's hand trembled and he pressed it to the glass as his breath caught. Sensei. Before he could stop it, the word escaped. His thoughts were racing. Is this thing real? Could Orochimaru's renowned fortitude really help him avoid death once more after all of this? Kabuto claimed to have seen a finger twitch as the ripple spread. The altered body was still hideous and monstrous in appearance, but it now radiated something much more dreadful, promise. The scales appeared to shimmer slightly in the low light, and Kabuto sensed a subtle yet distinct energy stirring in the air. Torn between fear and excitement, Kabuto swallowed hard. The ramifications were enormous if this was what it seemed to be. He had been complaining about his lack of direction and his incapacity to proceed for days. With this one, nearly indiscernible sign of life, however, the way forward appeared both illuminated and dangerous. In a shaky voice, Kabuto whispered, "What are you trying to tell me, sensei?" With a hint of fear mixed with hope. The corpse remained silent. However, Kabuto had a gut feeling that this was just the start. The two Jinchurikis and the unexpected new member of their group arrived in the Land of Water a few days later. It had been surprisingly easy to find a boat for travel, but finding their relatives was much harder. As their ship slowly made its way to its destination, their only option was to wait. There weren't many people on the boat, mainly civilians and a few traders. With a scroll spread out in front of him, Naruto sat cross-legged on the deck, honing his sealing skills. During the tedious trip, it was the only productive thing he could do. He stated, "Kurama isn't sensing anything," without raising his head from his task. "Any luck with Chome?" With a sour expression, Fu leaned against the ship's railing. She moaned, "No. And he hates water." In actuality, Fu didn't really like it either. She appeared nearly as green as her hair, and the boat's swaying had given her seasickness. Fortunately, Karen had prepared a potion that effectively relieved her nausea, but Fu continued to complain about her situation. Karen, on the other hand, was sitting close by, a big map lying on her lap. She used a pencil to mark locations and trace possible routes. "I don't know much about who we're looking for," she acknowledged. She paused before turning to face Naruto. Orochimaru wasn't actively interested in Jinchuriki unless they crossed his path. That said, if I had a sample of what we're searching for, I could narrow down the area to focus on. Fu and Naruto exchanged perplexed glances. Curiosity overwhelming her, Fu tilted her head and approached Karen. "How do you sample chakra anyway?" While searching through her bag, Karen rolled up the map and tucked it under her arm. She pulled out a small cylindrical device and explained, "Orochimaru studied this method extensively, mainly for his genetic experiments. The link between a person's body and their chakra is undeniable. We're essentially walking furnaces, each with a unique way of molding energy. Biju are like super advanced, industrial-scale furnaces, which is why their power expresses itself in such extreme ways. With a tone that was a mix of amazement and skepticism, Fu questioned, like regrowing entire limbs or sprouting wings and bug parts. Exactly, said Karen. When you use that power, even for a moment, there are always traces left behind. Normally invisible to the naked eye, but a sensory ninja like me can detect them with enough focus. I don't need blood or a literal part of your body, just something that's been exposed to your Biju's chakra for a significant amount of time. At her words, Naruto became alert and realized he had exactly what she needed. He took out the green crystal pendant he always wore around his neck by reaching under his jacket. This should work, right? It's a family heirloom from my great-great-grandfather, the first Hokage. It's supposed to absorb and neutralize Kurama's chakra if the seal ever fails. He gave Karen the pendant. It's been through a lot, especially when I reached 4 tails that one time. Not my best moment. Surprisingly careful, Karen held the pendant up to the light as if it were a priceless relic. She remarked, this alone is probably worth a few million ryo, with a hint of amazement mixed with incredulity. And you just carry it around like it's nothing. Naruto said, always, without hesitation. Can you actually do something with it? As Karen lowered the pendant and tucked it safely into her palm, a confident smile curved her lips. Definitely. Sasuke had taken the Jinchuriki to the agreed-upon meeting spot as directed by Madara. The masked man and an eerie humanoid figure that appeared to have crawled straight out of Orochimaru's terrifying experiments emerged from the shadows into a damp, tense atmosphere. The creature, which was half plant and half man, was so strange that even Suigetsu could feel uneasy. Sasuke stood erect, a look of icy contempt mixed with grim resolve on his face. He had done what he was supposed to do. Konoha would soon burn for its transgressions against his clan. The plant creature mumbled, its voice a mixture of disappointment and annoyance, it's a clone. Its golden eyes narrowed as it turned to face Madara. You brought back a clone. With his Sharingan spinning idly as though to validate Zetsu's analysis, Madara gazed at the captured Jinchuriki. He sighed softly and turned to face Sasuke, clearly disappointed. You disappoint me. Madara dismissively waved a hand. As Sasuke watched in shock, the plant-like accomplice moved quickly and dragged the unconscious figure away, saying, take the clone away, Zetsu. Under his breath, Sasuke muttered, how could I be tricked? He was filled with rage and frustration, which was exacerbated by the painful recollection of his recent mistakes. This comes after Karen betrayed Naruto and missed him by only a few minutes. Our agreement is void, declared Madara icily, in a decisive tone. What? Sasuke's Mangekyo Sharingan flared in his eyes as he spoke sharply. I fulfilled my part of the agreement. Even if it's a clone, it's still of use to you. You can't just walk away. Just enough for his voice to reach his shoulder, Madara cocked his head slightly. He paused, the weight of his words settling into the silence. You brought back a clone. Do you realize the implications of that? You're so blinded by your anger and arrogance that you could have been followed for days by Cloud Shinobi without noticing. You've jeopardized everything. You're lucky Pain isn't here. He would not have taken your failure lightly. And believe me, you do not want to anger a god. It hurt to be reprimanded, but worse came next. Madara stepped forward a few paces, his tone full of contempt. Itachi would never have made such a mistake. His brother's name was like dry kindling. Black flames roared toward Madara as Sasuke's Mangekyo Sharingan suddenly blazed brighter. Madara disappeared with a swirl of his space-time technique, and Amaterasu surged like a tidal wave of vengeance, only to vanish into nothingness. With the exception of the faint echo of Madara's departure, the quarry fell eerily silent. Sasuke's nails were digging into his palms as his hands were balled into fists. His Mangekyo, a representation of his ferocious anger, lingered in his eyes. Suigetsu broke the silence, possibly misjudging the moment. Well, I guess a raid on Konoha is not an option ANYM. The swordsman was silenced by a single glare from Sasuke, who was still using his Mangekyo Sharingan. With an audible gulp, Suigetsu took a step back and raised his hands in surrender. He was betrayed by everyone. Karen had the audacity to challenge him. Being an opportunist, Suigetsu was likely to leave him whenever it was convenient for him. Jugo was the only one who stayed loyal, almost to the point of worship. Sasuke's mind grew gloomy. He didn't require friends or allies. He required supporters, devotees. He had learned that much from Orochimaru, at least. He would not receive direct assistance from the Akatsuki. It was evident now, however, he would coerce them if they refused to help him voluntarily. Despite his calm demeanor, His resolve was evident in his voice. We're turning back. We're going after another Jinchuriki. Nobody was brave enough to question him. After spending days at sea, Naruto's group was relieved to finally set foot on firm, warm land. A thick, colorful, and life-filled rainforest stretched ahead. They felt liberated despite the dense humidity. Karen's acute senses had detected a hint, a fleeting but potent shift in chakra. It was too important to write off as a coincidence. With her teal hair bouncing as she rummaged through their bags, Fu busied herself inspecting their supplies. She smiled contentedly. We've got more than enough food to last a week, and that's counting our demonic appetites. Uzumaki appetite included, Karen. Glad to know at least 2 people understand I physically need to eat this much to stay healthy, Karen said, grinning slightly. She looked at the map she was holding and adjusted her glasses. They were now traveling through the jungle after veering off the main road. We're close. Just a couple of hours from the point where I sensed. Karen abruptly and precisely threw a kunai into a nearby bush before she could finish. Intruder, she said in a firm, piercing voice. A familiar voice squeaked from the foliage, wait. Fry friendly. The panic in its tone was unmistakable. With haste, Naruto moved forward and stopped Karen with a raised hand. Hold on. That's Gamaden. He's a friend. He said in a firm yet composed tone that caused Karen to hesitate. Gamaden, you can come out. Sorry for the kunai. With his wide eyes darting nervously around, the tiny orange toad cautiously peered out. I'll have you know I'm an elite toad. A mere kunai couldn't hurt me, he said in a trembling croak. His shaky hands extended to return the kunai to Karen in spite of his audacious remarks. Unimpressed, Karen glared down at the small creature. How did you even find us? I didn't sense anything. It's like you just teleported here. Gamaden puffed up his chest and exclaimed, Toad secret. But his justification was as weak as his bluster. Then he grabbed a small cylindrical container from behind him. He gave Naruto a scroll after opening it with a practiced motion. Delivering a message from your princess. When Naruto sat down on a patch of grass and unrolled the scroll right away, his face brightened. Hinata wrote to me, he exclaimed. His expression softened into a mixture of gratitude and joy as his eyes scanned the words. That's so nice of them. Karen raised an eyebrow and repeated, his princess. She studied Naruto with a slight tilt of her head. He still exuded that silly energy, but he looked good overall, strong and self-assured. What kind of girl could fall in love with him, she wondered. Some clan heiress from Konoha, Fu added with a casual shrug. Karen blinked, clearly disbelieving. So my cousin is going to be royalty. Their village is weird. With a playful twinkle in her eyes, Fu leaned closer to Naruto and snickered. She put her chin on his shoulder and tried to sneak a peek, saying, Hey, Naruto. What's in the letter? Did she mention me, huh? With a laugh, Naruto raised the scroll and read aloud. She says she's relieved to know I'm free, and that her clan will always stand by my side. They're going to try to convince Tsunade to let me return to the village as a free man. He looked at Gamaden. She also thanked the toads for their help. And you're a courier now. Gamaden acknowledged. Yeah, well, it's not like I have better things to do, as he scratched the back of his head. I can track your location pretty easily thanks to the summoning contract, but it'd be way simpler if there was more water around. Anyway, if you need a message delivered, just let me know. The Hyugas were nice enough to set up some accommodations in their garden for me. Naruto smiled and hastily wrote a reply on a sheet of paper. Here, take this. Make sure it gets to her fast. Gamaden said, Gotcha, Naruto. He stuffed the message into his container, saluted them confidently, and jumped into the forest, disappearing as fast as he had come. With a cunning smile, Fu leaned back and crossed her arms. Did you tell her you're traveling with 2 girls? Naruto pushed her with his elbow while rolling his eyes. Of course, I mentioned Karen. How could I not? And also that we might have a 4th member joining us soon. Hinata's not the jealous type, but if I ever betrayed her, I don't even want to imagine what she'd do to me. Karen said, she sounds like a great person, and nodded in agreement. A powerful, self-assured woman, good. Naruto got up and stretched. All right, side business done. Let's get moving. With a bright voice, Fu imitated his stretch. Yeah, so, where do we? She was cut off by a loud explosion, which caused the ground to tremble. The surge of Biju chakra in the air was immediately recognized by Naruto and Fu. Already sensitive to the energy, Karen gestured sharply toward the disturbance. We follow the explosions, she declared without hesitation. As they made their way to the explosion's origin, Karen muttered, and the dead bodies, it seems. The bodies of people who appeared to be the Land of Water's equivalent of Anbu were scattered all around them. The bodies were strewn all over the forest floor, their shocked or pained expressions frozen on their faces. Don't touch them, Karen cautioned, squinting as she surveyed the area. They're covered with some kind of strong acid. Fu sensed the disturbance as she continued to carry Chome inside her seal. The seven-tailed beetle's wings fluttered. Definitely Saiken's doing. You're on the right track. The girl with the cyan hair gave a contemplative nod. She looked around once more, looking for any movement, and said, Chome confirms it's from his brother. At least this time, we aren't dealing with the Akatsuki. They're dead, right? Karen approached one of the bodies and cautiously collected a sample of the coating. She grimaced and sniffed the air. Looks like some kind of paralytic agent, a nasty one. It smells like soap, almost. Naruto, who was ahead of the group, stopped and gestured for Karen to look up because he had noticed a floating glimmer. Squinting at the sky, she said, Bubbles. Let me guess, that's from the Six Tails. So Kurama says, Naruto affirmed, his face solemn. Let's go for the peaceful approach, though. Karen arched an eyebrow. With a worried tone, she questioned, and if they attack? She still remembered the fight with the eight-tailed beast, and she wasn't looking forward to another one. Naruto smiled. I suppose Fu and I will have to wrestle with them, he joked. Fu laughed and her wings fluttered. The three of them kept going, following the bubble trail, until they came to a young man who was leaning against a tree. They were following the big bubbles that he was calmly blowing into a small pipe while wearing a blue kimono. When he saw them coming, the young man sighed deeply. His voice was heavy with a mixture of resignation and annoyance as he muttered, not even bothering with masks. He stared at them and said, or is this some desperate tactic to, before he stopped talking. He seemed to sense their chakra or recognize something about them, saying, I will be damned. What are you doing here? You're farther beyond the borders of your lands than you should ever be. With a confident stance, Naruto took a step forward. I'm Naruto, from the land of fire. Kurama, the nine-tailed fox, is sealed inside of me. Fu spread her wings and smiled broadly. She smiled proudly, ready to flaunt her relationship with her Biju. I'm Lucky Seven Fu from the land of waterfalls. Chome, the seven-tailed beetle, is my friend, she said. Karen shrugged nonchalantly, her face looking a little uninterested. And I'm just this ray of sunshine's cousin, nothing to brag about. At their introductions, the young man, clearly Saiken's Jinchuriki, raised an eyebrow. Which one of them? He inquired, his tone slightly mocking. Karen rolled her eyes but said nothing. He smiled wearily and said, I'm glad to see at least some friendly faces. Don't mind the bodies. The Mizukage has been insistent about retrieving me, or rather, Saiken, for that matter. Wouldn't be the first time they've sent assassins after me. Naruto gave a pitying wince. Sorry to hear your village sucks too, he said, showing genuine sympathy for the man. We're here to help each other. In fact, aside from the eight tails in Kumo, we're the only Jinchuriki left. The young man's brow furrowed, he had not yet introduced himself. What do you mean? After checking to make sure no one else was listening, Naruto leaned in a little. Ever heard of the Akatsuki? The Hyuga clan had received Naruto's first message approximately a week earlier, and as Tsunade feared, Hiyashi's remarks had started to sway the other clan leaders. The increasing number of secrets that were slipping out of their grasp was beginning to worry even Homura and Kaharu. Loose ends are a reality, and when it blows up in your face, we won't be able to cover for you. Tsunade dismissed their cautions, believing that everything would be under control. Tsunade had messaged the Raikage, requesting his help in covering the whole event. She had not heard back yet. Perhaps she ought to tell the truth and heed the counsel of Hiruzen's former teammates. As soon as the Hokage entered the meeting room, he was greeted by scowls and critical looks. If it's about Naruto again, Tsunade said, I might just start to think you've forgotten how a village works. We can't keep all of our troops safe. These are the risks of. Choza Akamichi raised his voice in a firm and steady tone. Hokage-sama, is there something you should tell us? Tsunade turned to face the enormous shinobi. For a full minute, she asked herself the same question over and over. Are they aware? If you're going to ask about Naruto's return to the village, then my answer remains the same. There was silence in the room. Nobody said anything, but their silence was as unsettling as the animosity Tsunade had encountered the previous week. Danzo tried not to smile. This was ideal. He only needed to divulge the news of Hizuka Castle's devastation later that day and Hiashi stood up from his chair and said, "You are betraying our trust, Tsunade, purposefully omitting any honorifics. I assume at least some of you have verified the information I gave you." The next person to speak was Sume Inuzuka, whose voice was laced with rage. I sent a scouting group to check. There's nothing left of the place but a gigantic crater." She raised her teeth. "You sent Naruto to his death. That kind of destructive power. Only a Kage or a member of the Akatsuki could do that." She yelled at Tsunade. "And above that, you didn't think it was important to warn us at any point that we had lost our Jinchuriki." Shibi Aburame straightened his sleeves. Because of his own emotional state, his chakra was flaring and his insects were tense. He didn't really like or dislike Naruto, but this wouldn't have happened if Sarutobi had been in charge. He cast a quick glance at Shikaku, who was trying his best to maintain his objectivity, but even he knew that Tsunade would need to come clean now in order to limit the harm. This kind of information could hardly be kept secret. I wonder what kind of operation you pulled and how far it reached. Tsunade was in a tight spot. Although she would have preferred not to alert her council to Naruto's escape, it appeared that there was no other choice. She looked to Shikaku in the hopes that he would support her. "Fine, we sent Naruto to Hizuka Castle for a secret mission. We were cooperating with the Land of Clouds to undermine the very same people who attempted to murder the Raikage. Naruto was supposed to remain there for a full week to distract them until we were ready to launch an assault and catch them off guard. Somehow, the information leaked to the Akatsuki, and they struck faster than we." Suddenly, there was a loud crash as part of the meeting table broke apart. In contrast to what most people thought right away, Hiashi wasn't responsible this time. It was Sakura's mother, Mebuki Haruno. Sakura's clan was as old as the village itself, despite not being one of the major clans. Almost always, they had been in charge of the village's human resources, including both shinobi and civilians. They were the reason so many of the village shinobi had not succumbed to trauma-induced insanity. Tsunade had a close bond with Sakura, and consequently with her own parents. However, this did not absolve her of causing them ill will. Mebuki cursed, "That's, pardon my language, a load of bullshit," during the Hokage meeting. "You really think such an absurd story is going to convince any of us?" We all heard Hiashi. "I happened to see his grieving daughter, a shinobi, hardly someone you can play with their feelings and emotions. I do not think Hiashi lied when he said Naruto wished to leave the shinobi ranks and get engaged to Hinata." Choza got up from his chair with a heavy sigh and a darkened expression. He turned and walked to the door, his heavy footsteps resonating throughout the room, saying, "I have heard enough." With a voice full of urgency, Shikaku called after him quickly. "Where are you going?" "Tsunade is telling the truth, I swear. I had to keep the secret too. This is not a lie. She wouldn't lie to any of us." The huge shinobi hesitated, but did not immediately turn around. His wide back tensed, and when he did glance over his shoulder, uncertainty was visible on his face. With his eyes narrowing in suspicion, Choza's brow furrowed deeply. "Lie, Shikaku. We're friends. So tell me, assuming this is true, why would Naruto accept this mission on the very day he was about to be officially introduced to his love's clan?" Choza asked. His expression changed to one of realization, and he trailed off, saying, "I don't understand why he would drop everything without any explanation. So, either you forced him, or did he even know this was a mission?" Tsunade was the target of the question, and she hesitated for a moment, tempted to hide the truth. Like Sarutobi-sensei, she was able to lie, save face, and maintain the village's reputation. However, this was not the same. Choza's words weighed heavily on her, and she realized she could no longer lie. "No," Tsunade mutely acknowledged. "He did not." Choza's expression softened, but you could see the sorrow in his eyes. He turned and walked away, his footsteps disappearing down the hallway. "I do not know what to believe anymore. Either way, I can't keep following your orders, not like this." Danzo, who had been watching in silence, was taken aback. He knew he had lost control of the situation, even though he had hoped to be the one to leak the information. He chastised himself inwardly as his mind raced with frustration. He hadn't planned it this way. However, his calculations had not completely failed him. One final card remained to be played. He called attention to himself by raising his right arm. I would like to ask the counselors, of which I am no longer a part, if they can confirm whether or not this foolish operation was truly put in place, Danzo stated in a methodical and subtly motivated tone. Kaharu and Homura looked at each other for a moment before Homura started talking. Not only were we not given any details before Naruto was sent to Hizuka, but our opinion was discarded as soon as we raised disapproval and warned about how dangerous it was. Kaharu nodded, her voice fitting the seriousness of the moment. As such, we cannot even confirm if this is true or not. Tsunade and Shikaku looked at each other, their glares containing a mixture of disbelief and betrayal. Now it was obvious that Homura and Kaharu had supported Danzo's plan. Danzo seemed to enjoy the tension as his lips quirked upward. He noticed a gap. Judging by the gravity of the situation, I propose we vote immediately to choose whether Tsunade Senju should be removed from her position. This was a calculated move that he had been waiting for, despite the fact that it was risky. Have you all gone insane? Exclaimed Shikaku, getting up from his chair. His words were firm, but his voice trembled with frustration. This is madness. Kaharu and Homura gave a nod of agreement. We agree on the necessity of such a vote, Kaharu declared. The major clan leaders are already united here and able to take a decision. The weight of what was happening caused Tsunade's chakra to flare wildly. Her voice broke with rage as she said, "This is mutiny. Stop this instant." But the room was already shifting against her. You have no idea what you're doing. Choza and a few other clan leaders took their places at the table after Hiashi. Despite their solemn faces, they showed no signs of retreating. We are doing what we believe is right, Hiashi firmly declared. Cold and cunning, Homura leaned forward and looked around the room. All against, raise a hand. The only one to raise his hand was Shikaku. After a brief moment of hesitation during which his internal conflict was evident, Inoichi finally released his grip. With a severe expression, Kaharu turned to face the room. All in favor, raise a hand. With her heart thumping in her chest, Tsunade stood still. Despite being a formality, the vote seemed to be the last straw. She struggled to maintain her composure, and her grip tightened on the table's edges. Was she being betrayed, or had she failed the village? She pondered. There was silence in the room, and Tsunade felt the crushing weight of their choice as the hands rose around her. Her tenure as Hokage appeared to be coming to an end, and the village's future was uncertain. Naruto had summed up the Akatsuki's activities thus far, and it turned out that Utakata was also familiar with the group. Both sides have lost many of their members. They have been exploiting our isolation to capture us and extract the bijus. The hidden villages haven't done much to stop them. Yeah, right. Black cloak with red clouds. Search no further. The land of water has been under their control for a while, might still be. I've seen the man with the orange mask you described. He used his eye to put Yagura, the previous Mizukage, under a very strong genjutsu. Saiken felt it. I had to fight against one of our own. Utakata's tone became agitated as I managed to escape up to this day, and if Yagura is dead, that means they've already extracted his biju. Most of their members are gone, Naruto grimaced in response. I killed Kisame just a couple of weeks ago. He was fighting against Fu. The mention of Kisami's name caused the cyan-haired girl to nod, her wings quivering a little. She took a moment to reflect before saying, I don't work well with water. They knew exactly how to exploit my weaknesses, and of course, the village never sent help. If we stay together, they won't be as tempted to have their way with us. For a moment, Utakata closed his eyes and thought about the situation. The smoke swirled around him like a lingering fog as he blew into his pipe. I guess this is the best option I have. Though, if I join your group, you should know that you will be targets, just as I am, for the land of water. Naruto looked at his friends and snickered. I'm already researched in just about every shinobi land. Shouldn't be a problem. The idea made Karen shudder, her thoughts straying to another form of peril. And I have a psychotic avenger on my tracks. Honestly, I feel safer surrounded by 3 Jinchurikis than on my own. With a contemplative nod, Utakata adjusted his kimono and put away his pipe. Then it's settled. I'm joining your group. What's the plan? With a light tone and eyes searching the area for any indications of danger, Naruto asked, getting away from the land of water sounds good for starters. What do you think? A foreign voice pierced the air before anyone could react, causing everyone to freeze. You lot will go nowhere. Everyone was taken by surprise by the incisive and authoritative words. A blinding flash of white light and a deafening sound erupted before Utakata could create a defensive bubble around the group. It all happened so fast. The tremendous pressure of the soundwave knocked the group off balance. The once luxurious rainforest was in ruins, the trees uprooted, the ground scorched, when their vision cleared and they came to. Fu looked around, her wings fluttering restlessly, and asked in a quiet, bewildered voice, "What happened?" Utakata reached for a tiny bottle fastened to his waist and straightened his kimono. "An ambush," he said in a somber tone. "Karen, aren't you a censor? Where are they? How did they even get so close?" Karen's face went white as she found it difficult to concentrate. I don't know. I didn't sense any source of chakra nearby, I swear." Naruto pointed to their surroundings as he swept his hand over the destroyed area. "Well, they are standing right here." In the center of the demolished forest, the others turned to see a lone figure. The figure exuded an unsettling presence, but it was impossible to miss the recognizable black cloak with red clouds. They appeared to be at the center of the devastation. Karen focused on the figure and narrowed her eyes. She swiftly used a chakra seal to neutralize any genjutsu, but the outcome only made her more perplexed. "What? Something's wrong. I can't sense them at all, and yet, it's like they don't have chakra at all. This shouldn't be possible unless," Utakata concluded, "unless they're dead," shivering. The realization made his face go white. "You said each member of the Akatsuki was absurdly strong. Do you know this one?" With his eyes fixed on the figure, Naruto slowly shook his head. He trailed off, his eyes narrowing as he took in another aspect of the figure. "No. But if they're willing to fight three of us at the same time." And then there are his eyes. Kurama, Saiken, and Chome all spoke at once, their voices urgent. "Naruto, I don't have the time to explain, but trust me, if you fight this enemy, you will lose. No matter how much support you receive, you must run," was a clear warning that was conveyed to Fu and Utakata in addition to Naruto. Karen was suddenly pulled away from the approaching Akatsuki member by the slug Jinchuriki who had been standing next to her. Fu hurried after, spreading her wings and soaring into the air. Before joining his friends in their escape, Naruto called forth roughly 100 clones, disguising each one to resemble a different member of their group. Karen complained in a confused and frustrated tone, "What's going on? I'm not part of your private Jinchuriki telepathy club. When 3 Biju tell us to run, we run." Naruto shot back, looking over his shoulder with a sharp tone. It was odd that his clones were still whole. They hadn't been eliminated. Their progress was abruptly stopped when a second figure in the Akatsuki cloak materialized in front of them. The same dark, menacing presence and purple eyes characterized this new foe. "Another one," Fu cried, her eyes wide with surprise and her wings flapping as she hovered in midair. The second Akatsuki member started to exhibit strange body contortions and twists. His limbs spread wide, and odd-looking projectiles shot out of his body. With amazing speed, they flew in the direction of the Jinchuriki group. Utakata didn't have time to create another barrier. In a flash, Naruto wrapped them all in Kurama's chakra cloak, which swirled around them in a protective manner. When the projectiles struck the barrier, they exploded violently, but the cloak remained intact. Fu carefully combined Chome's strong energy with her own chakra to shape it. A wave of poison chakra whirled around her, turning into a cloud of poisonous dust that she hurled at their adversaries. She kept a close eye on the cloud's spread, waiting for a response. To her dismay, though, the figure remained unfazed. As if it had no impact at all, the dust vanished innocuously into the atmosphere. "Impossible," Fu exclaimed, surprised by the total silence. She steeled herself, but her confidence wavered. They had never encountered an enemy like this before. A third figure emerged from the shadow of the destroyed forest before they could devise a plan. Under their cloak, the same unsettling purple eyes glowed, and they made a series of hand signals without hesitation. Suddenly, a blast of fierce flames was flung at the group, causing the air to burn. Naruto yelled, "Let's try the physical approach." With a determined tone, he concentrated and shaped the energy into a huge Rasenshuriken with a surge of Kurama's chakra. Cutting through the fire like a hot knife through butter, the whirling chakra orb shot forward. Something unexpected occurred as the Rasenshuriken raced toward the third Akatsuki member. A fourth figure appeared out of nowhere just before it made contact, their body absorbing the blow in a way that left no trace. For a brief moment, Naruto was stunned by what he had just seen. How many are there?" he cried, his voice tinged with annoyance. One by one, these Akatsuki members continued to emerge, each more powerful than the one before them, and they were being overpowered. Karen felt a growing sense of powerlessness as she stood motionless. Even though 3 Jinchurikis were fighting alongside each other for their lives, the enemies seemed to be able to easily counter their every move. They dismissed their attacks, which ought to have been catastrophic, as if they were merely an annoyance. These adversaries appeared to be unbeatable. Additionally, their eyes, the same purple eyes, the black rods sticking out of their bodies. Karen's thoughts were racing. These figures, these beings, felt strange to her, even though she had studied chakra and learned to sense it. They had no place in this world. They were obviously not typical humans, but they lacked chakra flows. Desperate for any hint, she strained harder to sense their chakra, her heart racing. Then it dawned on her. She yelled, "They are all puppets." With a voice that cut through the commotion. Her eyes grew wide with insight. These are just bodies. They aren't actually alive. Someone is controlling them, Karen said in a tremulous, urgent voice as the puzzle pieces came together. She knew exactly where the chakra was coming from, and she started to move out of instinct. "I can feel it. Whoever is controlling them is nearby. We need to get out of here." Her heart thumping in her chest, she turned and ran in the other direction without wasting any time. The Jinchurikis trailed behind, trying to make their way through the chaotic, dense forest with the obvious intention of making their getaway. The relentless chase slowed after a few hundred meters. As if their will had died, the bodies ceased to follow them. Fu glanced back and gave a nod of approval. She stated, "We must be out of the control range," in a steady voice despite the rush of adrenaline. "But we can't stop yet. We need to keep moving." Karen experienced a twinge of guilt, but she brushed it aside right away. "I should have figured it out earlier, but I didn't." A tiny smile tugged at the corners of Fu's lips as she turned to face her. She fanned her wings and hung just above the ground, laughing, "Hey. Stop brooding. Without you, we'd still be dealing with those zombies. These Akatsuki people are insane. Thank the gods you joined our party. Now we can plan and strike back." Utakata, who had been watching in silence, nodded in agreement. "Our Biju seems to know quite a lot about them, or the puppet master, at least. Well, at least about the eyes. I know these lands by heart. I'll get us across the border in no time. But where are we headed?" Everyone in the group was lost in thought as they fell into a long silence. They were in a difficult situation, but it was obvious that something needed to be done. At last, Karen spoke in a firm and determined tone. She stated, "We're going to the Whirlpool Isles," with a serious expression. "I know a few underground sections exist there. It'll be easier for us to hide, or to deal with the bodies, if whoever is controlling them can't connect to them properly." Fu, who had been listening in the back quietly, sulked. "Fine. When we reach the sea, I'll transport us." Naruto turned to face her, his expression worried. "Didn't you say you didn't want to transform?" Fu smiled at him, but it was a tiny smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. "Well, I have you guys around. I trust you all. It's different now." Konan silently landed next to Nagato, her delicate paper wings folding into her cloak as she reformed. As they awaited their next order, the 6 bodies of the Paths of Pain stood still, their blank eyes fixed forward. There was a heavy silence between them, a spooky stillness that made the air feel almost oppressive. Konan reported, "I lost their trace, west from here," in a cool but slightly irritated tone. Her gaze continued to linger on the location where their target had been as she scanned the distance. In an attempt to explain their failure, she thought out loud, "Our intel was wrong, or perhaps bad luck." The dark clouds of Omegakure cast an ominous hue over everything, and the air was heavy with the smell of rain. She felt the pressure of their error bearing down on her. Nagato spoke with quiet conviction, annoyance clouding his eyes. His voice faltered as he coughed, the stress of leadership wearing him down. "No, Kisame is dead. The QB killed him. I heard their conversation before the fight ended. They were too strong for him." Before continuing, he took a moment to collect his thoughts. The pain in his body reminded him of his limitations, and he clenched his fist in frustration, saying, "We won't be able to capture the remaining Bijus using our usual methods." Konan's anxiety increased. "Then we need to track them immediately. They could be heading anywhere by now, and the longer we wait, the harder it will be to catch them." She glanced at the 6 bodies, who seemed to be thinking about the danger as well. Failure was eating away at her, causing her to feel uneasy. Nagato narrowed his eyes and shook his head, letting out a long sigh. He was already formulating a plan when he said, "No. We cannot chase them. I admit, I am not as strong on the run, and if we give chase, we'll be spread too thin. We can't risk it. He started to gather his chakra and muttered, I have something else in mind, in a steady voice. He applied his displacement seal with a practiced motion, his body briefly flickering before reappearing close to the altar of a Megakure, surrounded by the familiar, wet streets. Nagato went on, we have the means to make at least one of them go where we want him to be, in a chilly, strategic tone. As he took in the new information, he paused, a Megakure's shadows reflected in his eyes. The weight of the realization made his fingers twitch. Zetsu's intelligence was flawed. We were misled. Konoha didn't send their Jinchuriki to jail, as we believed. No, they sent him out to assemble the other Jinchuriki. It's the only possibility. He was formulating a complex plan to trap the Jinchuriki, but it would take time, accuracy, and careful execution. He was aware that the game was changing, and he wasn't going to let it happen. A harsh reminder of the difficulties that lay ahead, the wind howled through a Megakure's streets. Nagato's expression tightened abruptly, as he tapped into the chakra rain, a tool of both perception and control, that always seemed to fall across the hidden village. His eyes glowed with an ethereal light. Nagato whispered, I feel, time has come, as an odd serenity descended upon him. Sensing the shift in his attitude, Conan arched an eyebrow. What is it? As Nagato tuned into the chakra flow, his body became motionless and his eyes narrowed even more. Jiraiya is here, he exclaimed, his tone shifting to one of quiet anticipation mixed with surprise. As though sensing the presence more than seeing it, he cocked his head. Go and meet him first while I gather my strength. Conan gave a silent nod, her face unreadable but aware of the task at hand. Understood. Orochimaru opened his eyes slowly, hoping to see something different than the icy, merciless metal of an operating table underneath him and the gloomy, sterile ceiling above. He briefly believed that he might have been sent directly to hell, which would have been a fitting punishment for a man who had used innumerable others as test subjects over the years. He shifted a little, still confused, the world pressing down on him. His thoughts strayed to the past, vague recollections of Sasuke, his obsession, his cursed pupil. His final vivid memory was of Sasuke using him to battle Itachi, and how Itachi ultimately accomplished what Orochimaru had feared most. He erased the piece of Orochimaru's chakra that had become embedded in Sasuke's cursed mark. His blood began to boil at the thought. How he hated each and every Uchiha. The air around him felt heavy, almost oppressive, and for a moment he just lay there motionless. He was too weak to move, too weak to even raise his arms. He wanted nothing more than to rest because his body felt like it had been through a lot. However, he was unable to get rid of the sense that he would not be granted that luxury. Not in this place. No matter where he'd been taken, not there. A door creaked open, breaking the stillness as his mind raced. Slow, deliberate footsteps reverberated in the silence. Orochimaru glanced over and saw Kabuto standing in the doorway, his normally calm face tainted by something strange, possibly uncertainty or worry. After entering the room a short distance, his young apprentice saw that Orochimaru had come too. Kabuto's voice, soft but full of incredulity, reverberated throughout the chilly room. So, you're awake, he whispered, almost to himself. Kabuto said, you survived. His words were laced with wonder, as though he was still in shock. He trailed off, not knowing how to continue. I placed your body in suspension and... Orochimaru laughed dryly, his voice raspy from the experience. His lips curled into a snarl as he spat bitterly. So, you will be my torturer, then. His tongue tasted sour from his own words. Fine, let it be, but I warn you, it won't go as you expect. Although he had always anticipated Kabuto's move, he hadn't anticipated it would take this bizarre turn of events, which felt like both betrayal and an odd kind of care. Kabuto remained motionless, his expression unreadable as he stared at Orochimaru. He paused for a long moment before continuing, his voice shaking with emotion. He appeared almost contrite as he said, I didn't want to kill you, sensei. I thought you had perished, but I couldn't let you die. Not like that, you deserve more than that. Orochimaru's eyes narrowed, and his voice became skeptical. He laughed once more, but it was devoid of humor. No, if I had shown any sign of life, you would have killed me instantly. I know you, Kabuto. You always did want to free yourself from my grasp. It was a sour laugh, replete with the scars of the past. Confusion flashed across Kabuto's face. But I didn't. He moved forward to clarify himself, seemingly attempting to get closer to them. His voice faltered as he said, I kept you alive, sensei. I didn't want to lose you. His words were tinged with profound sadness. Uncertain of whether to go on, he trailed off. I thought that if I gave you the chance, that you could come back. That maybe. Orochimaru gazed at him for a long time without blinking, and then he exhaled sharply. Then why? Why would you do it, Kabuto? Why not just finish what we started and leave me to die? For a moment, Kabuto's head hung low as he struggled with his feelings. The silence was finally broken by his voice. Because I didn't want to be alone anymore. Because I didn't want to lose everything I had left. I thought if I could bring you back, everything would make sense again. But I was wrong, wasn't I? He said in a barely audible voice, his hands shaking as though he was trying to grasp something that had eluded him. Orochimaru spoke in a low, almost derisive tone after his face softened, if only momentarily. In the haze of his own thoughts, Kabuto added, "You won't believe me, or you won't care," his eyes averted. "Indulge me anyway," the snake said, sounding emotionless. This time, there was a hint of something different, maybe curiosity or even a hint of hope, but it was still the icy, aloof Orochimaru that Kabuto had grown accustomed to. However, it was buried far beneath years of deceit and self-interest. For the moment, Kabuto just nodded, the uncertainty of their predicament hanging heavy in the air, but he swallowed hard, as if searching for the right words to close the distance between them. Yo guys, it's RyugaXD. You already know YouTube has its limit size, so if you want to see the spicier, uncensored, and exclusive stuff I can't post here, check out my Patreon. That's where I drop all my 18+ lemon content, early uploads, and more. Links in the description. Come join the fun.